Against the backdrop of the evening sunset, a large city hospital consisting of several buildings was shown. The guy, bedridden in a ward, who hadn't laughed or cried for 3 years, had his whole body motionless except for his brain, like a vegetable. 18-year-old Su Xiaobai, terminally ill, could not utter a single sound, but someone was always by his side. There was a television showing basketball games on the wall of the hospital room, but the boy was also watching something more distressing. Every night, the unfortunate mother of the sick patient shed bitter tears, not knowing how to cure her child. While describing the progress of the boy's illness, the doctor asked for artificial ventilation, as the patient could stop breathing at any moment. Su Xiaobai stared lifelessly at the ceiling. Although he was afraid of death, it was better than such a terrible life. The medical equipment screen showed uneven zigzag lines, and the boy hoped to meet God in the event of his death. Poor Su Xiaobai closed his eyes and thought about his sad fate, but he never did anything bad. A woman's bust appeared before the young man, along with calls for a certain owner to wake up as soon as possible. The upset strange girl continued to quickly wake up the owner, talking about how he cannot die here. Rubbing his eye with his finger, Su Xiaobai was terrified of being able to move his own hand. The mysterious girl continued to call the guy, who fell into a momentary stupor and seemed to see nothing around him. Master. The lady sitting on Su Xiaobai was happy that he had woken up, but he couldn't figure out who it was in front of him. The boy, suddenly hearing his own voice, did not understand how he could even speak, given his previous state of health. The girl who finally decided to introduce herself was Zhao Ping's blessed daughter, and today, she was acting as the guy's personal guard. Although Su Xiaobai didn't understand anything about what was happening, the girl in front of him was currently in an unusual position. The blushing guy remembered that he was of age, and in front of him stood such a very attractive lady. With all his might, the poor young man tried to contain his own emotions, which he did with great difficulty. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Su Xiaobai screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout the vast forest. The guy was supposed to die, but for some reason he ended up here, and besides, the doctors diagnosed him with myasthenia, but it disappeared. A worried Zhao Ping looked at the young man, continuing to call him master, asking if he was okay now. Su Xiaobai, who was feeling great, was curious as to why the girl addressed him in that way. After some time, the young man was surprised to learn that he was the heir to the Protoss throne, chosen by the heavenly Lord Longming. Zhao called the Protoss the only inhabited place where humans survived, and the Protoss king was also their ruler, the master responsible for humanity. Listening to the lady, Su Xiaobai considered Longming's reincarnation from another world to be nonsense, trusting only science. Zhao Ping, who was biting her finger, was ready to provide him with evidence if the owner could not believe her. The guy listened in amazement to his companion, who wanted to attract predators in the area with the smell of blood, so that upon meeting them, the owner would understand everything. The deafening noise caused birds to fly into the sky, and the terrifying paws of monsters rushed towards the children. Turning around, Su Xiaobai saw behind him a multitude of living dead people, with wild eyes and scarlet spots on their bodies. Zhao Ping immediately confirmed the young man's guess about the pale-faced creatures, which were definitely predators. Most of the territory was inhabited by these terrible monsters, rapidly advancing towards people. These pale-faced creatures turned the human world where Zhang Ping lived into a real horror. Su Xiaobai's gaze lingered on the girl, who was telling him about the terrible realities of this world. After clarifying Zhao Ping's name, the young man suggested that his companion was not deceiving him at the present moment. After asking the lady to leave quickly, Su Xiaobai promised to deal with the monsters himself. After lying there for 3 years, he could finally move his muscles. When the girl asked if he was afraid of the many pale faces, Su Xiaobai spoke of being afraid of the creatures, but did not want to see Zhao die. After initially looking at the guy with a slightly frightened look, Zhao then smiled sweetly, accepting her companion's words. Rising sharply into the sky, much to Xiaobai's surprise, Zhao thought about Lord Longming choosing a good heir. The guy couldn't believe the miracle he saw, but numerous pale-faced monsters were already advancing on him. Comparing the monsters to corpses, from which they were almost indistinguishable, Xiaobai considered the pale faces to be slow, so they could not catch up with the guy if he ran. Suddenly, several monsters jumped high into the air, to the amazement of the young man, who did not expect such agility. One of the terrible creatures had already raised its terrible paw over the unfortunate Su Xiaobai in order to grab him. Suddenly, an invisible voice began to ask the young man not to be afraid to run away, because he had already seen his courage. The amazed young man looked at the sky, not understanding who could have said such a thing or what kind of place this was. It was his inner strength, which appeared in the form of a long-haired guy, with which Su Xiaobai shared one soul. Zhao Ping, who was floating in the sky, thought of Lord Longming again, asking for his presence if his consciousness still remained in this world. The one and only power, the endless darkness, should now be helping Su Xiaobai, who was fighting alone against the monsters. Suddenly, to the great amazement of the monsters, a bright divine light appeared, piercing the hellish creatures. In the center of the bright ball, as if protected by it, was a young man who challenged the army of the undead. Su Xiaobai himself seemed to be in a state of strange euphoria, as if the divine had become a part of him. The guy, unable to believe his own eyes, looked at his body and thought that a feeling of rebirth was happening to him. On the surface of the ground lay the corpses of the pale-faced creatures that had been attacking Su Xiaobai just a moment ago, struck by numerous clots of energy. The puzzled boy couldn't take his eyes off these little lumps floating through the forest. Not immediately realizing the nature of the origin of this miracle, the young man waved his arms as if trying to protect himself from it. Su Xiaobai covered his face with his hands from the energy that was currently very abundant in the airspace. The guy, who had almost screamed and continued waving his arms, began to perceive the emerging feeling as somehow familiar. Feeling the warmth, Su Xiaobai came to the conclusion that all this energy was concentrated in his own body. Hearing a new noise, the boy looked back again and saw a barefoot man running towards him. It was Zhao, who saw no need for the master to panic, pointing to his certain ability called Endless Darkness. This skill could not only absorb energy around, but also during combat from opponents, depriving them of other abilities. The term absorption sounded scary to Su Xiaobai in its own way. To him, this new world seemed like one where supernatural forces were present. Suddenly, the idea of curing myasthenia with superpowers came to the young man's mind. Unsure why Zhao had dropped to one knee, Xiaobai learned from her that it was impossible for a Protoss to survive a day without a master. The girl begged her master to immediately return to Protoss and inherit the rightful crown. Hearing this proposal, Su Xiaobai first thought about the offer to become the Protoss king. With a smile on his face, Su Xiaobai spoke of himself as a person who had never experienced happiness. The long-dried bones of huge animals decorated the green field against the backdrop of an endless plain. Walking along the bridge, he responded to his companion's question about the lack of joy in his master being a king, with a lack of understanding about returning to Protoss right now. Xiaobai could only sigh as he was forced to listen to the girl's questions about the king's status over and over again. Hearing his stomach rumble, the guy talked about the most important thing in the city, finding a place to eat well. Raising his head and examining the enormous fortress, the young man asked if this was a fortunately surviving shelter. For Xiaobai, it was a very high wall, but that's all. It was just unknown how they could get inside the Protoss. As they approached the wall, Zhao Ping pointed out that there was no gate here, and the boy hoped that there was no need to climb over the wall. Smiling, the lady asked the owner not to worry and called it a Protoss security system, whose inhabitant is able to open the gates. Touching the wall, Zhao Ping mentioned that the structure was 700 meters long and another 20 meters thick. This was enough to deter any predator, and the wall, hissing, began to rise upward. Protoss resident Zhao Ping suggested that Su Xiaobai follow her home. The young man looked ahead with a hint of excitement and fear, not knowing what might await him ahead. Although everything looked abandoned from the outside, inside Protoss, the inhabitants were able to lead a peaceful life thanks to the city's guards. When the surprised young man asked about these mysterious warriors, the lady answered by calling them the defenders of the Protoss. The Protoss was surrounded by vast chasms, with 12 entrances leading out of the city, each guarded by guards. All of them are elite fighters who have undergone a multi-level selection process and are divided according to their strength into levels from strong to weak, S, A, B, C, and D. Su Xiaobai, puzzled, had previously assumed that there would only be one person to defend the gate, so he asked his companion about it. As the boys entered the Protoss's territory, the boy continued to look around, examining everything around him. Suddenly, Zhao Ping heard a harsh voice from a man accusing her of once again violating the ban on leaving the city. The C-rank and #1 Protoss guardian Tianmei was outraged that the girl had not told him anything and had not received his permission. Zhao, who was standing in front of the guard and the crowd of townspeople, tried to convince him that he had misunderstood her actions. She was simply looking for Mr. Longming. The people in the crowd discussed the girl's desire to find Longming and her lack of desire to stop searching, considering her stupid. Tianmei chuckled and reminded her of Linman's death 3 years ago, and she continued to search for his corpse. Unable to contain their own emotions, the assembled crowd of citizens burst into loud laughter at Zhao Ping's words. Seeing such a reaction, the unfortunate lady began to get angry. Not hesitating to express her aggression, Jay ran through the forest, where it was raining heavily at the time, and people thought she was stubborn for running away from the city again. Even then, the guards announced the death of Lord Lingman on the battlefield, but Zhao, unaware of this, ran to the battlefield and sat down among the fallen warriors. To the sudden surprise of everyone present, the guest, who was Su Xiaobai, waved his arms and demanded that the guard watch the gate. Pointing to the size of the crowd, the boy was outraged at how people were bullying one little girl. In the young man's opinion, this was not nice, and the townspeople should be ashamed of such a bad act. Having asked the impudent guest again about the need to watch the gate, Tianmei wanted to make sure whether this guy was a stranger. People were amazed at the guest who angered the guard, calling him a fool, because the defender has a C rank, and he is the most important one at this gate. Tianmei swung his arm sharply and wanted to rush at Su Xiaobai with his fists, shouting how the Protoss did not rejoice at strangers. The guard delivered a powerful blow, but only hit the ground, breaking its stone covering, while the boy deftly dodged. The young man who had arrived in Protoss was now just a few steps away from the experienced defender of the fortress. Feeling an unusual lightness in his body, Xiaobai called it the effect of energy absorption. Several strong young men immediately rushed towards the lone guest, outraged by his impudence to raise his hand against the guard. Confident in their own strength, the guys were going to quickly defeat the stupid boor who had arrived in Protoss. But just a moment later, all the attackers lay on the ground from a mysterious and sudden resistance. Zhao Ping, including all sides of the fight, was on the ground, through which a magical and bright circle with symbols seemed to emerge. Throwing up her hands, the girl warned everyone in a stern tone against trying to attack the guy while she was there. Knowing about the SR rank force tension ability to create gravity, Tianmei felt sorry for its insignificance, only tenfold. The man didn't feel anything, but in the place where he had been a second ago, it was as if an explosion had occurred. The guard jumped up sharply and raised his fist again, wanting to inflict a crushing defeat on the guest from the outside world. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai deftly stopped his opponent's fist when he was half a step away from him. Shocked by what he saw, Tianmei did not understand anything, but he already clearly felt how his strength was leaving him. The guest, standing confidently on his feet with a smile on his face, made ironic remarks at the guard who clearly did not expect this. Seeing the energy transfer towards Xiaobai, the frightened Protoss defender immediately began to demand that it stop. Zhaoping, feeling very afraid and nervous, screamed at the boy, still considering him her master. No less amazed were the numerous witnesses of this incredible duel, which went beyond the bounds of sport and battle. At the same time, somewhere in Protoss, life continued as usual, and in one of the large castles, its inhabitants lived. A man in a red cloak and with a crown on his head, whose name was Count Dracula, appeared on the balcony of his castle. The lady, who is the third number A rank guard, suggested that the Count also felt something. Dracula, holding the glass in his hand, agreed with the girl. He was familiar with this unusual power. The Protoss Guardian Count, who had a rank of S and was number 3, knew this enormous power as the power of Lord Longming. Tianmei, who was lying on the ground, looked at Su Xiaobai in front of him and spoke of endless darkness. The guard, deprived of his enormous energy, wanted to know who this guest was, who probably possessed the power of Lord Longming. Looking down at his defeated opponent, Su Xiaobai called himself his father in a stern tone. The battle was over, the tall buildings of Protoss glittered in the sunlight, and the victor called out to Zhao Ping. Xiaobai asked the girl next to him if she was willing to go out to eat together, mentioning how hungry he was. The guy warned about the presence of enormous power of consumption, but the lady reassured him, suggesting that he eat as much as he needed. The amazed townspeople were amazed at the guy who arrived from outside and how he easily dealt with a C-rank guard, as well as one who was able to use an HR rank skill. While people were still wondering where this mysterious guest came from, new protectors were waiting for Su Xiaobai and his companion. Zhao Ping, who was walking a little ahead, was surprised to see her little sister Qin. Su Xiaobai's personal guard, Lang Qin, came here to help overcome Tianmeng, allowing the guys to have problems with him. Lan Qin turned around when she heard her companion's voice, wishing to add a few words to the guard's greeting. In the opinion of the second guard, Li Xin, the guest and his girlfriend would not be able to cope here without asking Zhao's permission to do whatever they wanted. While Zhao was asking her sisters to calm down, Su Xiaobai was surprised that she still had friends from the warrior caste. Grabbing the guest by the hand, the lady said how the owner had already helped her, and he asked her not to do everything she wanted, since last time he had already experienced pain because of Zhao. Lan Qin was very surprised by how her sister called the young man master, and Li Xin could no longer believe the events that were so disturbing to her. For Zhao, there was no mistake. Su Xiaobai could use endless darkness, and Longming chose him as the heir to the throne. Without taking her eyes off the man who had arrived, Li Xin spoke of the need to protect her beloved, not sparing her own life. The guard, Lang Qin, who was equally astonished by what was happening, also saw Su Xiaobai as their new master. The unfortunate young man looked at the girls surrounding him in bewilderment, not knowing what to say in response. Night had fallen when the lights came on in Longming's residence in Protoss, and people were going about their evening business. Su Xiaobai ate the noodles from the bowl with great appetite, not noticing anything and anyone around him, enjoying the food. Present at the table, the Protoss guards, Lang Qin and Li Xin were speechless as their new master ate the food. Only the good-natured Zhao Ping watched with affection the young man who was preoccupied with nothing but food. Su Xiaobai put the bowl on the table, having eaten his fill, and there were other empty plates nearby that once held food. Looking at the guy, Li Xin couldn't even imagine that Long Ming had chosen such a person who hadn't eaten for so many years, and Zhao wanted to know his opinion of his dishes. While the guy was praising the girl's culinary skills, Lan Qin rose from the table and addressed the guest. Looking away, the Protoss Guardian didn't quite understand how Long Ming had given him the Endless Darkness ability. If she failed to live up to Mr. Long Ming's expectations, she asked Su Xiaobai not to expect mercy for herself. Agreeing with her colleague's words, Li Xin told the guy about the difficulty of being their master in Protoss. The girl spoke of the need for Xiaobai to fulfill Long Ming's last will, to become the king of the Protoss and destroy all the palefaces. The young man, who was again told about the king, looked at the ladies present with disappointment. Zhao Ping, who was kind to him and mentally agreed with her friends, could not say anything either. After dinner was finished, a countdown was heard from the room reserved for Su Xiaobai, and the numbers 97 and 98 were heard. Su Xiaobai, doing floor press exercises, had already managed to stand up 100 times by straining his muscles. Having finished his physical exercises, the young man stood up and emptied a bottle of water. Every time the boy was told about the need to ascend to the throne as the king of the Protoss, and he did not understand why this should concern him in particular. The long-haired man, standing in the shadows behind the owner of the room, was sure that this concerned him. Hearing these quiet words, the young man turned around, not knowing at all who could have said this to him. Finally seeing that strange man, Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in surprise, almost recognizing him. The boy remembered that face, the long blonde hair and the outerwear of the mysterious wanderer. Before him stood the very same Protoss king, Lord Longming, whom everyone in the city spoke of with respect. The former ruler of the Protoss, Longming, a guard with S rank and number 1, did not consider the owner of the room stupid if he recognized the guest. Remembering Longming's current state, Su Xiaobai reminded the man of how he should be dead now. Agreeing with the guy's words, the long-haired gentleman spoke about the death of his body on the physical plane. With a smile on his face, Mr. Longming told the boy about the surviving soul after everything that had happened earlier. If only one soul survived, then in the stunned Su Xiaobai's understanding now, his new acquaintance must be different. Currently, Long Ming was completely powerless and had an appearance that could only be seen by Su Xiaobai alone. The young man, demanding more information, reminded Long Ming how he had pulled him out of another world and placed his own soul into the boy's body. Starting to glare at the guard, the guy accused him of intending to use his body in his current life. Both Su Xiaobai and the long-haired gentleman were able to easily shoot streams of magical lightning at each other. Quickly lowering his head, Longming reassured the young man that he did not want to use his body. Before Su Xiaobai could even look back, his new acquaintance had moved to the side and began to tell him why he had summoned him to the Protoss. When Longming told the guy that he wanted to make just a deal with him, he couldn't immediately understand what was going on. It was the Protoss's guardian and former ruler who granted the young man the most powerful ability in this world. Lord Longming also allowed Su Xiaobai to possess endless riches, including chests of gold and gilded swords. But there was still the highest status. The guy just needed to become the king of Protoss. In addition, the young man had to find those who had staged a palace coup 3 years ago and killed Lord Longming himself. Su Xiaobai initially silently pondered the proposal he had received, but then indifferently refused to carry out all of this. Stretching out on the sofa, Mr. Longming responded to the guy's words with irony, but he was in a position where he could no longer refuse. After listening to the Protoss guard, the young man headed towards the table where the bowl of fruit stood. If Longming had already managed to summon Xiaobai to this world, then the former king certainly had a method of subjugating the rebellious youth to his will. As he was about to eat a banana, Su Xiaobai asked the guard to tell him in detail about the trump card he had for coercion. The fair-haired gentleman grinned, as this guy turned out to be smarter than he had previously thought. Longming placed a seal on the young man's body, so it can only be removed after the guardian's condition is met. With obvious shudder, the young man, eating a banana, repeated the terrifying word seal. According to Longming, the seal was activated when its owner was attracted to a woman, and he could feel intense pain, so much so that it was even better to die. If he refuses, the life of the unhappy and nervous Su Xiaobai will be very unsuitable for a man. Hearing these terrible words, the poor young man burst into bitter tears, beside himself with grief, as if his body was pierced by thousands of needles. Xiaobai really didn't expect such blackmail from the Protoss king, but in Longming's understanding, it was just to get the guy to listen to him, nothing more. Not understanding the choice before him, the boy spoke of himself as a completely ordinary person, suggesting that the guard find a more suitable candidate for revenge. In other words, As Xiaobai asked the puzzled guard, why was it that he was able to choose him? Longming appreciated how the boy guessed everything correctly. Due to an incurable disease, his muscles had atrophied. He was like a blank sheet of paper and was the best suited for the endless darkness. Sitting down on the chair, Xiaobai expressed words of gratitude to the guard for the opportunity to live a second life. But at the same time, the young man continued to consider himself a living person, and not a toy of Longming to take revenge on enemies. The Protoss ruler was interested to hear all this. He had indeed underestimated the boy at first. A dark shadow with a weapon in his hands stood on the roof of the Protoss residence, guarding the peace of its inhabitants against the backdrop of the bright moon. The dozing Lan Qin sighed with relief when the guy who had been talking to himself finally stopped doing so. Left alone, Su Xiaobai turned off the light and looked at the ceiling, mentally hoping that the seal Longming had spoken of was not there. Closing his eyes, the tired guy thought about how he could no longer wake up in pain every morning. The door to his bedroom quietly opened and a mysterious girl walked into the young man's bed. There was a dark red hieroglyph written on her white t-shirt and a leather belt around her neck. A gun was pointed at the sleeping Su Xiaobai, but the room's occupant did not wake up immediately. A strange lady with crazy, burning eyes and an evil face was about to fire the entire clip of her gun at the unfortunate Xiaobai. The frightened young man, being beside himself with fear, asked the girl what else she wanted to do. The lady who came suspected Su Xiaobai of possessing a great power called endless darkness. The guy asked his guest to calm down, pointing to a gun that was clearly not intended for play, but she demanded that he shut up. Pointing out herself as being unlike the naive Zhao, Longming's sister Wang Xiu accused Xiaobai of using a trick to gain her brother's power. Also remembering Zhao Ping and Longming, the guest's brother, the guy assumed that she must have been his personal guard. Su Xiaobai barely managed to move away in the opposite direction as Wang Xiu shot him indoors. On the side of the bed where the young man had been a second ago, black holes gaped from bullets fired by powerful weapons. The guy, angry at the girl and calling her a little slut, was amazed at her intention to kill him. After demanding to know in detail how Xiaobai had obtained Longming's power, Wang Xiu promised to do to him what she had done to the pillow if he did not do so. Hearing that her brother had not died, the girl burst into tears, having also learned about the presence of Longming's soul in the body of a young man. After asking Wang Xiu to be quiet, the boy pointed to the guard's enemies who must not find out anything, otherwise Xiaobai could also be killed. The sobbing girl wanted to rush at Su Xiaobai, calling him stepbrother Longming. The unfortunate Wang Xiu only looked questioningly at the young man opposite her, who grabbed her cheeks. Having demanded that she not cling to him, the guy reminded her that he was Su Xiaobai and not her stepbrother Longming. If the girl really wanted to please her new acquaintance, then tomorrow evening she had to take him to a certain place. Still held back by the guy's hand, Wang Xiu asked in amazement where she should send him. Sitting near the entrance to the House of Love, Wang Xiu ordered the people who came to leave quickly if they wanted to live. She mentally promised to turn Su Xiaobai into a sieve if he dared to entrust her with such an unpleasant task again. An attractive blonde looked at the young man with a smile on her face, wanting to know if this was his first time with them. Her colleague, playfully eating berries, suggested that the young man relax and give free rein to his own desires. One of the ladies, judging by the color of Xiaobai's face, perceived him as sick, but the second agreed with her, promising not to eat the tense visitor. If the guy were to experience any painful sensations now, he would have to get rid of Longming's control, that is, the seal itself within himself. Xiaobai was thinking about how to endure all this, and the next priestess of love was circling around him, asking for attention. Looking at almost no one, the unfortunate young man only repeated the demand to himself to be steadfast and remember the worries that were causing confusion. Hugging him, one of the girls from the House of Love asked him to tell her something she so badly wanted to hear from the visitor. Unable to bear such mental anguish, Su Xiaobai screamed at the top of his voice as he looked at the girl. Looking back, Wang Xiu, with a weapon on her back, saw a battered Xiaobai coming out of the house. Having looked at the guy with irony and noted his plain appearance, the girl understood everything, not forgetting to say a couple of rude words addressed to him. Xiaobai didn't believe in the lady's ability to understand what had happened to him, because he was fighting fate, mentally blaming the bad Longming and his painful seal. When talking about the new guard selection next month, Wang Xiu asked Xiaobai about his training, but he didn't want to watch over the gate. When the girl announced the need to fulfill one condition for a chance to become a guard and inherit the throne, the young man stopped abruptly, as if changing his mind. Having explained everything by excessive consumption of water, the tired young man wanted to step aside to relieve himself. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and Su Xiaobai was standing near one of the tall buildings in the city. Suddenly, in front of him, he saw a jumping ball resembling the head of a monster with sharp fangs and no eyes. Daring to pick up this strange toy, Su Xiaobai carefully examined it, appreciating its unusual appearance. Suddenly, a huge gray ball appeared behind the young man, sweeping away everything in its path. Su Xiaobai watched the sudden change of events in horror, not understanding anything that was happening. A giant demon-level predator, a demon devourer, was rushing straight towards him now. Wang Shu, who was thinking at this time, could not understand what had happened to her brother if he had chosen this guy as the heir to the throne. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise coming from a nearby alley. Taking a quick glance at it, the girl wanted to understand what her strange companion Su Xiaobai was doing there. Wang Shu's eyes widened in amazement at what he saw, as the scene was incredible. A terrifying and enormous creature with a huge mouth pounced on the lonely Su Xiaobai, who was trying to fight off the monster. The Protoss King's sister recognized the terrifying demonic-level predator, wondering how it could have gotten inside the city. Xiaobai was still standing when the small monsters and the main monster continued to attack him. Having assessed the dangerous situation, the young man did not intend to engage in a direct confrontation with the predator, as he might not have time to dodge. Suddenly, loud shots rang out, and the little monsters flying straight at the guy were torn to pieces. The stricken boy was looked at by his savior, who was standing nearby, and at her feet lay the dead head of the monster. King Protoss's sister, Wang Shiyu, sarcastically suggested that he was frightened when she once again gave him an unflattering word related to his intimate life. Xiaobai, who disagreed with this, angrily called Wang Shiyu herself and her entire family a pervert. Looking up and seeing a black shadow on the roof of the building, Wang Shiyu asked her not to hide anymore, because she had already exposed herself. The girl knew only one person who could control demonic-level predators and lead them into the city. In all of Protoss, no one could do such a thing, and only brother Wang Shiyu's wife possessed such a skill. Pointing his finger upward, the doubtful Su Xiaobai still couldn't believe that the girl on the roof of the house was Long Ming's wife. His companion told him that his brother's wife had a Protoss marriage contract, and that at the age of 20 she was to become the king's wife. At first, Wang Shiyu had counted on the girl on the roof as her future sister, but now she looked more like a cheap streetwalker. Jumping from the roof, Long Ming's wife headed towards her relative and her companion below, where they were fighting the monster. Having successfully landed on the predator, the girl demanded that he not joke like that because how could she marry such a loser? Su Xiaobai kept his eyes on the new lady, clearly listening to the beating of her heart filled with blood vessels. Yuan, who proposed simply killing the king, considered this method as a realistic way to annul the marriage contract. Once upon a time, young Mu Yuan asked a persistent gentleman to leave her alone because he was not her type. Having rejected the young man, the girl turned around and walked away, leaving the unfortunate guy to watch her go with an envelope in his hands. Amazed by the lady's beauty, Su Xiaobai could not take his eyes off her, mentally perceiving the girl as a goddess. Mu Yuan stood on top of the demonic predator devourer, and the guy thought of her as a goddess. Looking at Xiaobai, Wang Shu didn't understand his oddities because he hadn't gone crazy before. As if enchanted, the guy thought about how she came to this new world for him alone. Enraged by his words about the goddess, Mu Yuan rushed at the unsuspecting youth and dealt him a powerful blow. Su Xiaobai was unable to resist the girl, so he was knocked out a short time later. A large layer of dust rose from the surface of the ground, where the unfortunate lover had fallen with a loud crash. Outraged by the beating, Wang Shiyu demanded that Mu Yuan not think that if she was the daughter-in-law, she wouldn't get hit on the head, but the villain reminded her of her promise to kill her husband in order to break the marriage contract. Mu Yuan could not marry a man who longed for intimate caresses in the brothels of a big city. The angry Wang Shiyu didn't care, but she remembered her brother Long Ming's last will, and if the villain killed her husband, she would have to deal with his sister. Suddenly, at that moment, the huge mouth of a demonic predator, seemingly dead, opened in front of the girl with a powerful gun. Wang Shu looked at the monster in amazement, still not trusting her own eyes. In a split second, the giant monster grabbed the girl's weapon and destroyed it with one press of its huge fangs. In a cold-blooded tone, Mu Yuan promised to kill the monster before her opponent was digested in her stomach. The girl gave him a hard slap, and if he didn't die, he would have suffered greatly, so she decided to destroy him quickly. Suddenly, a large hand appeared out of the fog in front of the villain, reaching towards her. At the last moment, Mu Yuan managed to dodge the intrusion, and her hand clenched into a fist, never reaching the girl. To the astonished Mu Yuan, this seemed impossible. The enemy still had the sense to strike back. The guy emerging from the fog felt regret, because a little more and he would have caught his rival, who recognized him as the one with whom she wanted to break the marriage contract. Using endless darkness, he was breathing calmly, even though he had just been slammed into a wall, and it was only the second day here, but he possessed a high level of strength. It's good that the lady brought the guy to his senses with her chapalaka. This goddess never came to him in the hospital, but how could she come into this world for him? For Su Xiaobai, The girls, one of whom he knew before, were very similar in appearance, that's all. Enraged to learn that the young man had a lover, Mu Yuan would definitely not marry him now, and today he was supposed to die. After asking the lady not to be mistaken, Xiaobai denied his feelings for his beloved because of the passage of time, and he could also become the king of the Protoss, and Mu Yuan is clearly not the only one who likes him. But she shouldn't hold on to the guy, Su Xiaobai asked, not to be jealous of him just because he went to a hotel with the ladies. As if in some kind of ecstasy, the young man wanted to know if she really liked him. Mu Yuan, shocked by what she heard, and the veins on her forehead popping out with anger, was outraged by the guy's assumption that she liked him. Due to the presence of the marriage contract, Mu Yuan came here only for the young man and nothing more. Su Xiaobai looked down excitedly as he saw strange holes appearing on the shaking ground. The next moment, numerous demonic predators rose up from below, striking the unfortunate youth. Collapsing to the ground and unable to defend himself, Xiaobai was surrounded by merciless, deadly monsters. With the last of his strength, Su Xiaobai looked at the fiends of hell, against whom he could no longer fight. Before the eyes of the villainous Mu Yuan, an explosion occurred at the place where the terrible creatures had swallowed Xiaobai. After that, in the girl's understanding, everything was over. The monstrous eaters would not have left a single bone of the guy. Mu Yuan had no intention of killing the young man. He was simply unlucky enough to end up in this place. Su Xiaobai, who suddenly found himself alive, clarified the lady's statement about the place with which he was unlucky and suddenly agreed with her. To the villainess with an incredibly astonished expression on her face, this all seemed impossible. Looking at the terrible eaters, she saw how they had almost completely dried up. Walking towards the girl, the young man assured her of his desire not to become the king of the Protoss. Just because his body possessed the endless darkness, everyone insisted that Xiaobai walk a certain path, and no one cared what he wanted. Su Xiaobai had already passed away once, so he planned to live his second life exclusively for himself. Just as Mu Yuan was thinking about this strange guy, she couldn't help but turn her gaze back because of the noise. A female voice came from the jaws of the terrible devourer, asking her sister about the use of the machine gun. Wang Xiu, who found herself in the monster's jaws, used a weapon due to its extremely high power, and without her control, no one knew what would happen to the innocent. Mu Yuan and her opponent almost simultaneously thought about the compression force of this demonic beast, equal in weight to 2 tons. Wang Xiu, who was shouting about the power of rank R cell enhancement, indicated that her power had become limitless due to the change in cells. Taking off at almost the speed of light, Wang Xiu reminded her sister of the risk of her dying if she struck her. Mu Yuan managed to jump up in time, avoiding a collision with her opponent, who was already destroying everything below. With just a few moves, the villain headed to the roof, from where she appeared in front of the guys. For the frightened Su Xiaobai, the Protoss King's sister was very hot-tempered, but she helped him. It would also be difficult for him with his new acquaintance Mu Yuan, who possessed amazing explosive power. The guy could not fight with them at close range, and if they were both already next to Su Xiaobai at that moment, then he had to choose everything or nothing. Wang Xiu, who was watching her opponent, couldn't help but be indignant at her ability to run too fast. Their opponent, floating in the air, was near a large magical whirlpool, as if she was about to cross over to another world, but it was the blue moon. Su Xiaobai and Wang Xiu fell into a strange state, not noticing anything around them and seemed to be hypnotized. Using the power of Blue Moon rank SSR, Mu Yuan could easily control weak predators just by looking into their eyes. But if the light of the moon were used, the power would increase several times, and then the girl could control people for a short time. While everyone was in a trance, someone tried to stop the madness by drawing a sword from its sheath. The bright glint of the cold weapon fell on Mu Yuan's face, and now her actions could come to nothing. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai and Wang Xiu regained their sight and could see everything around them again, but they were unable to temporarily recover from their unconsciousness. Lan Qin, who had suddenly intervened in the situation, neutralized the villainess with a quick strike of her sword. As if Mu Yuan herself had fallen into a state of madness, she did not expect such a sudden appearance of an enemy. Being completely calm, Lan Qin demanded that she be contacted first if the villain was planning to kill Su Xiaobai. Against the backdrop of the large and bright moon, Lan Qin and Mu Yuan soared across the sky, while the Guardian continued to strike at the villainess. Unconscious, Yuan fell down, and in a split second everything could have ended tragically for her. Su Xiaobai, who quickly appeared in the right place at the right time, caught the falling girl, preventing her from breaking into pieces. Only now was the girl in the boy's arms beginning to come to her senses, having received several injuries. A frightened Xiaobai begged her to wake up quickly, as the girl could not die right here. Everything in front of Yuan became blurry, and she could barely make out the features of her savior, who asked her not to close her eyes. In some windows of the large house, the lighting was burning with a red light, as if intended for some special purpose. Mu Yuan suddenly woke up and stared ahead with wide eyes, not understanding anything. Having raised herself a little, she began to look around, not knowing where she was at the moment. When Yuan touched her chest, she didn't feel any wound there, even though she was sure that she had received a sword strike to that part of her body. The villainess, having come to her senses, remembered the very girl with whom she had to fight under the blue moon. She drew her katana in the blink of an eye, and Yuan felt as if she had seen a terrible demon at that moment, and that terrible power sent shivers down her spine. After leaving the room and going out into the corridor, Yuan felt a pain in her chest, but she couldn't kill Su Xiaobai if her rival from the night was nearby. Behind the glass doors, she saw Xiaobai talking to someone else in surprise. The cheerful guy doesn't understand how Sister Qin found them all, since she looked at him with disdain from the very beginning. Lan Qing referred to herself as Xiaobai's personal guard, and she had to ensure his safety at all times, since it wasn't only Yuan who wanted to kill him in Protoss. Long Ming's assassins were about to emerge from behind the scenes, and Xiaobai was under threat at every moment. There were also two other heirs to the throne. This is Count Dracula, who had great influence in Protoss, and Long Ming's older sister, the Archangel Longyan, and none of them are happy about the guy. Now he gave the guards the impression of being a weak person, and in the future there would be losses in any case. In the house, Yuan could clearly hear Xiaobai's response to her saying that it was impossible to simply watch the girl break. But Lan said everything so easily. Only now did she realize that the one she considered an enemy had caught her in the air and helped her. Who would have thought such a thing? The Blue Moon ability had no effect on the Guardian and would have killed Yuan, but Xiaobai saved her. The girl didn't understand what the guy wanted to achieve with this, and although he didn't want to be the king of Protoss, he also didn't intend to marry for free. That was why, in the young man's understanding, his recent rival Mu Yuan could not die. Suddenly, there was a noise of doors being opened by Yuan, who had decided to go outside to the people discussing her. Seeing the girl, Su Xiaobai blushed sharply and asked her to immediately forget everything he had said. Speaking about the guy's words about his possible wife, Yuan demanded not to think that she would marry him, even though the young man saved her. Having given her full name, the lady resolutely promised never to marry Su Xiaobai, demanding that he stop his delusional dreams. The upset young man did not understand why he was being so cruelly refused, whether it was too straightforward now. Rising to her feet, Lan Qin addressed Mu Yuan, sensing the potential danger she posed to her master. Drawing her katana from its sheath, the Protoss guard warned her rival if she was going to kill the boy again. This time, when Lan Qin swung her weapon, she would no longer use just the hilt of the sword. Hearing these words, the slightly embarrassed Mu Yuan was no longer surprised by the lack of a wound on her own chest. Xiaobai felt the girl was scared, and Qin's sword could hurt Yuan's sense of importance, and she was trying to think of something while the guard was next to the guy. Hearing the sudden noise, the astonished young man looked up at the sky and someone shouted about the wonderful Luanyao bird. Against the backdrop of the bright moon, an incredible Luanyao flew across the sky, rapidly approaching the people. The huge shadow of the legendary bird flew over the house where Su Xiaobai and his guardian Lan Qin were. The guy didn't know if this beast also belonged to the villainess, but it was completely different from the terrible demonic devourer. In front of the flying bird, Mu Yuan performed a somersault in an attempt to land on its neck. In a split second, the agile girl achieved her goal, finding herself on the body of the huge Luanyao. The bird seemed to be angry at the two tiny people who dared to speak disrespectfully to the heavenly deity. Looking at the huge creature, Lan Qin, recalling the ancient scriptures, assessed it as a high-level beast. Swinging her katana, the Protoss guard decided to cut down this bird as well, which should have been quite interesting. Mu Yuan shrugged her shoulders and suddenly reminded Su Xiaobai of his desire to marry her. While on the head of the Luanyao bird, the girl shouted out her desire to discuss their engagement, but only in private. Understanding the girl's desire to remove Lan Qin from sight, the guy felt fear, looking at the lady's serious face, but the guard had no intention of leaving. Having suggested that Sister Qin take a little rest while he talked to Yuan, the young man received an immediate refusal from the guard. Xiaobai asked Qin to calm down, pointing out Yuan's inability to destroy him, as the villain had barely mounted the feathered beast. Having put the katana back in its sheath, the guard ironically did not object if the young man himself wanted to die, but Xiaobai promised to stand up for himself. So much effort was put into the opportunity to eliminate little sister Lan Qin, who Mu Yuan might be afraid of. Now the boy and girl were alone on the street, and Su Xiaobai asked her to tell him what she really wanted from him. Considering it right to stop, Yuan was forced to admit that her opponent was not as bad as she had previously perceived him. But for the girl, this did not change anything, because the young man relied on the power of the endless darkness, and for the higher people he was just a pawn and nothing more. Upset, Su Xiaobai asked the lady if anyone had ever told her about such offensive speeches before. Mu Yuanyuan spoke of the important annual guardian selection that would take place in a month in Protos. There, a guy could defeat a girl and become a guard, and she would then help him ascend to the royal throne. Having heard about the selection of guards before, Su Xiaobai still couldn't find out the essence of this unit. During the terrible battles with the terrible predators, the Protoss Guardians often died. The selection round was held in 2 stages, and to identify outstanding newcomers they were replaced by deceased guards. Thus, the Protoss provided itself with warriors from a group of 72 people capable of protecting and preserving the human race. Clutching his head, Xiaobai was more interested in whether or not their marriage contract would be valid if he defeated Yuan Yuan. Demanding not to lose his head with joy, the lady pointed out that it was not enough to become a guard. The main condition was to ascend to the throne, and she could only marry the king. Previously, he was the strongest first-rank S-class guardian, and the entire Protoss relied on him as their main hero. Mu Yuanyuan remembered him as such a strong man, but she wanted to know if Xiaobai could become like him. Hearing these words, the young man's face instantly changed, as if he had been struck by lightning from heaven. In a cold tone, the guy asked the girl not to tell him about such unpleasant things. Su Xiaobai remained alone with the huge bird and his rival, demanding that he not talk about bad things. Remembering Longming, his gray hair and lack of beauty, the boy considered the guard a deceiver with the face of a weak man. Having demanded that he forget about it, Yuanyuan warned the young man of the risk of quitting the competition if he failed to pass the first round. For the guy himself, this meant defeat, and this is equal to the price of occupying the Protoss throne. Smiling, noticing the change in Xiaobai's behavior, Yuanyuan admitted that he wanted to no longer go to the guard selection competition. But the future candidate grinned and did not at all agree with his acquaintance regarding her assumption. Boy Su was eager to join all the other candidates for the guardian selection. 1 month later, a confident man with great energy approached the group of remaining candidates. The athletic young man, wearing exclusive handcuffs, spoke of intense pressure and force. The event took place in the arena, and this place was worthy for the birth of new guardians. As he approached the huge arena, the shirtless candidate was amazed by the large number of participants. Looking at his competitors, the guy appreciated their enormous strength, but continued to smile, as if he did not believe in the success of these people. A newcomer named Ma Fugong from Majudong village felt like the hellish blood in his body was about to boil, and today he had a big job ahead of him. After a short period of time, the guy found himself in a large arena with the other participants. Looking at the large platform with admiration, Ma Fugong agreed that the level of this arena was worthy of his fist. Suddenly, the attention of everyone present was riveted on one fighter who fell to the ground with a crash. Ma Fugong also looked towards the incident, waiting for the situation to develop further. A young man in a suit and glasses addressed his opponent, calling him trash and demanding that he not touch him with his dirty hands. The warrior who fell to the ground of the arena indignantly did not understand the reason for the guy's twitching, because he had not touched him on purpose. For outsiders present in the arena, this was interesting, since the selection had not yet officially started. Having risen to his feet, the injured fighter, being confident of his superiority over the enemy, was confident in his position. Seeing his opponent running towards him, the bespectacled young man, perceiving his approach as a foolish approach, raised his hand as if covered in a terrible cold. With one swing of his limb, he encased his opponent in a block of ice, rendering him unable to move or strike. With his last breath, the unfortunate fighter tried to convey to everyone that he had simply touched the man in glasses. For the eyewitnesses, what happened was a very terrible act. They did not know where this guy came from, but someone tried to remember, and the lady admired his beauty. The red-robed guest spoke of SSR-level elementals, extreme ice abilities, and a love of purity. If he wasn't wrong about loving purity, but the newcomer might be the number 10 S-rank Archangel, the son of the Long Yan family, an ice soul devourer. The girls in love noted the beauty of the young man and believed that he deserved to be Long Gongzi, confessing their love to the man. Unafraid of the consequences, Ma Fugong touched the Archangel's shoulder, modestly admiring his great strength. People, amazed by what they saw, already admitted that the stupid man wanted to die, but some did not consider him as such. The warrior with the mohawk knew Ma Fugong as a complete battle madman who had killed dozens of ghost-level predators last year. With his next move, Ma Fugong summoned a huge flame on his right hand to demonstrate his skills and fighting ability. Pointing out that he had his own SSR-level elemental abilities, the villager inquired about the Archangel's desire to fight. Glancing back slightly, the Ice Soul Eater asked the insolent man to let him go. The silent girl lit a long pipe, blowing out clouds of smoke as she became a silent witness to the situation in the arena. A lady in the stands spoke to the assembled children about how full of energy they were. The school judge, the spirit of the lawyer, who guarded line number A3 and 9, Yaolu Wuzhu asked to wait until the selection began, but it was too early to start the game. Ma Fugong, asking to be understood correctly, spoke of a simple desire to say hello, and the Archangel, rubbing his shoulder, considered everyone else rude. The son of the Longyan family thought about the possible visit of an outsider to the Guardian selection, who had previously inherited the Endless Darkness. Outsiders were happy that a fight between the SSR-level super newbies and Master Wurong was prevented, otherwise it would have affected them, and the others were almost eliminated from the game. While these quiet conversations and discussions of the participants regarding the specifics of the selection process were taking place, a full moon appeared in the sky. Finally, Wuzhu announced with a smile that the competition would begin once the required time had been reached. The S-rank Archangel, clearly not expecting this, humbly asked her to wait a bit. The same call suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd of candidates for the position of Protoss Guardian. Mu Yanyuan, who was shouting and raising her hand, spoke about the absence of a player like Su Xiaobai. Upon seeing the girl, the Ice Master recognized her as Lady Bright Blue Moon, allowing her to come here because of Su Xiaobai and the marriage contract. After confirming whether it was the guy with infinite darkness, Wuzhu would rather hear about his victory over the C-Class Zheng Tianmeng. But the judge of this competition waited for this participant for only 5 minutes and no more. 5 minutes later, people attributed the boy's absence to fear of losing in the first round, as the selection was a real talent competition, and the young man only obtained Longming's skill through luck. Finally, Arbiter Wuzhu announced that the time limit for Su Xiaobai to attend the guard selection had expired. The Archangel from the Longyan family, who was also among the others waiting for the newcomer to appear, was already thinking that he would not come to the tournament after all. With sadness in her heart, Mu Yuanyuan remembered Su Xiaobai, hoping that he sincerely did not want to deceive him. A man in boots and a black cloak was firmly approaching the crowd of people, leaving behind clouds of dust. Finally seeing him, Mu Yuanyuan smiled happily at the guy's ability to keep his own promise. The young man who appeared at the competition along with Zhao Ping, Lang Qin, Wang Xiu, and Li Xin was surprised by the number of people. After assessing the appearance of the other participants, Xiaobai did not find anything friendly about them towards him and the others. The members asked the newcomer not to pretend that he was forced to be there and wanted to work together to eliminate Xiaobai, who had come with security, and Ma Fugong didn't understand how they carried so many things in the heat. The guy told everyone present that his security team was responsible for the selection, but he turned out to be the only one who could handle the competitors at the tournament. In Mu Yuan's understanding, the participants were having a fantastic time, but she had to wait until the game started to see how they would end up. Stepping onto the sand of the arena, Judge Wuzhu demanded that all the assembled candidates stop talking nonsense. With a mighty flourish of her fan and a flurry of dust, the referee declared the Guardian Selection Conference officially open. By waving her fan, the woman summoned a powerful energy, with the help of which a certain magic circle began to form. A cosmic glow with a bright radiance appeared behind the judge, who continued to hold the magic fan. The astonished people recognized the space portal without understanding its purpose, and besides, nothing like it had ever happened before. While explaining the 2-round selection process, the judge will use the portal to randomly send participants out of town during the first round. The boys were required to be in a designated area and live there for 5 days. To the astonished people, Wuzhu declared that only those who could survive in the dangerous land would have the right to proceed to the second stage of selection. People considered it impossible to survive 5 days outside the city, and in the event of accidental teleportation into a predator's lair, there was a risk of instant death. Speaking about the Star Spirit Guardian's duty to protect his family, the judge suggested that the participants abstain from voting for the chance to compete in the tournament next year. After these words, many people began to raise their hands, intending to abstain in order to participate in the competition next year. Having completed the refusal procedure, the participants gradually left the arena, going to their homes. Wuzhu felt like she was alone after that, but she still decided to ask who wanted to go first. Unexpectedly for the remaining people, Su Xiaobai appeared ahead, determined to enter the dangerous area. The S-rank Archangel looked questioningly at the brave man, and Lanqing couldn't understand the motives behind his actions. Remembering that Mu Yuan wasn't the only one who wanted to defeat him in the selection, Xiaobai could be the first to experience the dangerous land, and he didn't want to miss out on such an advantage. Feeling a hand on his cloak, the boy turned around and saw Zhao Ping, with a sad face, telling him about her bad feeling. With a smile, Su Xiaobai asked the girl not to worry, promising to meet all her comrades after completing the first stage. After this, the young man and his friend resolutely headed towards the space portal. Coming close to the magic window, the boy stepped into it with his right foot, not knowing what kind of dangerous ground it would be. A moment later, he was already emerging from the portal, looking boldly at his future for the next 5 days. At that moment, Su Xiaobai was almost horrified, watching the terrible creature with his eyes wide with fear. In front of him was a giant sea monster that resembled a squid. The guy was on the fortress wall, and right in front of him stood a huge monster watching the man with 3 eyes. Realizing his mistake, the ghostly predator thought about the ordinary people who dared to invade his territory. Raising a huge tentacle, the monster wanted to immediately kill the lonely Su Xiaobai. The next second, the monster's paw landed with a loud crash on the spot where the guy had been a second ago. The monster looked ahead with its eyes, trying to make sure of its own victory over the insignificant man. Raising his tentacle, Xiaobai rejoiced at his incredible luck for teleporting to the ghost-level predator. The smiling guy regretted the lack of time to fight the monster due to the need for a new meeting. But at that moment, the rest of the squid's tentacles rushed towards him, while Su held on to another paw. For the guy who didn't expect such wild agility from the huge animal, everything happened very quickly. Su Xiaobai leaped into the air just as the monster's twisted paws dug into the ground where he had stood a second before. Jumping nimbly, the boy found himself on the tentacle of the ghostly predator, confidently holding his ground. The huge monster assessed the abilities of his small opponent as quite good for ordinary people. If the fight wasn't stopped, Su Xiaobai's position would be exposed, so the young man decided to end it by raising his fist in front of the squid. Wang Xiu, who was waiting for Xiaobai, hoped for his well-being, because if the boy died, he would not receive the throne, and Li Xin spoke of Pinger's strength. And the change in the tournament system could not guarantee that he could be like Su Xiaobai, but the participant is not as simple as he seemed. While talking with the girls, Lan Qin recalled the first day when the guy found himself in the Star Spirit Garden. Everyone listened attentively to how Su Xiaobai was an extremely self-disciplined young man back then. The guy went to bed at 10:30 and got up at 7 in the morning, strictly adhering to his schedule and doing 100 sit-ups a day. Determined to transform his own body, Su Xiaobai did 100 push-ups a day. To strengthen his leg muscles, the young man did not forget to do 100 squats. And even a long run of 10 kilometers never stopped the young man, despite the wind and rain. Lan Qin always saw energy in the guy's body, and if Xiaobai couldn't move, he would definitely die because of it. Perceiving the monster as himself, Xiaobai knew that everyone had a fighting instinct when he struck with his fist. As if not expecting such agility from the little man, the monster looked at him with all its huge eyes. Finally mustering his strength, Xiaobai struck the ghostly predator, causing its eyes to pop out. At that moment, numerous white balls appeared near the creature's huge tentacles. Jumping to the ground, Xiaobai, who was firmly planted on the ground, perceived these balls as energy received from the squid. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, attracting all the attention of the frightened guy. A terrible hand was bursting out from the seemingly dead body of the monster. A split second later, the body of a creature appeared on the surface in which human features were recognizable. Once in this world, the creature began to emit a green glow from its empty eye sockets and mouth. Su Xiaobai, who was inside, continued to watch the mysterious creature's actions with concern. Feeling the strange glow, Xiaobai didn't want to think that the monster squid was still alive. The glow emanating from it was a signal that, in the boy's understanding, the monster was sending to other predators. As if he had lost his concentration and attentiveness, Su Xiaobai watched in horror as the tentacles rapidly approached him. But suddenly, the next moment, the entire huge squid was covered with a solid piece of cold ice. Su Xiaobai, who didn't understand anything, just silently looked at the giant monster that had attacked him just a second ago. A man emerged from the shadows and walked towards the boy, talking about a ghostly predator asking for help from its own kind. According to the Ice Master, they were originally humanoid predators, but people who ate a lot of food became such creatures. Inquiring about the guest's identity, Xiaobai accused him of stealing his head and was outraged by his impudence in spying on the boy. The Archangel felt obligated to thank the young man for his help, because if it weren't for him, the fighter would now be surrounded by predators. As he left the battlefield, Xiaobai pointed out that he had no time to fight the savior due to the need to find the person he wanted to meet. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and Su Xiaobai walked confidently across the clearing, preparing to carry out his plan. After asking the Archangel about his likely actions, the young man heard the question of whether he remembered the rules of this round. A participant could advance to the next round by living outside the city for 5 days, which meant the rules allowed some flexibility for the people competing. Su Xiaobai turned around with a smile, recalling the threatening opponents, and guessed that the Archangel was referring to him now. At this time, in the forest, a black man was trying to escape from a crowd of dangerous predators pursuing him. The participant, who was saving his own life, lamented his bad luck in unsuccessfully teleporting to the group of predators. Finding himself in a certain area of a large forest, the man struck a strange magical boundary with his hand. Then, a powerful explosion thundered, which proved to be the fatal end of numerous monsters. One of these creatures lay imprinted on the ground, showing no signs of existence. Zhao Ping, standing in a clearing in the forest, looked at the results of her work, admiring its completion. Thinking about the owner who had teleported to an unknown location, the girl planned to first find him. As soon as she turned in the other direction, the bracelet attached to her arm began to emit notification signals. By positioning it as a locator given to the player upon entry, the girl knew that this was the technology's way of warning her. Xiaoping remembered Wu Yue's words about there being only one rule, which was to survive outside the city in your area for 5 days. The girl wandering through the forest knew that it was forbidden to go beyond the field, otherwise the player would be excluded from the game. Once in the tree, Xiaoping surveyed her surroundings and jumped down to the ground. While the girl was flying to the surface, she thought about the guests, mentally begging them to wait for her. Finding herself in a forest clearing a second later, Xiaobai's guard confidently walked forward, unaware of her pursuit. The strange man standing on the tree branch, his face slightly revealed, was delighted to discover the girl who had finally come into his field of vision. Suddenly, a booming and mysterious noise began to come from the forest, as if new predators were there. Xiaoping, who was walking quickly forward, heard a strange sound, but did not stop her journey through the dark forest. The strange sounds frightened the poor girl, who looked around anxiously in the hope of passing peacefully. Braking sharply, Xiaoping ducked and looked to the side, calling out to her pursuer. The girl demanded that the still invisible ghost immediately come out into the clearing and explain the motives for the pursuit. With a smile, the mysterious pursuer, hiding the upper part of his face, asked Zhao what she wanted so much. Finally, the man jumped down from the tree branch, appearing before the girl in all his glory. The alien considered Zhao Ping worthy of being Long Ming's bodyguard, wanting to know when she found him. Zhao cautiously recounted how she had noticed the guest from the very beginning and also wanted to know about his intentions towards her. The mysterious man grabbed his dark cloak and decisively threw it aside, recalling the lady's master, Su Xiaobai. Remaining in camouflage, the guest, who was the electric god, asked to be taken to a guy whose death someone wished for. Not agreeing with the stranger's proposal, Zhao Ping dismissively refused him. Suddenly, the electric god began to sink into the ground, and his new acquaintance began to count 10 and 20 times. The aggressive Zhao, who was striding forward, had already counted 30 times and was talking about the gravitational field. In the process of such innovations, a man in camouflage clothing found himself in damp earth almost up to his knees. Looking down at what was happening to his own limbs, the electric god grinned and noted the lady's ability to change gravity. On the edge of the forest, where the tree branches were green and the moon was visible, large snowflakes were falling in full force. Simply because Su Xiaobai posed no threat to the Archangel, the latter could not be his rival. Mentally calling this guy an impudent scoundrel, Xiaobai couldn't understand what he wanted from him. Demanding the young man not to be nervous, the Archangel came here for the opportunity to tell him one thing. Approaching the young man, the Ice Master politely asked him to do everything possible for his own survival. As Su Xiaobai left, he glanced at this mysterious man out of the corner of his eye without answering him. Having moved away some distance, the guy decided to find out the reason why the Archangel spoke like that. In a cold tone, the Ice Sovereign announced that he wanted to kill someone in this world, Su Xiaobai. Turning to the man, the young man pointed out the desire of many individuals to kill the candidate for the post of King of the Protoss. Outraged by this misunderstanding, the Archangel himself only figured it out when Wu Yue announced the rules of the tournament, which were different from the previous ones. Due to the changed rules, the main goal has become the ability to kill Xiaobai more easily, and the person capable of changing the selection standards is no longer some mysterious person. As he headed into the forest, the Archangel told the boy that he needed to survive the first round if he wanted to be in the Garden of the Star Spirits. The young man had no idea who he had just spoken to, and he didn't understand why he had decided to help him. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai's expression changed dramatically, as if a profound thought had appeared in his mind that explained everything. He suddenly had a strange sensation of new movement, which he had not experienced before. Xiaobai began to feel an urgent need to move past the two pyramids towards the forest. Something mystical and inexplicable led the guy into the dense forest, through ancient trees, where the unknown reigned. At this time, in the forest, the electric god was in a battle with Xiaobai's companion Zhao Ping. The opponent tried to overcome the girl with his strong hand and the use of an electric charge. Zhao stepped back in time, dodging the powerful electric current directed at her by her opponent. Despite all the warnings, the lady was thrown to the side by the incredible force of the blow, tearing out two large trees in the process. Displaying all his electrical abilities, the man dealt a powerful blow to Zhao Ping. Having fallen to the ground, the unfortunate girl, almost choking, tried to cough up after such a defeat. Zhao couldn't understand how this former soldier dared to use electric shock to accelerate himself without realizing that he had the power of lightning. Having risen to her feet, Zhao, who had been injured in the battle, assessed the danger from the electric god and did not want him to meet her master. Returning to the scene of the confrontation, she saw her opponent standing strangely on his knee, with rare electric arrows writhing around him. Pulling out a knife, the villain threatened the girl because of her lack of desire to lead him. In that case, the man was going to catch Su Xiaobai along with her own corpse, and for him, they were the same thing. Zhao Ping was already here, so the electric criminal wouldn't dare touch even a hair on her master's head. People who were in another part of the forest at that time looked at the man running towards them, recognizing in him the same guy they had heard about earlier. These three fighters had just been teleported here, and one of them thought that Su Xiaobai was simply unlucky enough to meet them. One of those present, a shaved-headed warrior in armor, looked at something ahead with wide eyes of surprise. The man, rushing past at great speed and raising a cloud of dust, easily knocked down two fighters at once. Su Xiaobai, who was running, did not notice anyone around him and felt as if Pinger was in great danger. At this time, the unfortunate Zhao Ping was lying on the ground, having received numerous injuries after the battle with the electric god. Remembering her important goal of helping her own master, the girl, getting to her feet, thought how she should not have fallen. To the villain looking at his victim, the girl appeared so beautiful, but she was short-lived, like the master. With a vicious sarcasm, the criminal raised the electrified knife towards Zhao Ping, as if he regretted wanting to kill her. Hearing some strange noise from the depths of the forest, the electric god looked around and saw a stream of bright light there. The next second, someone's elbow flew at high speed into the neck of the unsuccessful killer, preventing him from carrying out his plan. A powerful stream of water coming out of the forest at a tremendous speed hit a large stone standing in a clearing. Visibly surprised, Zhao Ping could only watch from the sidelines as the miracle suddenly occurred. On the way to the forest stone, a trench appeared, as if they were preparing to launch a stream of water through it. Stopping in time right in front of the huge boulder, Su Xiaobai couldn't take his enchanted gaze off it. The young man, when the dust cleared, looked at the electric god as if he was imprinted on the stone. Having received significant injuries, the villain hung his head, not even groaning from the intense pain. Su Xiaobai, with a stern tone, did not take his eyes off the criminal, rejoicing at his prompt arrival at the scene of the battle. The eerie black crows that inhabited this terrifying forest became grim witnesses to clashes between people. Xiaobai apologized to Zhao, considering what happened to be his fault, but the girl promised to recover after resting from this ordinary physical wound. The unfortunate woman wanted to apologize for her inability to protect her master, like a bodyguard, and for him protecting her. The young man fell silent after the girl's unexpected revelations, not knowing what to say in response. Remembering the large forest area, Zhao Ping wanted to know how the owner managed to find her, and he had no secret from the girl. Su Xiaobai simply sensed that his companion was in danger, even managing to sense her location. Reacting with surprise to the guy's words about the ability to sense the place where she was, Zhao could not understand what kind of supernatural ability it was. While the boys were talking, the electric god continued to hang on the huge forest boulder. The stone seemed to contain the villain, who had received numerous abrasions on his body after a quick battle. The wind that had blown in made Zhao Ping cough while she was in the forest, wearing only thin clothes, in front of a puzzled Xiaobai. To warm the girl, the caring young man handed her his jacket, asking her to take this warm thing. The guy asked Zhao to put on her jacket and have a good rest, promising to look after her, but the girl knew that he shouldn't do that. Remembering the lady's care for herself in the last month when she was in pain for him, Xiaobai now wanted to take care of his companion himself for the next few days. Such pleasant words brought a kind smile to the girl's face, and she thanked the owner. Soon the moon in the sky was covered by passing clouds, and the sleeping boys continued to be near the trees in the dangerous forest. At this time, strange long appendages, reminiscent of the tentacles of a sea monster, appeared from the depths of the earth on the surface. A second later, mysterious roots of unknown origin rushed lightning fast towards the unsuspecting boys. Su Xiaobai, who had not slept, suddenly grabbed the pile of shoots with a quick movement of his hand, tearing them into two pieces. The boy was surprised by the automatic absorption of the electric god's energy, considering him to be pretending to be dead. Having assured him that it was impossible to simply kill him, the villain knew about the risk of dying from an elbow blow if he had not been injected with the predator substance. Remembering Xiaobai's absorption of the energy of the C-class guard Zhang Tianmen, the man also knew about the boy's progress over the past month. He could have reached B-class as well. With a malicious grin, the criminal leaned over and began to electrify himself, believing that it was too early for his opponent to rejoice. From the electric god's body, suddenly, Strong shoots began to grow, similar to those that had attacked Xiaobai earlier. The seriously frightened young man looked with horror at the devilish metamorphoses of his opponent. The villain called the terrible changes in himself his highest form. It was the strong body of a predator with SSR-class lightning. With a distraught face, the man shouted about being at the top of Class B, threatening Su Xiaobai with death. Before he could fully enjoy his own triumph, the villain received a punch from the enraged guy, who demanded that he shut up. The inability to maintain balance caused the electric god to quickly fall to the ground. With his palm outstretched in a powerful energy force, the young man prepared to strike the enemy. With another blow, Su Xiaobai seemed to seal his opponent to the ground, depriving him of the opportunity to rise to his feet. Still standing over his defeated opponent, Su Xiaobai recalled his words about being the leader in Class C. But in that case, the young man himself, who already felt enormous strength, ascended to the top of Class B. The most terrifying thing about the Dark Infinity was its great ability to take so much energy from an opponent in a moment of confusion. The electric god couldn't understand the reason why Xiaobai possessed Dark Infinity to a huge extent in just 1 month. When asking about the patient's confidence, the man in the spacesuit pointed out that the Predator potion was still in its experimental stage, and that due to its unstable effects, his life could be in danger. Subject number 1 had a high rejection rate, with a heart rate exceeding 210, but the experiment could be stopped. Experiencing discomfort, the man on the operating table refused to stop, asking the experts not to stop. Having survived the experience and acquired a strong predator body, the patient's cells were insufficiently fused with his own, and the power never awakened. The person conducting the experiment called the incident a failure for the subject. In the process of creating an artificial predator with double strength, the specialists and their client missed one thing. With a lifeless face, the expert mentioned Su Xiaobai's body, which was a crystal of Dark Infinity. Xiaobai, who wanted to ask his defeated opponent many questions, was interested in how he managed to take on the form of a predator and how he remained sane. The young man wanted to know the identity of the defeated enemy's boss, his goal, demanding to be told everything, but the electric god refused. According to the opponent's own calculations, Su Xiaobai could not be his opponent, but the one lying on the ground was curious as to why the guy was stronger than expected. Xiaobai, looking down on the enemy from above, explained this by the presence of the most extraordinary talent within himself. Suddenly, a loud thunder roared in the sky and a heavy downpour began, as if the weather was trying to prevent further interrogation. The astonished man looked at the sky and, hearing thunder, immediately remembered God, considering him to be the one who had gone over to his side. With an evil grin, the electric god asked Su Xiaobai if he knew why lightning struck during the rain. The guy, still looking down at his opponent, taking what was said as his last words, was preparing for a new attack. The electric charge in the clouds that attracts the negative charge is an electric discharge. His guard Zhaoping quickly ran towards the boy, as if trying to save him from something terrible. The frightened girl, running with all her might, screamed at the top of her voice about the danger of his planned action. At that crucial moment, lightning of incredible force struck, reaching deep into the forest. A second later, she reached the forest clearing where the boys were, hitting the defeated electric god lying on the ground. Where the man had been a minute ago, there was now a wide crater emitting smoke. Su Xiaobai, shocked by what he saw, almost flew away, unable to take his eyes off this picture. A new sight opened up before the astonished boy, which made him very scared. In the pupils of his eyes was the unfortunate Zhaoping, exhausted and hurt after being bullied by an evil enemy. The unfortunate girl, showing no signs of life, lay in the crater formed by the lightning strike. The predator easily created enough negative charge to attract lightning, and Zhao was willing to die for Xiaobai, which ruined the villain's plan, but not by much. It was as if the reborn villain considered the heavens as his helpers here, and the lightning gave him enough energy, calling Xiaobai a loser. Su Xiaobai, who was beside himself with anger, could not forgive his opponent for his aggressive act towards Pinger. Throwing himself from a height towards his hated rival, the guy armed with magic was going to destroy the predator. The electric god, who had accepted the challenge, stretched out his hands to the young man who was seeking his death, as he himself thought. The sharp shoots from the predator's body inflicted bloody wounds on Xiaobai, but these bites did not become an obstacle for him on the path to revenge. Letting out wild cries of indignation, the young man tried to break through to his forest enemy. Considering his opponent crazy, the enraged electric god was amazed at his attempt to strike, despite the attack being directed at himself. Before this thought could even cross the villain's mind, Su Xiaobai's powerful fist sank into his blue face. The next moment, the opponents fell to the ground, continuing their fierce struggle with each other. The punch he received left a dent mixed with blood on the electric god's face. After another blow, the villain flew to the side, breaking fragments as he went and falling down with a crash. Filled with hatred for his enemy, Xiaobai raised his fist, preparing to unleash all his strength on him. A huge cloud of dust formed in the crater after the collision of the two guys. Rocks were flying around and the earth was rumbling. When everything cleared up, Su Xiaobai was still standing in the crater. The unfortunate Zhao Ping was lying there, and the electric villain, who had suffered another defeat, was still there. The body of the broken predator was as if laid head down in the ground, and smoke was coming out of it. Determined to fight, Su Xiaobai didn't care who this predator was or what forces stood behind him. The brave guy, clenching his fists furiously, threatened to find all these opponents one after another. From now on, the young man was going to be guided only by such rules in the fight as an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The same clots of energy that had been there before suddenly began to appear near the electric god's body. Su Xiaobai was still himself, albeit a little tired after the tough battle with the predator. Suddenly, the guy began to change. His gaze seemed to become insane from the influence of some extraterrestrial forces. Unable to maintain his own body's balance, Su Xiaobai collapsed to the ground, barely conscious. The boy, who had received a lot of damage in the battle, closed his eyes and dozed off, feeling a loss of strength. As the rain continued, Xiaobai, who had won a serious battle, and his unfortunate companion Zhao Ping lay next to each other on the wet ground. A young man, catching his breath after training, received an offer from a girl to freshen up. Reminded of the dangerous trials, Zhao wondered how her master had decided to actually participate. Not understanding the meaning of such a question, Xiaobai thought that they all wanted to see his participation, and the girl, as a bodyguard, was among the others who wanted this. Looking at the young man with concern, Zhao, as his personal friend, did not want him to get hurt in the upcoming competition. The surprised young man thought that others perceived him as an instrument of Long Ming's revenge, but Pinar cared for her master with all her heart. According to the girl, Pinar was not one of the Protoss guards, and therefore also had the right to submit an application. Casting a romantic glance at the young man, Pinar promised to go with the owner so she wouldn't have to worry about him. A bright moon shone in the dark sky, precipitation was falling, and lights were burning in the windows of the large palace. The girl walking around the room told about the failure of the operation and the disappearance of Li Yi's signal. Knowing about Li Yi's strength, the lady considered it impossible for him to lose to a stranger, doubting the reliability of the information from the man. The man talking to her did not rule out the possibility of missing the current situation. In the man's opinion, there could be someone else behind the stranger, their unexpectedly brilliant advisor. Reacting with surprise to the man's words, the girl assumed that only 4 bodyguards were present with the enemy. Since this was not something they should be concerned about, the man sternly reminded them of the 4 days left until the start of the selection, demanding that Li Yi's corpse be returned. In a clearing in the forest, under the pouring rain, Mu Yuanyuan stood and looked at the unconscious Zhao Ping and Su Xiaobai. With her arms crossed, the girl watched with an indifferent gaze as the people defeated one of the strong enemies. Determined to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate Xiaobai and subsequently break off the engagement, the villainess approached the guy. Mu Yuanyuan had already raised both hands to strike, spreading her fingers, in order to get rid of the heavy load once and for all. Having lost a lot of strength in a fierce confrontation with the electric god, the guy was unconscious. As if to justify herself, Yuan asked the young man not to blame her, but such was his fate with her. After uttering these words, the villainess stretched out her hand to kill the unfortunate young man. With a strong movement, the girl grabbed her heart with her hand, after which it was unclear how everything would happen with her boyfriend. Mu Yuanyuan defeated one of the monsters that appeared in this clearing, and it could no longer harm her. Nearby were numerous monstrous creatures with lifeless looks approaching the girl. The lady asked in an indifferent tone about attracting predators, as if she knew nothing about it. Yuan turned around as if someone was trying to get her attention in their direction. Addressing Su Xiaobai, the girl explained her help to him by the guy's lack of ability to fight the enemies himself. After that, one after another, she destroyed the forest monsters, who had no chance of winning. The last monster could only see the girl's strong boot in front of him, which did not give him a single chance of survival. In the midst of a defeated enemy horde, Mu Yuanyuan saw no equal in them, and the number of creatures also played no role. The girl immediately looked back from the noise that suddenly thundered like thunder in the sky, not expecting anything at all before that. The high rock in front of her was shattered into pieces by the impact of a monstrous extraterrestrial force. The huge paw of a terrible creature stepped onto the ground, and the noise from it went a long way from there. The huge monster wore an iron mask on its head, and a terrible stench emanated from its fanged mouth. The terrified Mu Yuanyuan looked at the previously unknown hellish creature, amazed by its enormous size. The demonic-level predator called the girl a loser and considered her attack on his minions a mistake. With a wave of his hand, the giant demon sentenced Mu Yuan to death for her misdeeds against his warriors. After this, the monster's huge paws struck the place where the unfortunate girl was. The lady, who had excellent reflexes, immediately took a safe position, thereby saving her own life. Mu Yuan flew towards a thick tree from where the giant demon-level predator was clearly visible. The brave beauty, not one to give up, lunged towards the monster to strike back. Reacting with irony to the huge predator's sluggishness, Yuan was already ready to strike him. But the demon managed to put his hand out and block his opponent's attack, and so he survived this time. Using magic, the giant predator struck the ground with an energy stream, trying to kill Mu Yuan. The corpses of small predators lay on the ground. A new crater was smoking, and the demon demanded that the girl not contradict him. She knew that the level of predator depended on the number of people eaten. From eating 100, the enemy received a ghost level, but this time he was stronger. Mu Yuan had a hunch that the enemy had consumed 1,000 people and reached the demonic level, and he was repeating the death sentence. The dangerous predator, having abruptly thrown himself down, was about to carry out a terrible sentence against his opponent. The girl watched the monster's efforts in horror, having received damage in the battle, while behind her, Zhao and Xiaobai continued to lie in the crater. Only now did Mu Yuan suddenly understand the huge demon's desire to attack precisely the two people in the funnel. Clenching his hands into fists, the predator walked down to get rid of the people he hated on his own territory. Then a loud explosion thundered, and many stone fragments began to fly apart, as if everything was lost for the people. The leader of the predators raised his huge fist, and it seemed that no one would be able to escape his justice this time. And since the people who ended up in his lair were no exception, the monster hit the ground hard with his fist. Having completed his terrifying mission, the demonic-level predator looked at the smoking craters where his victims should have been. Suddenly, something amazing caught the predator's eye, something he didn't expect to see here. Someone appeared on the battlefield who somehow managed to stop the monster's attack. The macho rhinoceros, a ghost-level predator, enjoyed all of this, including the strong and ferocious blows. He became more agitated the more he was beaten. Not wanting to abandon her still-living acquaintances, Mu Yuan remembered how Su Xiaobai had once saved her, so she would return the favor in kind. The rhinoceros, who demanded to be hit, saw this as something pleasant for himself, and the puzzled demonic predator could not understand what people had done to him. Rushing into the attack, the leader of the predators struck his new opponent, promising him the death penalty as well. With a red dent on his face, the rhinoceros felt a pleasant sensation after the blow, loving such moments. Mu Yuan, who stood to the side, knew about the macho rhinoceros's resilience, but everything had its limits, and at this rate, there was a risk of defeat. Taking a black card out of her pocket, the girl was about to enter into a confrontation and weaken the villain. The demonic-level predator was already raising his fist at that time to kill the macho rhinoceros and get rid of another opponent. Instantly appearing in front of the rhinoceros, Mu Yuan activated visual exchange mode to defend herself from the attacker. Suddenly, the demonic predator froze in place, losing the ability to move, having learned about his opponent's mastery of the control technique. But at that level, it was impossible to hold off the huge monster for more than 3 seconds, and he knew it very well. 3 seconds would have been enough to deal with the monster, at whose back another enemy was heading. A second later, the huge demonic predator was struck by a piercing blow, which left the villain unable to fight as before. The demon, who had instantly lost his ability to kill, experienced the most terrible pain as a result of the damage, but could no longer become healthy. The evil demon was attacked by the ghost-level predator Blue Phoenix, against whom he had no chance. With his body riddled with holes, the demon hurled curses. He was not prepared for such a turn of events in this fight. The monster, having rapidly lost all its strength, immediately collapsed to the ground, with Rhinoceros and Phoenix standing around it. Tired and exhausted, Mu Yuan clenched her fist and rejoiced at their joint victory over the terrible enemy. Phoenix asked not to relax. The predator was not yet dead and would soon return to consciousness. But the Arbiter had a unique ability to exploit. With its help, you can enslave creatures on your land and take their energy, and if you defeat the demon again, it will continue to supply him with power. Addressing Mu Yuan, Phoenix advised them to move away, taking advantage of the opportunity. They would not see victory anyway if they continued fighting here. The girl did not like the offer she received from the Blue Phoenix. She frowned because she did not want to go anywhere. The 4th day of the first round of Protoss Guard selection was ending, and a quiet sunset reigned against the backdrop of a huge rock. With his white shirt cut, a tired Su Xiaobai stared at one spot and called out to his companion Zhao Ping. Having risen, the young man could not understand where he was, continuing to call for his personal guard. Zhao continued to sleep soundly, as if she were unconscious, and did not respond to the guy's call. Suddenly, a small white animal, resembling a monkey, appeared near the entrance to the cave where the boys were. A low-level predator, the white hedgehog, who inhabited this territory, appeared before Zhao Pai and Su Xiaobai. The guy looked at the little predator, waving his little paws, not understanding what he was doing to the girl. Unexpectedly, the white hedgehog, approaching Zhao, tried to jump onto her body, which was still unconscious. A dissatisfied Su Xiaobai became increasingly aggressive, enraged at the white hedgehog who had laid his paws on his companion. Mu Yuan, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, demanded that the boy not scare the predator, since it was healing the boy's wounds, but the boy suspected that she had brought them here. The girl asked not to be misunderstood, but she did not want to remain in debt, because if she saw how the monsters gave up the boys, she would have nightmares. Xiaobai, who sat down next to Zhaoping, wanted to know if it was possible to cure her, but Mu Yuan doubted it. Usually, people with injuries like Zhao's don't survive long, but her pulse was normal, and Mu Yuan had never seen anything like it before. According to the lady, even if the unfortunate Zhao had regained consciousness, she would not have lived long given the very serious injuries. With great difficulty, Su Xiaobai exhaled, recalling how his companion had been injured while defending him from the monsters. Turning towards his friend standing at the entrance, the guy asked her for help for the sake of the unfortunate Pinny. Experiencing otherworldly feelings, Xiaobai felt obliged to expose the one behind everything that had happened. A month before, Longming's spirit told Xiaobai about the need to learn to use the endless darkness. But time was short. He would tell everything, and the rest was up to the young man. Longming promised training instead of sleep, urging the boy to be ready for this, but he understood everything. He couldn't let others notice everything. The surprised blonde mentor wanted to know if his protege had figured out why this was necessary or not. Having become the subject of discussion when he joined Protoss and used endless darkness, Xiaobai feared the worst if his use was noticed and considered a show-off. Longming expected a different answer, as Xiaobai sang to him, "You need to have fun to the fullest, have fun from the heart, and do whatever you want." Moreover, because of the marriage contract, Mu Yuan wanted the young man dead, and it seemed to him that Longming guessed this. If Xiaobai had signed up to participate in the selection, he would have been found out, but otherwise he might not live to see the tournament. The spirit seemed to think that the guy would only participate for the sake of a beautiful lady. Not expecting to hear this, the spirit called Xiaobai very insightful and interesting for an 18-year-old man. At the end of the first round of Protoss guard selection, the young man was still in the forest among the animals. The man Xiaobai was looking for did not follow the rules to avoid being exposed, and on the last day, he might have sent someone into the forest to remove the body and evidence. The young man was planning to set up an ambush at the crater where the electric god lay, hoping for luck in catching the villain and revealing his identity. Near the edge of the crater, there was a girl in a long dress, holding some kind of weapon in her hands. This cold weapon resembled a curved, sharpened blade with a long iron chain. The girl, who was the weapons master Mo Yan, swung and launched a chain towards the body lying in the crater. A second later, with a deft movement, she wrapped the electric god's corpse with an iron chain to pull it out of the ground. There was a loud cracking sound, and it was not even visible through the layer of dust how the chain-wrapped corpse was pulled out of the ground. The grinning Mo Yan was amazed at the weakness of the electric god, who had previously been turned into a predator. Now the girl had a great desire to meet Su Xiaobai, who took part in the selection of Protoss guards. While taking the predator's body and thinking about new acquaintances, Mo Yan did not see how a powerful stream of energy was directed from behind towards her. The first time a person tried to concentrate and release energy from the tip of a finger, he realized that it was not so difficult. Su Xiaobai had completely mastered the full power of the electric god he had defeated earlier in the confrontation. In response, the reverse side used Heavenly Inconstancy and Sacred Shield to repel the aggression. Using her SR rank ability, Mo Yan could change the type of her weapon at will on the battlefield. While telling Xiaobai about the task of removing the corpse, the girl expressed her indignation at the ambush attack by the guy, praising him for his resourcefulness. The boy, equipped with magical energy, demanded that Mo Yan name the person who was chasing him. A bolt of lightning struck the ground with incredible force as the two opponents stood facing each other in the forest. Looking at the guy who had mastered Longming's ability in just a few days and was able to release a powerful electric charge, Mo Yan realized how much she had underestimated him. Rushing towards Su Xiaobai, the weapons master intended to thoroughly test all of her opponent's abilities this time. Quickly shaping her weapon into a dragon crescent, Mo Yan attacked the boy, repeating his question about who she worked for. Feeling confident and superior, the girl ironically suggested to her opponent that he force her to talk about it. Using a burst of electricity, Su Xiaobai deftly deflected his opponent's blow with a powerful weapon, not intending to give up his position. If she decided to use weapons instead of talking to a person, then the young man will respond to the woman in the same way. As they entered the battle, Mo Yan was amazed at how Su Xiaobai made himself a weapon out of lightning to deflect her attack. An electric charge flashed across the site of their struggle, giving everything the shape of a smoke bomb. Xiaobai stood in the middle of the clearing, as if enchanted, holding two electric currents in the shape of a sword in his hands. He looked around with strong suspicion, as if expecting a trick from his rival. But the forest clearing was deserted, and his opponent, the weapons master Mo Yan, had disappeared without a trace. Somewhere in another part of the large forest, the sight of a Sky Seeker-shaped firearm gleamed, looking out for its prey. Having moved to a new location, Mo Yan took aim to deliver the final blow to her enemy. This woman was a real killer who possessed incredible shooting accuracy. She always acted without the slightest fear, knowing no hesitation in a mortal fight with other people. And when the girl began to smile, no one could understand what her true intentions were at that moment. As soon as the chosen victim relaxed for an instant, she would immediately pull the trigger, shooting the unfortunate man in the head. Having accomplished her plan, Mo Yan raised her rifle as the bullet flew rapidly towards Su Xiaobai. In the path of the deadly piece of metal stood an unsuspecting guy with two electric swords in his hands. With a deft movement of his foot, Xiaobai tossed a small pebble lying on the ground towards himself. Turning his head to the right a couple of seconds before the terrible event, the young man noticed a bullet flying towards him. The next second, that same pebble appeared near the guy's forehead, mysteriously deflecting the bullet that was flying at the speed of light. The astonished Mo Yan could not understand how her opponent had managed to change the trajectory of an ordinary pebble. Well aware of how to deal with a sniper, Xiaobai, armed with electric weapons, was now preparing to attack himself. Swinging his sword, the boy put all his strength into it, wanting to take worthy revenge on the villain who tried to kill him. Launching an electric weapon towards Mo Yan, the young man wanted her to get what she deserved. The sniper shooting enthusiast looked in horror at the deadly weapon flying towards her. The person fighting against her was already much stronger than last time, so Mo Yan, in a panic, summoned the sacred shield again. A sky-blue magic circle was formed, with flashing lightning and electric currents. Disappointed by the broken sacred shield, Mo Yan sat on the ground and, despite being a master of weapons, was left without it. The lady, who had been experiencing boundless sadness, was now faced with a real feeling of humiliation. She looked at Su Xiaobai, who was approaching her and was filled with magic, not understanding whether the guy had really become stronger than her. Turning her head, the frustrated Mo Yan was unable to parry the enemy's new attack, physical or verbal. The girl who was in the new crater, seeing how the guy took off his belt, was horrified by this act, suspecting the worst thing for herself. Reminding her of his words regarding what he should have done, Xiaobai called death an easy way out for the girl, who did not want to name the person she worked for. Mo Yan, who was trembling with fear, and whose appearance did not show her to be a villainous sniper, was horrified to hear her opponent confirm her concerns. Taking off his belt, smiling, Xiaobai spoke about the wonderful atmosphere, hoping for the beautiful lady's understanding if he suddenly did something wrong. Conveying the bodyguard's words about his attractiveness and the joy of the girls from the House of Love, the young man was confident of Mo Yan's future satisfaction. Disgraced by the defeat, the villainess did not want to be disgraced even more. Almost crying, blushing, she thought about the bad. Mo Yan screamed in fear and demanded that he not come near her, promising to tell Su Xiaobai who she worked for if that was what he wanted. This man was the elderly dean of the Academy of Sciences named Liu Jianyu, an elderly man with a cane. Surprised by what he heard, Xiaobai did not understand the dean's motives for killing him, since the old man should not care about the Protoss throne. Mo Yan asked the boy not to pay attention to the dean, since the whole matter lay in the boy's ability called Endless Darkness. Lost in thought, the young man sat down and wondered why the dean wanted to kill him because of this cutie. Mo Yan immediately mentioned the theory of her origin. The Predator's origins and abilities stem from a huge cosmic meteorite, which is protected by the Academy of Sciences. Dean used this meteorite to subsequently transform the guards into predators in order to create powerful warriors. But the experiment failed. People adopted not only the bodies of the predators, but also their bloodthirstiness, and the transformation effect itself proved unstable. It is not surprising for Xiaobai that one of these monsters sent to kill him lost. Mo Yan called the experiment a failure not because of bloodthirstiness. It was all because the meteorite's power was imperfect, and the guards did not receive the ability. But now Xiaobai considered his power to be such that it would improve the meteorite. Confirming the guy's words, Mo Yan mentioned the dean's discovery of two cores of light and darkness in the stone. If the light radiation core and darkness absorption core skill were combined, the meteorite would gain full power. Su Xiaobai understood very well that the endless darkness ability was the core of darkness. When the girl told the dean about the possibility of using the darkness core to create an artificial predator with a strong ability, Xiaobai didn't understand why he needed it. In the girl's understanding, The villain needed this to strengthen the Protoss Guard and counter the many predators outside the city. Looking away during this speech, the young man thought with disappointment about the girl who had sincerely believed all this deception. Mo Yan breathed a sigh of relief when Xiaobai announced his intention to verify her words through a friend in the academy, telling her that it was undesirable to deceive him. At the same time, the girl was surprised that the guy was not going to kill her, considering that she was a witness, and she thought that he already wanted to leave her. Xiaobai smiled ironically and perceived the lady's intonation as a reluctance to see him leave, as if she was waiting for some funny event to happen. Mo Yan, blushing, immediately began to refuse. She hadn't thought about anything like that at all. Suddenly seeing a huge fist flying towards them, the girl turned to Xiaobai in fear, warning him of tragedy. Turning to the fist, the young man stopped the rapid movement of the dangerous subject with just one movement of his hand. The demon-level predator was angry at the little man who stopped his attack because the villain had regained his strength, but there might be problems with using the power. While urging the huge monster not to blame himself for what happened, Su Xiaobai was certain that it was not his fault at all. Using his infinite darkness ability, the young man began to absorb the power of his current opponent. The demonic-level predator, completely unexpected, screamed in horror as he felt his own power rapidly lose its power. With each passing second, the huge monster lost more and more strength, losing the ability to fight its opponent. Mo Yan watched the actions of her new acquaintance with great surprise, having become acquainted with the endless darkness when the predator couldn't even strike him. Looking around, the girl noticed how not only the demon was quickly losing strength, but also how the plants around the site of the collision had suddenly withered. Witnessing what was happening, the girl was shocked by the depletion of the forest. At the same time, she was shocked by the increase in Su Xiaobai's strength several times over. The young man said goodbye to Mo Yan due to the imminent end of the final selection day and his unwillingness to waste all his personal time. The girl plaintively reminded him about the dean, so she didn't understand how she could return to the fact that the guy wanted to know what she was suggesting to get out of the situation. Mo Yan lowered her head as if feeling guilty, asking the guy to take her with him since she had nowhere to go now. Just as Su Xiaobai was about to leave, he stopped and couldn't believe what the girl said. One person was asking another about the exact number of participants who had arrived, as the time was almost up. He was somewhat surprised to learn of the 8 who remained alive from the group of 33 people who participated in the first round. The questioning Protoss Guardian, Count Dracula, was greatly disappointed by the information he received. His colleague Long Yan asked the Count not to be disappointed, as there was more pleasant news. According to the girl, 3 demonic-level predators were eliminated in the area chosen for the competition. The Archangel, grinning at the number, wanted to know who the 3 were, but guessed who they were talking about based on the available data. One of the monster liquidators, according to Count Dracula, could be the Ice Soul Eater Long Wei Yang. It could also be the famous user of the Hellfire ability, an alien from another area, Ma Fugi. Long Yan finished her colleague's suggestion by reminding him of Su Xiaobai and his incredible skill, Endless Darkness. Standing against the backdrop of the moon like the chief leader of evil, Count Dracula, having listened to his colleague's report, considered it interesting. As the clock struck midnight, the Protoss Archangel ordered the return of the mission participants due to the completion of the allotted time for selection. At the forest portal, Mo Yan was determined to go with Su Xiaobai when he asked her about it again. Mu Yuan, who was standing in the forest cave with the unconscious Zhao Ping, looked at the portal, but after the time ran out, Xiaobai did not return back. In the lost places of the Great Forest, the Ice Soul Eater was approaching the entrance to the portal. Sitting on a mountain of destroyed predators in the swamps of the dead, Ma Fugi was surprised by the end of his participation in the selection, because he had not yet played enough. And at that very time, a new inhabitant of these eerie places in the eerie forest unexpectedly approached him. Forgetting about the open portal, Ma Fugi instantly rose to his feet and looked at the creature with 2 legs and a tail standing in front of him. The warrior, feeling great bliss, thought only of his good fortune at the arrival of another predator. The creature, resembling some kind of alien from another world, pointed to Ma Fugi at the portal that had opened behind the warrior, leading to Protoss. The selection participant, who had not taken his eyes off the alien and was experiencing a vague military adrenaline rush, did not even want to think about it. Looking at the fighter with a piercing gaze, the alien asked him to pass through this portal for some of his needs. At that moment, Ma Fugi began to experience a truly amazing feeling, as if all his life was beginning to leave him. Falling to his knees, the boy complained of a powerful and piercing cold, from which at first he began to suffocate. Coming to his senses, Ma Fugi did not understand who this stranger was. Admitting that he was a demonic-level predator, but at the same time rejecting such a thought. Such creatures grew larger depending on the number of people they ate, and the alien resembled a human in build and could be a legendary teacher of the spiritual level. Tearing the wristbands off his hands, Mafugi couldn't even think about letting this predator through the portal. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to imagine. Clenching his fists tightly, the user of the Hellfire ability activated Dragon Flame and prepared for battle. With 2 fireballs in his hands, Mafugi furiously walked forward, intending to quickly subdue the spiritual predator. The alien, who continued to stand aside, assessed the boy's talents as quite good for a boy. Concentrating all his power into a stream of fire, Mafugi directed it at his opponent with the aim of completely destroying him. The fiery stream was so powerful that it completely burned the area of land directly in front of it, where the spiritual level predator was located. Admiring his strongest ability, Mafugi could turn anyone he fought into ashes with this technique. The warrior looked warily at the fog that had suddenly formed around him, gradually enveloping the young man. The guy, faced with such a mysterious attack for the first time, suddenly relaxed and let the flow of fog into himself. The deed was done, and an inexplicable phenomenon engulfed Mafugi, and he almost no longer belonged to himself as a person. Although Mafugi had been wary of the mysterious fog, when part of it ended up in the boy's body, it was as if he had become a completely different person. The unfortunate warrior stared lifelessly ahead, his eyes indistinguishable from the eyes of that same spiritual level predator. 5 minutes later, Mafugi returned to the sacred mountain arena in Protos. Under the darkness of the night, the Fire Flame Master left the walls of the space portal, returning from a mission in a dangerous forest. In front of him were the other participants of the selection, who were watching with interest the projection depicting Count Dracula. Having congratulated all the boys on passing the first round of the survival test, the Archangel asked them not to rejoice prematurely. The second round's test will be much more difficult, including for Windsword wielder Lin Yiheng, another qualifier. The remaining 8 people, which included the warrior Kolake, will take part in an elimination competition. Ultimately, only 2 soldiers out of all of them would become Protoss guards, one of which could have been the Iroquois leader Liu Junqing. With quiet joy, the changed Mafugi listened to Count Dracula talk about a month's rest for the participants and spectators from all over the city who would attend their fight when the time came. Su Xiaobai was puzzled and disappointed to learn about only a month's rest, not knowing whether Penny would be able to recover in such a short time, not noticing Mo Yan's gaze. Having announced the distribution of the participants into pairs, Dracula wished everyone good luck, and the people were perplexed, not knowing whether they would draw lots and who the opponents would be. The Ice Soul Eater, after receiving the information, was speechless, thinking about Count Dracula's words. Mo Yan, who was practically a guest at this competitive selection of guards, seemed no less puzzled. The winner of the match between Blessed Daughter Zhao Ping and Moon Maiden Mu Yuanyuan would advance to the next round, where he would face either Kolake or Su Xiaobai. To advance to the semi-finals, Soul Eater Long Weiyang needed to defeat Windsword Master Ling Yiheng, while Mafugi had to defeat Iroquois Chief Liu Junqing. As Mu Yuan studied the schedule for the new round of selection, she did not feel any joy at the prospect of defeating the injured Zhao Ping. In the semi-final round, the girl had to fight Su Xiaobai, and although he had become stronger, he could not stand up to her. Looking back, Mu Yuanyuan thought about the risk of her losing and the possible consequences after that. The girl saw her potential future rival picking his nose with an unpretentious look. Turning back, Mu Yuan suspected Xiaobai of spying on her. Outraged by his bad behavior in front of people, he believed the lady was angry with him. Not far from the Ice Soul Eater, Firemaster Mafugi stood to the side, keeping himself apart from all his fellow selectionists. Long Weiyang glanced at Mafugi out of the corner of his eye and knew that he was in the same block with the fighter, but the energy emanating from him was not the same as before. Suddenly, a mysterious smell began to spread throughout the arena, which was instantly sensed by the changed Mafugi. The fighter looked at the exit from the arena, from where a strange aroma emanated, and it seemed to him that a mysterious phenomenon was calling him to follow it. The ever-increasing incense flowed past the arena, which was located at one of the foothills of a huge cliff. Standing on the edge of the abyss, Mafugi felt as if he had searched every corner of the continent for 10 years, but had never found anything. And there was only one place where he wasn't, and that was the legendary Protoss, known for his guards. He really was in this place. People in dire need had been looking for him for a long time and had finally found him. It was the source of the Predator's origins, their source, the Gift of Lights, an incredible instrument created by the city's finest minds. Mafugi, with his eyes shining, dreamed of obtaining it, and in that case, surpassing the spiritual level. Having achieved perfection, the fighter, possessed by a strange power, wanted to become the ruler of this vast world. In the Protoss Central Hospital, Several floors high, the doctors did everything they could for their patient. Despite all the efforts of the doctors, the condition of the unfortunate Zhao Ping did not improve, and they could no longer help her. An angry Su Xiaobai, surrounded by Wang Xiu and Lang Qin, had serious doubts about the completeness of the doctor's treatment of his companion, and he asked them to calm down. The woman suddenly intervened in the conflict and demanded that her friends, who were ready for radical measures, leave the poor doctor. Su Xiaobai's bodyguard and researcher Li Xin, who prevented the doctor from being lynched, knew someone who could help the unfortunate Zhao. Wang Xiu, who immediately wanted to know the name of this savior, was ready to immediately bring him to Pingni, but Li Xin thought this was impossible. Turning to her colleague, Ling Qin was distrustful of her words about the assistant, wanting to know how strong he really was. Wang Xiu, who also didn't trust her friend's words, couldn't believe that the doctor had greater power than her. According to Li Xin, this man was not a doctor, but an S-rank guard of the second squad and the strongest person in Protoss at the moment. The powers of this mysterious man's mind are perfect, and if he had agreed to cure Penny, she would certainly have been cured. It was with a degree of sadness that Xiaobai learned of the man's disappearance without a trace after completing his business, and all searches for him had been unsuccessful. Mo Yan, who approached them, told them about a master of mind control, a Protoss guard of the second squad, ranked S, 56 years old and almost 2 meters tall. His ability was very ordinary, not N rank, but this man brought it to perfection, eventually becoming a master. Li Xin and Wang Xiu listened in surprise about this man's ability to control Protoss after Long Ming's death, but he had no interest in power. The others were no less puzzled when they learned of this man's voluntary renunciation of the right to rule the Protoss, so Dracula from the third squad became the leader. According to Mo Yan's guess, this person was currently living on the top of a snow mountain, far away from everyone. Li Xin wanted to know where the girl got so much information and why they should believe her, since it was about Penny's life. Pointing out that the dean had his own informants, which is why he knew about the guards, Mo Yan was now with new friends and had no reason to lie to them. But the mysterious man had a strange character, and it is unknown whether he would have agreed to save Zhao Ping. Li Qin noticed an unexpected change in Su Xiaobai's behavior, as if he knew what they should do now. The determined young man was prepared to seize any opportunity for the sake of his faithful companion. At the top of the sacred mountain there was eternal cold, and snow fell incessantly, blocking every road. Against the backdrop of endless cliffs, Su Xiaobai walked tirelessly across the snow-covered terrain, carrying the unconscious girl on his back. The severe cold and constant bad weather did not stop the brave young man from going with Zhao Ping to the mysterious savior in the hope of help. Finally, after a long journey, they arrived, and now the guy hoped for the rescue of his beloved companion. In front of Su Xiaobai there was a large house, near which a small white predator, the same one he had met earlier, was making a snowman. The monster, absorbed in his work, only now noticed the unexpected guests who had arrived at the house of the mysterious master. Forgetting about the snowman, the predator quickly rushed to the front door in the hope of finding salvation from people. Faster than the beast, Su Xiaobai blocked its path, reminding him of their previous encounter during the first round of selection. Knowing him as Mu Yuanyuan's pet, the boy wanted to know what the predator was doing in the mind control master's house. The creature, so frightened by such a meeting, did not know what to do with itself and stood there like frozen jelly. Xiaobai saw a man coming out from behind the wall, outraged by the uninvited visit of a stranger who was also bullying his pet. The mysterious owner of the huge house on the top of the sacred mountain approached the two participants in the conflict. To the S-rank Protoss guard of the second squad, the mind control master Mu Xiaobai was an arrogant fellow who had invaded someone else's territory. The owner of the house immediately told Su Xiaobai that he had no place on this land, hinting at the guy's departure. The youth who looked at Mu Xia was mentally amazed at his enormous strength, and the snow melted as soon as it touched the mind control master. The great guardian seemed to be surrounded by a protective mantle, and next to such a person, anything could dissolve like snow. He is very amazing. Mu Yuanyuan, who suddenly came out from around the corner, was surprised by her father's conversation, having learned about the visit of Su Xiaobai's guest, but he himself was no less amazed. Looking at the young man in amazement, the girl asked why he had come to her house. Puzzled by such discoveries, the guy himself could not believe that the girl lived in this house, and Mu Xia was her father. In his explanation to the hosts, Xiaobai agreed that his visit was rash, but for him it was a necessary necessity, so he asked to be received. In the room, the young man told her about Zhao's serious injury, and that only Mr. Mu Xia could help her, and Mu Yuan was amazed at the young man's actions for the sake of his companion. Su Xiaobai was willing to pay any price, begging Mu Xia to cure the unfortunate Zhao Ping with his incredible ability. The mind control master threw his head back and immediately refused the request for help. Mu Yuanyuan, who sat silently between her father and her acquaintance, perceived her father's answer as quite obvious. Su Xiaobai, who was not about to give up, asked for the reason for the refusal, trying to understand whether Musia's strength had been damaged by the help. For the guard, saving the girl was as easy as pie, but since Xiaobai himself was nobody to him, he saw no point in helping him. If he helped the guests, Musia was afraid that after that, everyone would start asking him for similar things, which the man did not want. Turning to her father, Mu Yuanyuan asked if she asked him for help, would he agree or not? To Mu Xia's astonished expression, the girl spoke of her reluctance to perceive her victory as undeserved in the fight against her opponent in the next round, Zhao. The Protoss guard looked at his daughter with bewilderment and did not understand the reasons why she was on the side of these people. After asking Yuan for help in undressing the patient, Mu Xia talked about the patient's cell regeneration during treatment due to his ability and the rise in temperature. Hearing the doctor's request to help remove Zhao Ping's clothes, Su Xiaobai suddenly began to blush. In an important tone, the mind control master demanded obedience to his orders regarding the girl's treatment. With 2 fingers, he touched the head of the unconscious Zhao Ping. Suddenly, without opening her eyes, the patient, who had regained consciousness after long days of silence, tried to speak. Having carefully considered the nature of Zhao Ping's illness, Mu Xia recognized her as a gifted girl. During the treatment of the patient, the Protoss guard used all his skills and powers to bring her back to life. Xiaobai closed his eyes and sincerely hoped that Mr. Mu Xia would completely cure his companion, while Yuan demanded that he not peek. Zhao Ping was still unconscious, but the master continued to heal with magical powers. Finally, after a long period of unconsciousness, the unfortunate lady opened her eyes, not understanding anything about what was happening. As she came to her senses more and more quickly, Zhao looked around with her eyes wide open, feeling an intense heat that felt like she was burning. But at the same time, Penny, who had regained consciousness, felt an unusual lightness, something she had never experienced before that day. Unable to contain her emotions, Zhao Ping screamed throughout the Mu Xia mansion, fearing for her missing clothes. Su Xiaobai, who had turned seriously red, panicked and couldn't understand what Mu Xia had done to the girl. The mind control master calmly suggested that the patient's condition had improved. Su Xiaobai bowed his head and struggled to express his gratitude to the master for his help. While pressing the switch, Yuan told the guest lying on the sofa that Zhao was in the next room, and he wanted to rest, happy for Penny. Casting a warm glance at Mu Yuan, the young man thanked her for her support today. Reminding him of the patient's status as a bodyguard, Mu Xia's daughter did not understand such tension on the boy's part. Even Yuan couldn't get here without the help of the Phoenix, and Xiaobai walked the entire way with Zhao on his back and could have died in the blizzard. When the girl asked about the need for such an act, if for the sake of Zhao the guy was risking his future place on the throne, he answered positively. For Xiaobai, Pingni is not just a bodyguard but a friend, and he once had several close comrades, but they all abandoned him. Then the young man realized that those who cared about him would always be on his side, even if the whole world rebelled against him. Penny had once risked her own life for Su Xiaobai, and now he had done the same for her. Mu Yuan lowered her head at such revelations, as if she was the one being talked about. Near the exit, the mistress of the house asked Su Xiaobai to rest until Zhao fully recovered, promising to then help him descend to the foot of the mountain, and the guy heard jealousy in her tone. Zhao Ping stood on the balcony of her room and looked at the boundless distance of the sacred mountain, where there was eternal cold and snow always fell. The embarrassed girl could not even imagine that the owner would do so much for her. Despite the endless snowy landscape, the girl remembered how the young man carried her on his back. The nearby mind control master Mu Xia, who was drinking a drink, pointed out that the strong wind could cause the girl to catch a cold. Hearing from Mr. Mu, who was still awake, about his intention to drink milk tea due to insomnia, Zhao was surprised as such a drink could make you fat. The Protoss guard immediately inquired about the guest's knowledge of the gifted caste. Hearing the strange question, Zhao Ping thought for a moment, not knowing the answer, but Mu Xia began to talk about it. Illuminated by the meteorite, anyone could gain an ability, but there was a small risk of gaining 2 abilities, and such people were called the gifted. Zhao Ping was the second such person in the memory of the owner of the mansion on the sacred mountain. She realized that he had guessed everything. With wounds like the girl's, an ordinary person would have clearly died, but she managed to survive, and Mu Xia suspected the ability of one of the abilities to grant immortality. Its name is paragenesis. As long as the person connected to her remained alive, Zhao could not die, but at this time she was in agony. For the attentively listening guest Mu Xia, all this was surprising, but he wanted to know the name of this person. The girl knew about the ability to independently choose such a personality, but she is associated with such a character. Zhao had recently learned of a talent that could sense when a person was in danger and could sense his location, but Mu Xia wanted to know who he was. Since the Protoss guard saved the girl, she agrees to answer, hoping for the man's ability to keep a secret, and he promised to remain silent. Not yet knowing how the owner of the house would react to the girl's request, she wanted him to become her master's mentor. Not expecting to hear such a request, Protoss guard Musia refused due to fatigue from training people and being very busy. Xiaoping, hearing Mr. Mu's refusal, immediately began to apologize, explaining that she simply hadn't thought about his work. Not wanting to train the young man, but considering the lengths he had come to get here, the Protoss guard was willing to do him a favor. A huge blue phoenix flew across the endless sky, soaring with its wide wings. When Xiaobai asked about their final destination, Musha asked whether he had been illuminated by the meteorite or not. Protoss has many people with abilities, often similar, based on rarity. They are divided into ranks, of which there are only 5: N, R, SR, SSR, and R. Xiaobai was amazed by Mushia's knowledge when he told him about the boy's skills. HR rank Endless Darkness and SSR rank Thunderclap, but they weren't innate. Turning to the young man, the Mind Control Master announced that he had acquired his own ability today. Having accepted the Academy of Sciences as the final destination of their journey, Xiaobai wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the institution's dean. After some time, the travelers arrived at the huge building of the Academy of Sciences, shining against the backdrop of the sun's rays. There they were met by a group of security guards in protective uniforms and with weapons in their hands, who demanded that the guests stop and state the purpose of their visit. Musia, who was striding forward, bitterly complained about his lack of recognition due to his long absence from society. But Xiaobai believed that they simply did not understand who they were dealing with. The leader of the Academy of Sciences security detachment, not hearing what old man Musia was whispering, demanded that the guests leave if they didn't need anything. This was no place for walking. Suddenly, the employees' legs gave way at that moment, to their complete surprise. Everything turned upside down before the guards' eyes, and the approaching guests looked completely different from before. The security guards hovering in the air did not understand why their bodies did not obey them, blaming the man talking to them. The leader of the squad looked at the man with surprised eyes, remembering very well how the guest had not managed to do anything at all. The Protoss Guardian, the Mind Control Master Mu Xia with a cold-blooded gaze, really did nothing at all. His companion Xiaobai also agreed with this opinion, because Mr. Mu was simply standing in place. The young man understood perfectly well that the Great Master's body was motionless, but he also knew something else. The power of reason, as if alive, filled the large space where the Academy of Sciences security staff were hovering. Remembering how the snow hadn't touched Musia's body, Su Xiaobai finally understood what was going on. The man who stood in the way of the guard and his younger companion knew that this dense, unique aura belonged to only one person. S-rank Protoss guard. Liu Jianli of the 9th Squad wanted to know the purpose of Mr. Mu's visit, as he had not been interested in the city's events for several years. When Mu Xia expressed his hope for the dean's help in awakening his friend's ability to Su Xiaobai did not believe that the old man was the dean. Surprised by the appearance of a friend at Mu Xia's, Liu Jianli didn't know where such a person came from if the guard had been living on his own for a long time, but the man asked not to underestimate his charisma, asking Xiaobai to say hello to the dean. Hearing the young man's name, the old scientist from the Academy of Sciences was amazed, not understanding how he managed to meet Mu Xia. The boy killed Li Yi and kidnapped Mo Yan. He might have known about the dean's persecution because of the Darkness Core, but who would have thought that he himself came to Liu Jianli? Approaching the old man, the boy declared his knowledge regarding the dean's meteorite, which awakens the ability, but the dean considered it difficult to deal with the newcomer because of Mu Xia. Politely but persistently, the young man asked the scientist from the Academy of Sciences to show him this mysterious meteorite. The dean, not having the personal right to dispose of it, could not do this due to the need to coordinate each use of the meteorite with Count Dracula. Promising to put in a good word with the Count if the boy was Mr. Mu's friend, the dean, as Su Xiaobai suspected, did not want the boy to gain the ability. But since it didn't work out to arrange everything in a good way, then in this case the guy is forced to act in a bad way. The sudden change right there on the spot where he was talking to Liu Jianli caused Su Xiaobai to feel truly astonished. Looking at Musha, who was approaching the old man extremely quickly, the boy did not understand what he was planning. At this time, his older comrade demanded that Liu Jianyu let him through immediately, counting on the old man's reluctance to contradict the guest. The dean's breath was taken away by the man's outgoing energy, and his mind told the scientist not to resist him. After a pause, Liu Jianyu coughed, as if he was pondering the situation. Since Mu Xia insisted, the old man then asked to follow him, and the Protoss guard thanked the dean for his understanding. As they walked along the academy corridor, the guests worried about the correctness of the route, but the old man asked them not to worry. Even though he was blind, He knew every corner here like the back of his hand. The security system here was impressive. They passed 4 checkpoints, and before each one the presence of the Dean was required, without whom nothing would have happened. The closer the meteorite itself got, the more strongly the guy's infinite darkness abilities began to react to it. The Dean slammed his cane onto the floor and stopped at the door where the meteorite was located, asking them to listen to his instructions once they were inside. But Muxia demanded that it be opened quickly. The doors hissed and began to open noisily, slowly at first, then faster and faster. When the doors opened fully, Protoss guard Muxia, his junior companion Su Xiaobai, and old Dean Liu Jianyu stood in front of the room with the meteorite. Once on the balcony, the 3 people saw in front of them a huge stone, which was that very meteorite. Muxia encountered the obelisk, which was the source of the abilities for the first time, and reacted with some surprise. At first glance, the meteorite itself seemed quite ordinary without any clearly defined features. Turning to Su Xiaobai, Muxia reminded him of his words when he explained what the problem was, and the Dean laughed softly. Light and darkness were originally whole and attracted each other, and when Su Xiaobai came into close contact with the core of light, it could react. If Liu Jianliu were to lose himself, the meteorite would merge with him, and when the old man's strength was restored over time, Xiaobai would create an army of predators with abilities. The distraught old man burst out laughing and thanked the boy for his unexpected help in presenting the core of darkness. Unexpectedly, the young man received a strong punch to the face from Muxia, the last thing he expected at this moment. Xiaobai didn't understand the reasons for the beating, and his senior comrade demanded that he not be in the clouds and listen to his elders. The Dean hoped that such a sudden turn of events would work. The young man still felt pain when he got to his feet, but Muxia asked the old man to activate the meteorite now and received his consent. At first, a golden-hued magical energy engulfed all the wires leading to the meteorite. A moment later, the huge stone itself was shining with bright lights in front of Su Xiaobai and the other witnesses. Finally, at the top of the meteorite, the main energy force was concentrated, shining like 1,000 suns. Muxia wanted to know the ability his comrade would obtain, and Dean Liu Jianyu wanted it to be rank N. For Su Xiaobai, the meteorite of incredible abilities shone with such a bright light that he was forced to cover himself with his hands. As if his strength had weakened, the young man leaned forward, and Muxia inquired about his feelings regarding possible changes. Apart from the unpleasant feeling in his eyes due to the bright light, everything was as before for Xiaobai. He didn't feel any new ability. Turning to Dean Liu, the boy called him uninterested in the boy obtaining the ability, and in order to deceive Muxia, the old man led them to a fake stone. Outraged by the guest's words, the Dean criticized him for suggesting that he had acquired the ability after a single use of the meteorite. Xiaobai, who felt nothing, wanted to know the purpose of the visit to the fake if Dean Liu was against the guest gaining the ability. In Liu Jianliu's understanding, the boy had been given some rare ability, and he spoke in such a way to show it to the old man. The guests were ready to leave if they were so disliked, but Xiaobai knew of a place nearby that served delicious milk tea, where he invited Muxia. Muxia, who only drank tea with sugar, was heading towards the exit, and Xiaobai was telling him about the option of ordering coconut pudding and herbal jelly. The old man, angry at the young man who had insulted him, mentally asked him not to think that he would not be killed if he was friends with Muxia. Seeing how the departing guests turned their backs to the old man, he began to draw his sword from its sheath. If Liu Jianyu attacked Su Xiaobai right now, even Muxia wouldn't have time to react, and the old man wanted to destroy the guy right in front of his friend. Grabbing a sharp sword, the evil old man prepared to deliver a fatal blow using the skill Endless Darkness. As if not noticing the enemy running towards them with a sword in his hands, Muxia spoke to Dean Liu in a cold tone. Turning around, the mind control master was indignant at the old man's actions, as if he had forgotten how to cross Muxia's path. Liu Jianyu, who had not expected such a turn of events, only looked at his acquaintance with a dejected expression, ending the attack at its very beginning. Quickly sheathing his sword, the dean asked the guests for forgiveness, promising not to detain them at the Academy of Sciences any longer. A frightened Su Xiaobai watched the scary old man go, amazed by the intense rage he saw in his eyes. In the boy's understanding, if the dangerous dean had not retreated, the unfortunate young man would certainly have died. At the same time, Su Xiaobai thought that Liu Jianyu looked harmless, but he had a lot of strength hidden within him. Walking alongside the boy was the mind control master and guard Muxia, who had proven today that he was the most powerful person in Protoss. On the return journey, Muxia and his younger comrade set off on the back of a huge blue phoenix, whose wings cut through the air. The Protoss guard drank his favorite tea from a container with a straw with particular passion. Su Xiaobai watched the master with admiration as he sighed with relief, noticing how he drank his favorite milk tea in one gulp. Turning to his comrade, Muxia asked to let him show off his awakened ability, since it was only the two of them now. The guy, smiling sheepishly, joked about how you can't hide anything from a man, but Xiaobai himself fooled the dean so that he wouldn't see his ability. Clutching his head, the boy had not yet tried to use the ability that had just awakened, so he was not confident in its successful demonstration. For Muxia, this was not scary, and he asked the young man not to move now. By touching the surprised boy's head with his hand, the mind control master could find out everything on his own. Having completed the action, the man closed his eyes and fell silent, analyzing the information received. Muxi felt as if he was in someone else's subconscious, where hundreds of mysterious eyes were looking at him. Thinking about everything, the mind control master suspected the connection between Su Xiaobai's ability abode and the evil spirit. Now, the man was trying to find out the rank of the skill for controlling evil spirits. But it was difficult to find an answer to this question since everything depended on the spirit cast. Looking back, Muxia felt something enormous, and it emanated great evil. Muxia, who was floating in the endless space, finally saw a silhouette in front of him with two bright lights in his eyes. It was a spirit of gigantic proportions, making the mind control master seem like a tiny grain of sand. At this time, Su Xiaobai, who was standing on the back of the phoenix, was tired of standing and asked Muxia how much longer he could remain in this position. The Protoss guard, who had been silent for a while, finally breathed a sigh of relief as if he had completed a terribly difficult task. When Muxia started talking about the guy's luck, he first thought about having a terrifying ability and receiving the gift of light from the meteorite. Muxia chuckled and called the gift of light the greatest treasure of the Protoss. But his friend's skill was also extremely rare and related to the undead, so the master taught him one lesson. The talent from the meteorite that Su Xiaobai received was called the SSR, ranked Acer Spirit by the man. Disagreeing with the guy's words about the ability's simple name, Muxi called it gorgeous, examining the marbles left at the bottom of the tea glass. Wanting to clarify, Muxia said that the Asur spirit is very strong, he has the same thoughts, and in the case of turning to him for help, there is a risk of a demon rebellion. Shocked by what he heard, Su Xiaobai could only listen to the man's warnings about using the spirit only when absolutely necessary. A month has passed since Xiaobai's new ability was awakened, and today, all the Protoss people have ascended the sacred mountain, eager to enter the arena. After all, it was the most important day of the year, so all the people tirelessly climbed the steps up, rushing towards the arena. But they were interested not only in the final competition for selection to become guards, there were more important issues. Protoss's renowned S-rank guardians will be present in the arena during today's event. The boy and girl, who stood out among the other spectators, looked with a hint of amazement at the important gentleman standing in front. The girl saw Count Dracula and Miss Wu Yue in person for the first time, having only watched them on TV before, and the boy heard about the gathering of S and A-rank guards. Being the most important person in Protoss, Count Dracula did not need to arrive early. Wu Yue thought it was right to make the people wait for him, but the guard liked to wait himself. For the Count, all the participants in the selection were like the moon. He hoped that they would not disappoint the hopes placed in them by Dracula. Feeling someone strange sitting above, the Count realized how difficult it was to remain motionless, perched on the canopy. Having gone upstairs, the guard saw Mr. Mu there and already guessed about his presence here, but he believed that such events were indifferent to the guest. The Count, remembering the guest's daughter, associated Mr. Mu's special visit to the competition with her. Without turning to face the Count, Muxia did not agree with his assumptions regarding the man's arrival. While talking about the discounts at the tea shop, the mind control master mentioned the new product in the store, a huge pearl milk tea, and was ready to share it with Dracula. The Count, holding a glass of red drink in his hand, decided to refrain from the offer because of the sugar, which accelerates aging. Being the same age as the Count, Muxia did not understand the Count's concern about appearance, suggesting that he live in the present and enjoy it. The lady approaching the talking guards was interested in the essence of their conversation. The Count, who saw her, did not understand the reason for the woman's appearance there. Milky Way faction leader and S-rank Protoss guardian of the 10th Squad, Archangel Longyan, anticipated a discussion about who would become a guardian other than her son. Reacting with a smile to the woman's strong confidence in Long Weiyang, Wu Yue couldn't understand how the candidate could be influenced by his mother's presence. Explaining her visit as simply wanting to support her son, Longyan didn't understand the lady's complaint, and Wu Yue immediately started talking about the woman who abandoned the boy along with his father. Shouting at Wu Yue, mind control master, Muxia couldn't understand the reasons why women always quarreled. The angry Archangel Longyan, sitting languidly on the podium, demanded that the participants in the conversation hold their tongues. Longyan cast a look full of indignation at the girl, angry at Wu Yue for daring to judge her. In response, Count Dracula's confidant said that she had merely reminded him of this fact and nothing more. When Longyan laughed at her opponent's supposedly busy schedule, unable to obtain S rank. Wu Yue did not see her opponent's pride in the same status. The girls in the arena didn't understand why Longyan and Wu Yue were arguing, but they had heard about the unflattering rumors about the female archangel. After retelling the rumor about Longyan leaving her child and sick husband for the chance to become the head of a certain faction, the girl heard many calling the guard a sellout. As it seemed to the arena guest, Longyan lacked any abilities, and she obtained rank S with the help of Long Ming. Remembering Wei Yang, the blushing girl pitied this warrior, considering him very handsome and sympathizing with such a mother. The man approaching the girls repeated the compliment addressed to Wayan, and they turned around in surprise. S-rank Protoss Guard and the 7th squad of the 7 Deadly Sins incarnation, Feng Mian, hoped that it was he who the ladies called handsome. The blonde beauty looked at the new guy with a look of fear, her eyes clearly reflecting the S-rank guard. Suddenly, the sweet lady had a strange feeling. Her heart began to beat faster, becoming hotter and hotter. The poor lady could no longer control herself. Unnecessary thoughts arose in her head and, unable to restrain herself, she asked for help. The friend was worried about the girl in love. The Protoss guard Feng Mian giggled, looking at the beauty, and another spectator was outraged by her restlessness. In the eyes of the representative of the 7th squad of the personification of the 7 Deadly Sins, the unfortunate girl was just a lustful maiden. An unexpected sharp voice came from behind, describing Feng Mian's words and actions as very low. The Protoss guard's expression changed as he glanced back, not expecting to hear such accusations directed at himself. As if not immediately recognizing the girl named Lisa, the guy sarcastically suggested that she too wanted to experience real pleasure now. Protoss S-rank guard of the 6th squad, Paladin Lisa, was indignant at Feng Mian's latest attempt, not understanding that it wasn't working on her. Having demanded that her colleague release the unfortunate viewer, Lisa threatened to sue him if the situation repeated itself. Even after agreeing right away, Feng Mian couldn't understand why his seduction technique didn't work on the girl. Hadn't she really fantasized about this? Not hearing Feng Mian's words, Lisa asked what he was talking about, but the shameless guard seemed to be merely admiring her beauty. The S-rank guard didn't like the guy's words and tone, so she demanded that he shut up. An innocent smile appeared on the young man's face, as if he had not said any caustic words, and the girl seemed embarrassed, as it seemed to him. Protoss guard Wu Yue raised her hand high, asking for the attention of all the people gathered in the city's arena. A loud cry rang out throughout the stadium, signaling the start of the Protoss Guardian qualifiers. After receiving the invitation to take to the sand of the arena, the participants of the event began to come out to the spectators. The incredibly excited crowd of spectators wished the selection participants good luck, urging them to try their best. 8 people, competing for the right to be called Protoss Guardians, confidently walked forward to the center of the arena. Among those present on the platform, Wang Xiu and Mo Yan shouted at Su Xiaobai, wanting to deal with their opponents instead of him. When the girls started demanding that he not return home in case of defeat, the guy could not understand what had happened to them. Seeing Li Xin's absence, the young man approached Penny about it, and the girl explained that her friend was on duty at the academy. Xiaobai suspected that the dean had deliberately delayed Li Xin, since the old man knew about her friendship with Su, and supposedly due to the lady's absence, the guy might be less collected. As Wei Yang walked along the sand of the arena, he could clearly hear the cries of his mother, who was desperately missing her son. A moment later, the mother and son's gazes met in the arena, and it felt as if they had not seen each other for many years. The worried mother saw her son's gaze and mentally expressed hope for forgiveness from her offspring. The Ice Master, with his eyes closed, remained silent, even when his mother wished him luck and spoke of parental love. To win, a participant must comply with simple conditions. His opponent must lose consciousness or remain motionless for at least 10 seconds, admitting defeat, after which the referee will announce the results. If a participant's life was threatened, Wu Yue promised to end the confrontation, hoping for the fighter's understanding. Yawning Su Xiaobai, agreeing with the rules of the competition, was about to start the tournament. Zhao looked at the young man, who seemed tired to her, attributing it to lack of sleep. Mu Xia, who was never parting with his milk tea, fearfully assumed that the guy was unwilling to listen to his advice. Calling for the participants to leave the arena, Wu Yue announced the first match of the Protoss Guardian qualifiers between 2 candidates. The championship was started by the owner of the technique Endless Darkness, Su Xiaobai, and the warrior Kolake in a long blue cloak. A small spectator in the stands wanted to know about the strength of the man in the cloak. His mother called Kolak a frequent guest at the selection, and among ordinary people he is the strongest. Warrior Kolak had been participating in qualifying tournaments for exactly 5 years now, and each time he came across a very strong newcomer. Initially expecting to fight the newly minted prodigy Long Weiyan, who could defeat him, Kolake was surprised by the battle with Su Xiaobai. Xiaobai only listened with an indifferent face to his opponent's praise for overcoming the endless darkness technique and the impossibility of a newbie's victory. Su Xiaobai suddenly raised his head with an angry expression and expressed confusion at his opponent's thoughts about him only using endless darkness. Allowing Xiaobai to absorb energy, Kolake didn't see anything unusual in this. The newbie had this ability only recently, but Kolake himself was a different matter. Calling himself a battle-hardened warrior, Kolake rushed towards Su Xiaobai with lightning speed. A mysterious portal appeared before the newcomer, and his opponent seemed to evaporate into thin air. Numerous spectators were shocked by Kolake's disappearance, marveling at his R-rank flying dragon ability. Su Xiaobai was unable to follow his opponent with the naked eye due to the enemy's abnormal speed. Su Xiaobai could absorb the energy of the endless darkness either when the opponent was dead or unconscious, or when he had to catch him. Admiring his own speed, Kolake believed in the possibility of his capture, hoping for Xiaobai's mistake to attack him, and then victory for the warrior. As if forgetting about the danger of his position and the presence of a strong opponent, the young man simply waved his arms. Realizing the long-awaited moment had arrived, Kolake decided to attack his opponent from behind. Xiaobai, as if he had found himself in the depths of his consciousness, involuntarily turned towards the warrior Kolake. Unexpectedly, the experienced fighter landed near his opponent, for some reason not daring to defeat him. The surprised people did not understand why the fighter did not attack, admitting his intention to give in to the newcomer, although victory guaranteed him a place as a Protoss guard. While people were speculating about Kolake's sudden retreat, the warrior himself nearly died of fear during the battle and was beside himself with horror. For just one moment, he felt as if he were surrounded by thousands of eyes and a piercing gaze. Xiaobai looked quite ordinary for Kolake, and the warrior did not understand where the fear came from, and the opponent was already asking why the fighter had given up when he wanted to win the fight. The angry spectators demanded that Kolake not be a coward, not give in to the newcomer, since they came here wanting to see him become a guard. Things were going badly for Kolake. If he gave in, his image as a brave man would be ruined in the minds of the worried spectators, and all the fans would turn their backs on him. Willing to take a risk, the fighter saved his trump card for Long Wei-yong and Ma Fugi, but agreed to show it to Su Xiaobai. With a smile on his face, the young man asked his experienced competitor for the guard's position, not to keep him in suspense, and to finally demonstrate this mysterious skill. Heading towards Xiaobai, Kolake promised to destroy him without the young man having time to blink. Suddenly, a multitude of different fragments appeared in the arena, terrifying with their supersonic rebounds. In Kolake's understanding, the downside of this technique was the excessive crushing of stones if overdone, but otherwise it was good. The warrior raised his fist to strike Su Xiaobai, thinking how everything had already ended for him in this selection. Having parried his opponent's attack, the guy waited a long time while he jumped around the arena to his heart's content. Kolake, who had been hit in the face, was mentally cursing and was very dissatisfied with the sixth attack directed at him. The spectators, who were not expecting this at all, looked at the battlefield in amazement, not yet understanding what had just happened. The people in the stands were terrified by Xiaobai's skill, who defeated Kolake with one blow even without using endless darkness. With a light wave of his hand, as if he had slain a butterfly rather than a man, the winner of the duel seemed to have forgotten to tell Kolake about achieving rank B last month. The defeated Kolake lay on the sand, the victor of the fight yawned tiredly, and the referee announced Su Xiaobai as the winner. Muxia, who was watching his protege, saw the tired walk of the depressed Xiaobai. It was barely noticeable, but everything pointed to Asura's imminent rebellion. According to the Protoss guard, the young man was still unable to resist the temptation to use this ability in battle. Pleased with the outcome of the duel, Wang Xiu rejoiced at Xiaobai's excellent victory in the battle, thinking about further clashes. And now, the former victor's personal guard, Zhao Ping, and the owner's daughter-in-law, Mu Yuanyuan, met in the arena. For the Iroquois leader Liu Junqing, Lord Mu's daughter and Xiaobai's bodyguard were beautiful, and he did not know the answer to the question of the Wind Sword's owner, Ling Yiheng, about who would win. Looking closely at both girls, the man considered their chances of winning to be equal in the upcoming confrontation. Mu Yuanyuan asked Zhao not to make concessions just because she received help from her father. The golden-haired girl promised her opponent to fight at absolutely full strength now. Penny had the entire stadium in front of her, and as a bodyguard, she often didn't give it her all. A cheerful Su Xiaobai wished Penny luck in her battle with another girl competing for the title of Protoss Guardian. She recalled how her master had once rushed into battle, unafraid to face off against a multitude of monsters. She did not forget the situation when they both found themselves in danger, and Su Xiaobai helped her, worrying about the girl in trouble. The faithful companion and guardian protected the girl when she herself for various reasons, was not able to do so, and Xiaobai carried Zhao to the top of the mountain. So now Penny wanted to prove to her beloved master that she was worthy of being his personal bodyguard. Mu Yuan interrupted her opponent's thoughts, offering to show off all their fighting abilities to find out who is stronger. Suddenly, an entire island appeared in front of the stunned Yuan, as if it had emerged from the depths of the earth. The equally astonished spectators in the arena watched the wonder of the world with their eyes wide open, speechless. Rising higher and higher, the island hovered above the huge arena, striking the numerous spectators with its size. People were shocked by Zhao Ping's ability to lift almost all the earth from the stadium area with a single movement of her hands. Xiaobai had no idea how much strength his guard would need to hold onto a huge piece of land. She might not be able to cope with a task that was beyond the girl's capabilities. Mu Xia, who was constantly gulping down tea, saw Zhao Ping using all her strength. She wanted to finish it all with one blow so that Xiaobai could witness her victory. As a loving father, the Protoss guard was confident in his own daughter's ability to withstand such a powerful blow. For Yuan, the scene before her eyes was not a bluff. Penny had put all her strength into this move, even though the area of land was large. Mu Xia's daughter would have had time to dodge it. Zhao at this time was causing the gravitational field to increase 100-fold in order to achieve victory in the confrontation. As she fell to the ground, Yuan was furious at her rival, who had figured out her plan and had increased the Earth's gravity to keep Mu motionless and admit defeat. The huge island at this time began to rapidly fall back onto the arena, where there were many people. Mu Yuan, who was looking at him, had no intention of giving up, no matter how hard her opponent tried now. A few seconds later, a loud sound thundered in the center of the stadium, and a huge layer of dust rose into the air. The spectators, trying to cover themselves with their hands, were shocked by the powerful impact of the boulder shattering into pieces, not knowing whether the warriors in the arena had survived. Su Xiaobai was worried about Pingni at this moment, and Wei Yan was worried about Mu Yuan. Soon, the huge cloud of dust began to clear, and a picture of what was happening opened up before the numerous spectators. They couldn't believe it when they saw Mu Yuan, who, as if nothing had happened, felt pleasant, calling the strong and fierce blows the best. Remembering the same words from the macho rhinoceros, Mu Xia guessed about their combination, as a result of which his daughter adopted the strength characteristics of the monster. The girl now also had quirks in the form of the rhinoceros's strange character when she asked to hit her again. The people present in the stands were amazed at how Mu Yuan had survived while provoking her opponent now, not knowing that battles could be exciting. Rising to her feet, the girl again felt her former consciousness. She was unharmed, but there was something she had not expected. Mu Yuan had no expectation of gravity being brought back to normal. Otherwise, the rhinoceros would not have saved her, and her opponent allowed her to dodge, seeing her refusal to give up. Something new happened, and Mu Yuan stared at it, looking with her eyes as if full of madness. The girl couldn't believe that Zhao Ping still had some strength left after everything that had happened. Having lost the ability to hold herself up in the air, Penny was rapidly falling down to where the arena and the spectators who had come to the competition were. Later, the rest of the people saw the rapid decline of the unfortunate Zhao Ping, who had lost all her strength. Not wanting his loyal bodyguard to die, Su Xiaobai wasted no time in rushing to save the girl. The guy flew to Penny, not intending to allow anything bad to happen to her today. A moment later, Zhao fell into his arms and was successfully rescued by her devoted master. As he fell to the ground, the boy asked Penny not to risk his own life like that, and the worried girl asked him to forgive her. In full view of the huge crowd in the stands, Su Xiaobai landed with Zhao on the yellow circle of the arena. With Zhao Ping unable to continue fighting in the tournament, the outcome of the round was clear to referee Wu Yue. Mo Yan was deeply sorry for Penny, who was close to winning, and Wang Xiu was also upset because the loser had trained for so long, but Lang Qin remained silent. Just as the judge was about to announce the winner of the round, Mu Yuan suddenly interrupted her with some comments. Raising her hand, the exhausted girl acknowledged the victory of her opponent Zhao Ping and admitted her own defeat. It was hard for Mu Yuan to admit, but if her opponent hadn't weakened the gravity, Mu Xia's daughter wouldn't have been able to cope and would have lost. The parent, looking at the girl with approval, called her a fine girl and was proud that she was his own daughter. Looking back at Mu Yuan, Su Xiaobai thought she was proud because the lady preferred defeat to an easy victory in the tournament. At that moment, a woman's hand grabbed the young man by the jacket and pulled him towards herself. The guy looked at his bodyguard, a little surprised as she tried to ask him something. No less tired than her opponent, Zhao Ping wanted to know if she had really won this round. With a sincere smile on his face, Su Xiaobai confirmed the fact of her victory, calling the unfortunate girl very strong. To the complete surprise of the brave young man, Penny hugged him and began cheerfully expressing words of gratitude. Su Xiaobai began to choke from the extremely tight and passionate embrace, and the lady had to apologize and loosen her grip. Mu Yuanyuan, who witnessed this sweet conversation, became angry and demanded that the couple control their tempers. Wang Xiu saw with irony how her daughter-in-law was jealous of the boys, which Ling Qin agreed with. Only Mo Yan envied the couple, finding such hugs very pleasant. At the arena, Zhao was declared the winner in her fight with Mu Yuan, who had admitted defeat. The tournament was postponed for an hour due to restoration work. Taking advantage of the break, Su Xiaobai opened a can of cold lemonade, praising both girls for their efforts. The young man spoke of the importance of not fighting over competition, something Zhao completely agreed with. Only Yuan remained silent. With her head down, as if feeling guilty, Mu Yuan apologized to the guy for not fulfilling the promise regarding fighting together at the very beginning. Despite this, the blushing girl already understood the impossibility of being equal to Su Xiaobai. The guy and Penny listened in surprise as their friend said that she was no longer against the transfer of the throne in favor of Xiaobai, and she was also thinking about an engagement. Only then did the young man notice the presence of Dean Liu nearby, who noticed the boy's success among women. Xiaobai, who had become more serious, asked the scientist not to explain his presence there by the alleged desire to congratulate the guy. He would not believe it. The dean asked him not to talk nonsense. He was not going to leave behind the way Xiaobai had humiliated him several times in front of Mu Xia. The guy himself suspected the old man of wanting to take away the core of his darkness. Before taking out his katana, Liu made sure that Mu Xia was gone and had gone out to get some tea, so they had some time until the guard returned. Threatening the young man with a cold weapon, the old man mocked, since now no one could protect him. Mu Yuan called the dean a vile old man, calling herself Xiaobai's daughter-in-law. Wang Xiu demanded not to harm the guy, but the villain mockingly asked Mu Xia to support them. Noticing Lu's serious attitude, Xiaobai pointed out that it was not an unfortunate location, and the presence of eyewitnesses when the dean would have disgraced the guards by killing the boy himself. The boy, not being sure of such a necessity for the old man, pointed to Count Dracula bringing Liu to justice, but the dean considered him only a deputy. For Liu, the Count was not the Protoss king himself, so it was certainly not for the guard to judge the evil old man. Su Xiaobai looked at Liu Jianya, puzzled, noticing the change in energy within him and allowing his grandfather to attack. The embittered dean quickly attacked the young man, calling him too young to teach the old man. Mu Yuanwen and Zhao Ping, deeply worried about their comrade, watched his latest confrontation. The Academy of Sciences villain's furious attempt to strike Xiaobai with the sharp blade of his sword was unsuccessful. Seeing the block, the dean immediately thought of the paladin Lisa, but he was not inferior to her in fencing and the guard had no reason to stop the old man. Of all the Protoss swordsmen, Liu couldn't think of anyone other than Li Si who could stop him, so he was surprised by the uninvited opponent. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of the villain, skillfully wielding a long and sharp katana. He was confronted by a bodyguard named Chun Zekin, whose very appearance alarmed the old man, indicating the need to part ways peacefully. Liu recognized one of Long Ming's bodyguards from his previous research, but he still underestimated her strength. Taking out her machine gun, Wang Xiu was happy, because they were looking for the old man, and he came to them on his own. The brave girl did not rule out that the dean could well expect them to be unwilling to defend their good master. When the call to the boss was made, Liu Jianyu was surprised to recognize Mo Yan's voice. This time, the girl did not want to take the side of her leader, who, for the sake of his selfish plans, killed many innocent people. 3 girls, determined to protect their master, warned the dean that if he wanted to harm Xiaobai, he would have to face them. Mu Yuanyuan and Zhao Ping, who were making their presence felt, also had no intention of staying on the sidelines. The young man himself watched what was happening with some confusion, as if he had not expected such decisiveness from the ladies. Liu Jianliu, who feared no one, did not consider the boys to be his opponents. They could simply die in vain in the upcoming battle. Suddenly, someone grabbed the crazy old man from behind by the shoulder when he did not expect anyone to appear in the rear. Excited, Liu recognized that silent tread and felt a touch that made his heart pound. Turning around in panic, the old man was preparing to see only him, the one who possessed such skill of stealthy approach. A suspiciously familiar man leaned over the scientist, sipping tea from a straw. Continuing to keep his hand on the shoulder of his old acquaintance, the Protoss guard asked the old man if he was afraid of anyone. In a stern tone, without taking his eyes off the dean, Mu Xia demanded that he watch his words. At this time, outside the arena, in a small forest, the famous warrior Ma Fugi was called by his brother. Ma Zhaokai couldn't find Fugi for a month, but he came to wish his brother luck, intending for him to learn a new deadly technique alone. The fighter resting near the tree remained silent, which raised questions from his brother, who suspected Fugi of lacking money, although he had previously given a little when they met. After meeting one of the predators and the resulting change in Fugi, who was no longer one, he did not recognize his brother and did not know how to behave. In a tone of astonishment, Ma Jiaokai pointed out the absence of the Hellfire seal on his brother, which could only disappear if Fugi was in mortal danger. Since Fugi had the power of Hellfire, it was sealed in a seal, but even so, the warrior could deal with demonic predators, and the brother did not understand why he removed the seal. The boy, who had not lagged behind the fighter, suggested sealing his ability again, since that way he could win again, and Fugi, who could barely stand it, already wanted to kill the unfortunate youth. Suddenly, something began to happen to Mafugi, as if his brother's words had awakened the real man within him. The devilish eyes disappeared, and for a moment the warrior became himself again, as he was before the transformation. With great effort, Fugi restrained himself and shouted, asking Jiaokai to run away, as the demon inside was very dangerous. Once again, the warrior covered his face with his own hands, trying with inhuman torment to overcome the hellish essence. A moment later, a real demon was looking at Ma Jiaokai, having taken over the body of the unfortunate warrior. The frightened boy now realized that it was not his brother Ma Fugi, but he did not know the man in front of him. Repairs to the vast arena of Protoss City were completed, and the competition to select candidates for guard positions continued. Musia, who was on the balcony with the dean, suggested that they watch the battles together without disturbing the young people, but the old man did not understand what he was supposed to be admiring. The guard almost ordered him to watch silently, and the dean obeyed, and as Xiaobai noticed, the old man became as soft as silk in the presence of Mr. Mu. The cheering spectators in the stands were delighted by the announcement of a fight between the Iroquois leader Liu Qianqing and the owner of Hellfire, Ma Fugi. Qianqing heard that many people wanted to see Fugi fight, but the Mohawk was not afraid of his opponent and would not allow him to look down on him. The demon-absorbed boy silently listened to Liu Qianqing's claims about everyone wanting to possess his skill, one of the most amazing ones in the R rank. Raising his hands up, the fighter seemed to be removing part of his mohawk for purposes known only to him. Boasting of his instant hair growth, Liu called it naturally tough, but the sharpness could also kill, and the mohawk itself was his weapon. Musha stopped drinking his tea in surprise and asked the dean's opinion on using hair as a weapon, to which he reluctantly agreed. Liu Qianqing let out a shrill scream and asked his opponent to keep his eyes open as he prepared to demonstrate his deadly technique. Following this announcement, a whole barrage of the sharpest Iroquois, who brought death with them, attacked Ma Fugi. Unexpectedly for everyone present, Ma Fugi stopped the entire stream of fire flying towards him with one movement of his hand. In the part of the arena over which the deadly Iroquois had flown, there was now only scorched earth, as if after a war. Holding his hand forward, Ma Fugi looked angrily at the much-talking opponent whom he wanted to trample into the ground. Shocked by what he saw, Liu Qianqing, signaling to the competition judge, shouted his surrender to his opponent. The equally astonished spectators expected nothing less from the fighter, and his opponent gave up after the very first blow. The referee, in connection with the admission of defeat by the participant Liu Qianqing, declared the owner of Hellfire Ma Fugi the winner. After announcing the next battle between Soul Devourer Long Weiyan and Windsword wielder Ling Yiheng, Wu Yue asked them to enter the arena. After making the announcement, the qualifying tournament judge involuntarily glanced to her left, as if something important was happening there. The place where Long Weiyan was supposed to be was empty, and the girl had thoughts about his sudden disappearance. At this time, his mother told Wei Yang about booking a table at a good establishment to celebrate his becoming a guard, suggesting that they go there for dinner after the selection. Being alone, the woman practiced her son's speech, wanting to sound more natural, and his appearance in the arena was a good chance to talk, so she wanted to improve their relationship. Standing behind the column, Long heard the mother's lamentations, believing that her son was angry with her. As Wu Yue had also said, her words could have a negative impact on her son's composure. Taking out a piece of paper, the guy began to study it, while the unfortunate mother did not know what to do, because her son was about to arrive. Wei Yan looked at a picture of young parents on vacation, with the father holding his young son on his shoulders. Turning slightly towards where his mother was standing, the guy decided to just say hello first. It wasn't that difficult. Suddenly feeling the hand of an unknown person on her, the excited woman turned around, thinking about her own son. Outraged by the lady's recollection of her son, the man was angry at her constant thoughts about her offspring, calling him ungrateful and not understanding why she was imposing herself on him. The eldest son of the Milky Way faction leader, Jin Zhongshun, was willing to keep the lady company, hoping that would be enough for her. Speaking about the young man's youth, the woman was outraged by his manner of communicating with her, demanding that he remember this. His father may have been her boss, but that didn't make the mature woman a plaything of this impudent guy. Hearing such bold words, Jin Zhongshun, lighting a thick cigar, doubted the power of his acquaintance's words. Pointing to the possible death of his father in a couple of years, Jin advised the lady to be more polite with him if she valued her work. After such words, the woman could not think positively about the eldest son of the faction leader, calling him vile and mean. It suddenly started snowing, causing Jin Zhongxun to feel surprised because he didn't know where it was coming from. But the woman understood everything. It was a chilling hurricane sent by her son Long Weiyan, who was very close. Looking back, Jin recognized him as the guy who now dared to attack the son of the leader of the Milky Way. An unknown force instantly picked him up and directed him towards the exit to the arena. A loud noise erupted from the area where the participants of the new round of confrontation had gathered, and Zhongxun flew out. The villain fell right in front of wind sword wielder Lin Yiheng, who was preparing for his first battle in the selection. A surprised Yiheng barely recognized the fallen man as the son of the head of the Milky Way faction. Their family controlled the energy sources in Protoss and competed with Longming for the throne. For the wind sword owner, it was strange to see Jin beaten up like that, looking like a coward on the outside, and suspicion fell on Long Weiyan. The mother watched her offspring as he walked towards the exit and asked him to wait a little. Not expecting to see his intercession before the impudent Jin, she was very happy with the support, because her son truly loved her. Continuing to head towards the exit, Long Weiyan responded negatively to his mother's words, not agreeing with her. Unwilling to meet his mother's gaze, the Ice Master attributed his actions to interference from Zhongxun. The jubilant crowd greeted Long Weiyan with applause and loud cheers as he entered the arena, but he seemed to pay no attention to it. All spectators were waiting for the fight between the son of the S-rank guard Long Yan and the nephew of the former Protoss king. Excited fans professed their love for the handsome Long Weiyan and, wishing him luck, were present in the stands just for his fight. Noticing the excitement of the crowd after his opponent entered the arena, Lin Yiheng was still infuriated by him. Even though he was handsome and strong, the owner of the wind sword knew how to defeat him. Lin Yiheng raised his hand and addressed the judge regarding the unexpected complaint. Pointing at Zhongxun, the warrior called him an innocent bystander, even though the injured son of the head of the faction responsible for energy resources, Long, violated the guard's principles. Because of all that had happened, the Wind Sword warrior demanded that Long Weiyan be disqualified immediately. The Ice Master's angry fans began to hurl rude remarks at Lin Yiheng, calling him shameless and someone who easily expected to win. Hearing their complaints about the Milky Way, Yiheng mockingly suggested that they continue complaining, and Dracula would not dare to turn a blind eye to everything for Weiyan's sake. The Count himself did not witness Weiyan beating Jin Zhongxun, and he turned to Wu Yue for support. Since his colleague did not see the fight, Dracula gave the order to take Jin Zhongxun to the hospital, declaring that the competition would continue. After this, Count Ling Yiheng thought of him as a madman who was willing to ruin his relationship with his sponsor for Weiyan's sake. Grabbing the ice sword after his opponent used the weapon, Weiyan, due to the lack of problems, proposed to begin the duel. Brandishing his ice weapon with all his might, Weiyan rushed straight towards the wind sword wielder, aiming to deal him a quick defeat. Lin Yiheng, who hadn't expected this, tried to ask his opponent to stop, but everything happened too quickly. With just a few swings of his weapon, Lin Yiheng was removed from the list of candidates for the position of guard by the ice execution. The winner proved to be tough and ruthless, defeating his competitor in the qualifying competition. A block of sharp ice appeared on the body of the unfortunate Yiheng, who had not yet managed to enter into confrontation. Enamored fans praised Long Weiyan, begging him to win in the next round, and the video of the fight they filmed has already garnered thousands of views. The visibly embarrassed mother could not take her eyes off her grown-up son, of whom she was so proud today. With the semi-finals about to begin, the first fight was expected to be between the Endless Darkness Master Su Xiaobai and Zhao Ping, and they were asked to prepare. Looking at his bodyguard with a sweet smile, the young man inquired about her readiness as they were next. Giggling, the girl asked her beloved master not to worry about her readiness for the fight. To Xiaobai's complete surprise, Penny raised her hand and, addressing the referee, refused to fight. Not considering them rivals, the girl told about losing all her strength in the first clash, which is why she could no longer fight. According to the puzzled guy, his bodyguard decided to do this a month ago when the opponents were announced. Surprised by what Mu Yuanyuan heard, she only heard the embarrassed Penny's words about the impossibility of hiding anything from the master. Zhao knew about the possibility of two people becoming guardians. She wanted to ensure the master would reach the finals, and now he would clearly become a guardian. In the final, victory or loss meant nothing. The strongest would be determined there. Xiaobai would be promoted to guard, but the rankings would be announced after the final round. The armored warrior was disappointed by Xiaobai's luck in losing to such a girl, and he was even ready to burst into tears. The next battle between Soul Devourer Long Weiyan and Hellfire Master Ma Fuguai will determine the winner and a new guardian. The warrior standing opposite the Ice Master raised his hand as if he was about to greet someone. Perplexed, Long Weiyan couldn't understand the strange movements of his opponent, who, in addition, didn't even try to attack. Suddenly, Ma Fugui summoned a huge pillar of fire that stretched high into the sky, as if he wanted to burn everything around him. Against the backdrop of a huge arena, a giant fire dragon reached into outer space. Su Xiaobai, amazed by the incredible sight, couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Fugi's ability that had taken shape. The Count, who watched the events in the arena with an indifferent face, considered it no easy task for a newcomer to release so much energy. Ling Huayan, who was completely calm at this dangerous moment, perceived his opponent as a self-confident man who started with a trump card. The fire dragon had regained its full form, and with hellish empty eye sockets was now looking at the Ice Master who was absorbing souls. The demonic predator that captured Ma Fugi, having assessed the enormous power hidden in the warrior's body, did not understand the reasons why it was sealed. The fiery power was incredible. It seemed that it could now devour all living things in the Protoss arena. The numerous spectators in the arena's stands admired Ma Fugi's strength, while at the same time worrying that the flames would spread to them. Wu Yue, who was beginning to worry, was ready to stop the fight due to the risk of the dragon harming people, but Count Dracula refused her request. Finally, in the next second, a powerful flame burst out of the fire-breathing monster's mouth, directed at Ma Fugi's opponent. Watching the events unconcernedly, Lin Huayan, who had not moved from his spot, asked his opponent not to underestimate him. With a single movement of his hand, he summoned a massive ice barrier, preventing the fire strike from the monstrous dragon. The ball of flame released by the magical dragon hit the ice block protecting Wei Yan. Overwhelmed by the demonic predator, Ma Fugi scoffed at his opponent's attempts to stop him, and he better not even dream of it. Determined solely to destroy the enemy, Fugi rushed into another attack on him. Eerie waves of bright flames washed across the entire yellow circle of the arena, where the warring candidates for the places of the Protoss guards were located. Numerous spectators tried to shield themselves from the acrid smoke emanating from the fire with their hands, saving their eyes. The women watched the scene unfold, unsure whether the selection participants would survive or perish in the lifeless flames. Everyone around was coughing, trying not to choke on the poisonous smoke, and only Ma Fugi was surprised to see his opponent alive. Lin Huayan, who remained on his feet, pointed out that the enemy's attack was unable to overcome the ice barrier, but he also failed to take into account two more things. Because of the barrier, Ma Fugi was unable to see everything that was happening to the figure of the Soul Devourer at this time. The Fire Master, who listened silently to his opponent, seemed not to understand anything, being greatly perplexed by everything. While the warrior was deep in thought, Wei Yan, who had flown up from the pin, thanked the barrier for the opportunity to reach the villain. Armed with an ice blade, Lin tried to strike his opponent, but he deftly dodged, praising his underestimated enemy. With hellish eyes burning, Ma Fugi raised his fist over his opponent, whom he could now fight without magical tools. That was all, in the understanding of the Fire Master, who threw the enemy aside with a powerful blow. Not having been quickly defeated, Long Wei Yan skillfully landed on the ground, still holding his ice weapon in his hands. With a visible bruise on his face, the Soul Devourer looked at his opponent, not intending to forgive him for this. From the boy's changed expression, the boy's mother realized how bad things were, because for the proud Wei Yang, a blow to himself was unthinkable. Now the young man, brandishing his weapon with all his might, was in great rage and grief at those who stood in his way. Wei Yan looked forward with wild eyes and was not going to let this go. Overwhelmed by the demonic predator, Ma Fugi watched his opponent's sweeping blows with apprehension, afraid of being caught in them. Wei Yang summoned an even larger ice barrier, the top of which was invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. The incredible power of the ice scythe's blow almost reached Ma Fugi, and it seemed that nothing could help him in the now unequal fight. By folding his palms, the fighter managed to parry the blow of the deadly scythe, which for him was the most ordinary trifle. Continuing to hold his palms close together, Ma Fugi seemed to be in a stance ready to successfully parry his opponent's attacks. The astonished Long Wei Yan couldn't understand how his opponent had managed to stop the sharp scythe with his bare hands. The Soul Eater now did not rule out that he would be forced to confront an S-rank guard. Due to the sudden attack, Ma Fugi had to rely on his own strength. He had to be careful so that others didn't guess, otherwise the guards might notice everything. He watched Fire Master Mu Xiao with great interest while drinking his favorite milk tea. The demon that had taken over the mind of the true Ma Fugi possessed the boy for the sake of Protoss. To him, he seemed the strongest of all the others, but the spirit did not want to win the selection. Long Wei Yan, who had no intention of retreating, planned to deliver successive icy blows to the strong opponent. Although the hellish spirit had no intention of winning the competition, he also had no intention of losing to the tournament's newcomer. At that moment, the fire stream and the ice storm launched by the two warriors collided with each other in a fierce confrontation. Three guys from among the spectators who came to the stadium were stunned by what was happening, as they had never seen anything like it. Wang Xiu knew how strong the fighters were, and she wasn't confident that Su Xiaobai would win if he had to fight any of them. For Wu Yue, the semi-finalists were amazing, and she considered both of them worthy of winning. The demonic predator that had swallowed Ma Fugi hadn't expected such a powerful attack from the Ice Master, but it was all for the best. The evil spirit felt that it was impossible to use Ma Fugi's body any further. Even if he gave up, no one would suspect anything, and he could go about his business in peace. The predator's relatives were unable to attack the huge Protoss before due to its reinforced guard, and it consisted of the most powerful S-rank guards, of whom there were only 10 people. Of them, 6 were in the arena. Besides the deceased Longming, there are 3 more missing. If they are not at the competition, then something happened. The Gift of Light was now barely guarded, so the villain only had to wait for the right moment to admit his defeat and disappear. Long Weiyang, who stood to the side, watched his opponent's strange movements, not understanding what he was doing. Raising his hand, Ma Fugi loudly declared to the judge his intention to surrender due to his lack of strength to fight. The Soul Eater reacted to his opponent's actions with surprise on his face, not expecting such a thing from him. Taking this as a joke, Weiyang waited for Ma Fugi to play a trump card to continue the fight, but the latter did not understand his words and did not expect to win after his opponent's strong survival. In the Ice Master's mind, his opponent was a battle-obsessed person, so admitting defeat was unlike him. With a smile, the demon thought about people who must understand the futility of efforts if there is no chance of success at all. Without turning to Long Weiyang, Ma Fugi was contemplating his admission of defeat, but his opponent, having gotten off easy, was making a fool of himself. Due to such drastic changes, the Ice Master found his competitor's behavior suspicious, since he had behaved differently in the first round. In every corner of the stands of the huge arena, the words of Ma Fugi, admitting his own defeat and declaring Long Weiyang the winner, were heard. The 2 guardians who had been promoted would be fighting in the finals, which would take place soon, and Zhao found the fight with Long Ming's nephew interesting. Su Xiaobai remembered Long Weiyang's help in the first round of selection, but he didn't understand the reason for such support, assuming that the situation was connected with Long Ming, Fire Master. Ma Fugi, whose body had been devoured by the demonic predator, left the arena and walked down the steps. Suddenly, the young man stopped, ceasing to move, as if he sensed some kind of obstacle or danger. Not knowing what to do now, Ma Fugi clearly felt the pursuit from the arena itself. Having decided to look back, the warrior saw a large man, immediately inquiring about his intentions towards himself. A tall, muscular man whose eyes were covered by his hair demanded that the fighter identify himself, as he did not believe that it was Ma Fugi in front of him. The guy looked at this stranger with some amazement, realizing that he had been exposed. Looking at the stranger with his arms crossed, the demon in the warrior's body could not understand how he knew that the man in front of him was not Ma Fugi, although he admitted that they were acquainted. Introducing himself as Ma Feyam, the stranger was not only a Protoss S-rank guard of the 8th Squad, but also Ma Fugi's mentor. After listening to the man, the demonic predator mentally rejoiced, since in the event of such an exposure in the arena, he would have been in danger. The real Ma Fugi's mentor came here alone, and the predator with his fist clenched was ready to destroy him. Without waiting for the attack, Ma Fei delivered a powerful blow to the demon's face when he was not expecting anything like that. Falling far down, the villain in the warrior's body heard the enemy's rude demand not to talk such nonsense. Confused and visibly injured, the false Fugi couldn't understand who he had encountered, as this man was violently hitting his own student's body. Throwing down the bag he was carrying to chase the demonic predator, Ma Fei rushed after the villain for revenge. As he continued to strike the attacker, the Protoss guard shouted about how far he and Fugi had gone together before. The strong warrior's blows were so powerful that the predator flew down at great speed. There was a loud noise and the villain fell to the surface of the earth, where there was a pile of sharp stones, as if hiding the demon. A second later, Ma Fei was also there, landing without any damage from a great height. The Protoss guard's gray sack, which he had let go of as soon as he began fighting the predator, continued to fall rapidly. With one deft movement, the mentor of the true Ma Fugi caught the bag, demonstrating incredible strength and reflexes. As he approached the stones, Ma Fei didn't care who was in his ward's body, demanding that he leave immediately. Having grabbed his opponent by the leg and pulled him out, the guard promised to kill him if he continued to remain in the guy's body. The predator, hanging upside down and trying to cough, looked at his opponent and perceived him as crazy. Ma Fei thought for a second and admitted to the villain that this was not the first time he had heard this about himself. Using his magical abilities, the villain demanded that the guard let him go immediately. After the enemy used witchcraft, Ma Fei seemed to be hypnotized, completely stopping moving and speaking. Having lost his rival, the predator fell to the ground with a crash because no one was holding his leg anymore. Hurt by the collision but still strong, the demon chuckled, glad to have gotten rid of the guard. Still unaware of this opponent, the false Fugi did not care, as the mentor would remain in the prison he had created forever. Where the honest Ma Fei was placed by the villain, the souls of the people eaten by the demon will gradually be able to take away all the warrior's powers. Even though Ma Fei delayed the predator a bit, he still needed to hurry to get the gift of light while the final stage of the competition was taking place. Since Xiubai had already become a guard and was closer to the throne, Long Weiyan asked him not to rejoice prematurely because Long Ming was a teacher and friend to the Ice Master. The Soul Devourer wanted to help the boy, but first demanded that he demonstrate his skills. Weiyan asked to prove the young rival's ability to take Long Ming's place, and Xiaobai now understood the reason for the Ice Master's previous assistance. He wanted to confirm the man's suitability. Having gathered all his strength, the owner of the infinite darkness was ready to show off all his incredible abilities. Black lightning erupted in the rapidly darkening sky above the Protoss arena, sending bolts of lightning flying in all directions. Lu Weiyan was amazed by the performance and was absolutely breathless, but he couldn't understand how his opponent had managed to do such a thing. The Ice Master looked at his opponent and couldn't understand how he had managed to summon real black lightning. The spectators in the stands, feeling the terrifying atmosphere, were taken aback by the realization that Su Xiaobai had such an ability. A strange feeling arose in the fighters' rivals. They felt the same terrifying energy as they had felt in the battle with them. At this time, a bolt of black lightning struck from the part of the yellow circle of the arena where Su Xiaobai was, and Weiyan stood to the side. Dean Liu only now realized that the boy had awakened an energy similar to Asura, allowing the summoning of this enormous ability. Knowing that there was no mistake, Muxia confirmed the use of Asura's power by his wards, not understanding how he managed to do this if it had not been summoned before. A seasoned Protoss guard learned that the young man had managed to combine two great abilities at once. The guy turned to Long Weiyang in an enthusiastic tone, asking his opinion regarding what he had seen, hoping that he would not be disappointed. The Ice Master truly considered his opponent to be special, since in addition to the endless darkness he inherited from Long Ming, the young man also had his own ability. Evil Xiaobai asked not to withdraw him. A month ago, he was not a worthy opponent for Weiyang, but now everything is different and the guy will not use endless darkness at the tournament. Weiyang, who could barely keep up with his opponent's speed, watched Xiaobai promise to use his own technique in the competition. After that, he raised his hand and summoned the power of ice patterns to counter his opponent. Undeterred by such a blow, Su Xiaobai used spiritual lightning to break the ice barrier summoned by his opponent. Almost falling to his feet, Weiyang remembered how in the first round the opponent was not so strong, and besides the feeling of great anxiety, the effect of his technique was unclear. Only now did the Soul Devourer notice the wound on his cheek, received from a deft blow from his opponent. Long Weiyang, who hated having strangers touch his body, seemed to have gone mad, his face devoid of any emotion. While Ling Qin was thinking about not only Xiaobai's ability to use innovations in fighting, Mo Yan thought it was right for their friend to attack the enemy, but the former stood still. To the great surprise of all the spectators present, both opponents suddenly froze and did not move in the arena. Xiaobai hoped that his opponent would understand that Weiyang's senses were under his opponent's control, so there was no point in fighting any further. With a self-confident look, the guy addressed the Ice Master, suggesting that he give up, since victory was no longer in the cards for him. When Wu Yue asked Count Dracula whether Asura's ability was to induce fear and control the senses, she received an affirmative answer. In her understanding, the spirits were not used for summoning, but the reason for the warrior's reluctance to summon Asura is unclear. The judge considered it a chance to show strength in front of the Protoss. Calling Asura an unusual spirit that Xiaobai would not tame, Dracula admitted the risk of the demon rebelling if he were to summon him. Instilling fear was a weak skill, so the threat was small. According to the Count, by combining the ability with lightning, Xiaobai would strengthen his attack, and one small wound would be enough to secure victory. Watching from his position as the owner of the infinite darkness, the Count admired the result achieved with minimal effort. The young man, who successfully used black lightning, seemed far from stupid to Count Dracula. Xiaobai didn't like Weiyang's refusal to surrender. He didn't even move from his spot, although there was no point in continuing the fight, in the winner's understanding. When Long reminded him about taking control of his senses, not understanding why his opponent did not force him to admit defeat, calling him short-sighted, Xiaobai took offense at him. It seemed to the Ice Master that if his opponent were to lose now, it would be solely because of his own softness. Surprised to hear such strange words from his opponent, Xiaobai did not understand what kind of defeat he was talking about. Suddenly, the young fighter's feet began to rapidly become covered with a crust of ice, as if a sudden frost had set in. Using the icing technique, Long Weiyang covered the entire arena where he and his opponent, who wielded black lightning, were located in ice. Su Xiaobai saw huge blocks of ice in front of him, hiding the skilled and unyielding Weiyang. The young man, upset by his opponent's behavior, did not understand his refusal to continue the fight, since he had given him the chance to simply surrender. It seemed to Xiaobai that the opponent had not taken the risk of a specific fight, but had frozen the entire arena only to immobilize the enemy. Long Weiyang remained mysteriously silent, not intending to respond to the man's verbal attacks. Realizing that his opponent was unable to hear anything, Xiaobai began shouting about personal control of his senses. Finally turning to Xiaobai, the Ice Master recognized his talent, and he was the first one besides Longming who was able to stand up to Wei Yang. But at the same time, the owner of the Endless Darkness missed one moment, and it was the warrior's sixth sense, ice. Wei Yang froze the entire arena to locate his opponent, not to immobilize him. Sharply raising his hand, the Soul Eater and Ice Master demanded that his opponent prepare for a new round. High above Long Weiyang's head, frozen particles gathered into a single hole as he summoned his deadly ice weapon to fight. This incredible weapon turned out to be an aesthetically pleasing and extremely dangerous sword with a long, sharp blade. Mother reminded Weiyang about receiving the rank of guard, not understanding why he would let it get to this point, because if the worst happened, she wouldn't know how to live. Zhaoping, who was very worried, asked her master to be careful, begging him not to put himself in danger. Admiring the enormous sword, the spectators saw it as the legendary Excalibur, the cold of which sent chills down to the bones, unaware that the weapon belonged to Wei Yang. No less astonished by what he saw, Su Xiaobai was forced to admit that he had greatly underestimated his opponent. Various shards of ice mixed with black lightning flew through the air around the young warrior's feet. While playing with the small black ball with his hands, Xiaobai also didn't want to give in due to his opponent using his full strength. The ball instantly grew into a huge sphere, and Xiaobai, looking satisfied, was ready to fight on, not doubting his triumph. Gathering all his strength, the fighter launched a large magic ball, accompanied by black lightning, towards the Ice Master. Wei Yang waved his hand to repel the attack, but he had no intention of giving up his own position in the battle. An ice sword flew straight at the spiritual sphere, summoned by Xiaobai at high speed, serving as a true death sentence for it. Both strong opponents were now deciding to find out which of them was the strongest in the Protoss arena. The boys were closely watched by all the spectators, including Mu Shi, Count Dracula, and Ling Qin allowed their mutual defeat due to equal strength. A moment later, the spiritual sphere and the ice sword collided, and an incredibly bright glow emerged, as if a star had exploded in space. The people, amazed by such a breakdown of the guns, were amazed by the power of the weapons, suddenly seeing something strange in the sky. Small white dots resembling energy clots were flying around both fighters. Meanwhile, outside the arena, someone from within the Academy of Sciences was closely watching the confrontation between Xiaobai and Wei Yang. Xiaobai's bodyguard Li Xin remembered her master's regular training for a month, and now it was showing, and if he defeated Wei Yang, his rating would be high. Suddenly, due to an incomprehensible external movement and noise, the girl could barely sit in her chair, unable to keep the food in the bag. The upset Li Xin just looked at the spilled popcorn, deeply regretting it. Having first assumed there was an earthquake, the girl suddenly saw something on the screen, forgetting about the incident that had happened a minute ago. Recognizing Ma Fugi walking down the corridor, killing the armored guards one by one, she remembered him as one of the participants in the competition. Having removed all the obstacles in the form of warriors, the villain with a completely faceless face felt the approach of an object important to him. The demon-level predator that had taken over Ma Fugi's body rejoiced at having achieved its new goal. The villain walked down a long corridor towards the metal doors behind which was hidden what he needed most. Swinging his strong arm, Ma Fugi wanted to crush another obstacle and seize his desired target. After the first blow with a fist, the iron doors were significantly bent, ready to be torn off their steel hinges in the next second. The predator's inhuman strength helped him to break down the doors without any difficulty and find himself inside the required room. Finally, the rejoicing demon reached his most cherished dream, which was the gift of light. Looking at the huge boulder, the predator was going to finally overcome the spiritual level with the help of the gift of light and become the crown of evolution. The sudden appearance of a B-rank Protoss guard from the Lightsaber Master's first squad, Commander Wu, denied access to this section by order of the Dean. The demonic predator saw the warrior raising his shining longsword over him, intending to destroy the stranger. With incredible speed, Ma Fugi grabbed the guard's face with his hand before he even had time to understand anything. Having pushed Commander-in-Chief Wu into the wall with great force, the predator hated him for wanting to distract him at such an important moment. On the face of the unfortunate guard, no longer expressing any life, only a dent remained from the villain's strong palm. Li Xin, who witnessed the murder of her colleague, was shocked by the instant death of the boy at the hands of the victorious B-rank warrior. Knowing the bandit's intention to take the meteorite, Li Xin wasn't confident in her ability to stop him if the commander-in-chief had failed. The Academy's research fellow took the job for the opportunity to escort Longming and Xiaobai to the dean, for whose sake she didn't want to risk her life. Sitting down in the chair, as if the predator was nearby, the girl was going to pretend that she had not seen anything. Long Weiyang exhaled, rejoicing at the return of his senses, unsure whether the time for the fight had run out or whether Su Xiaobai might simply let go of control. Looking up, the Ice Master saw constantly flickering clots of bright white energy in front of him. Weiyang demanded an explanation from his opponent, since he had promised not to use endless darkness, but he hadn't planned to. Xiaobai called his ability passive, and he himself had great difficulty keeping it under control. But for Weiyang, it was still the opponent's initiative to invoke the ability, and he reminded him of the return of Lun's feelings as compensation. Having a negative view of the endless darkness, the Ice Master's mother saw no chance for her son to win after the sword was destroyed. The endless darkness did not obey the will of the owner, absorbing the energy on its own. Xiaobai won, becoming stronger, and Weiyang weakened. Heading towards the exit, the woman, upset by the end of the battle, could not bear to see her offspring as a loser. A loud noise was heard, and Xiaobai and Weiyang began to look around in surprise, not understanding anything. Count Dracula and his colleague Wu Yui, who were noticeably nervous, began to have their own suspicions about what had happened. Dean Liu, who was standing next to Mu Xia, wanted to know the source of the sound, and the Protoss Guard mentioned the Academy of Sciences. From the institution, high into the sky reaching outer space, a giant beam was sent out, folding the clouds around itself. Having destroyed the roof of the Academy, a huge beam shot into the sky, striking with its unearthly power. The Predator standing near the meteorite had everything going according to plan. S-rank guards were supposed to arrive soon, but it would be too late. Holding a small flame in his palm, Ma Fugi was overjoyed at having found what he had been searching for 10 years, and after absorbing the gift of light, he wanted to surpass his current level. The Predator only brought the desired fire to his mouth, and the long-awaited goal seemed almost achieved. Li Xin, a research fellow at the Academy of Sciences, folded her fingers and performed the capture of the gift of light. The light, which at first appeared clear in outline, suddenly began to spread, and then quickly turned into a strange mixture. Just when Ma Fugi was about to swallow the artifact he desired, it almost completely evaporated before his eyes. Opening his demonic eyes, the Predator angrily saw the complete absence of the gift of light. Seeing a silhouette of a man on the left at the entrance to the room, Ma Fugi connected everything with teleportation and thought that the enemy he had killed earlier had survived. The lady, who did not want to interfere in matters that were not her business, nevertheless, as a resident of Protoss, could not indifferently watch murder and theft, which she would not allow. The angry Predator demanded to stop the empty conversation, wanting to know where the woman had teleported the gift of light. Li Xin, who had embarked on the path of fighting the demonic creature, did not consider it the work of the villain who had killed Commander-in-Chief Wu. In response, the villain instantly threw hellish chains towards the girl, significantly complicating the confrontation with himself. The frightened Li Xin almost screamed, because Ma Fugi had never used this technique in competitions. Like a boa constrictor, the chains captured the unfortunate girl, who suspected something was wrong with the enemy's dark energy, which was not like human energy. The suffocating, hellish chains of the demonic Predator quickly enveloped the research associate of the Academy of Sciences. Giving Li Xin 5 seconds to think if she didn't want to die, the villain wanted to hear about the location of the core. The choking Li Xin was not afraid of threats, since she knew what she was getting into, but the villain would not risk killing the captive, otherwise he would not know where the gift of light was. When Li Xin explained about installing a seal on the core before teleportation and blocking its connection with the outside world with a barrier, the villain stopped feeling the energy. With the last of her strength, the unfortunate girl reminded the bandit of the impossibility of finding out everything if she was killed. Having praised Li Xin for her intelligence, who was taking advantage of his weakness, the Predator agreed with the thesis about the impossibility of killing the lady, but could use torture. Hellish chains, reminiscent of the claws of a huge kraken, lifted the unfortunate captive into the air. Unable to resist such force, the research assistant screamed in intense pain. Watching the innocent victim suffer, the demonic Predator inquired about her possible desire to reveal the location of the core. The brave lady, laughing in defiance of her enemy, pointed to the place where he would never be able to find the desired core. Sensing danger to her friend, Ling Qin ran at high speed in the hopes of saving her from the evil enemy. Noticing the light coming from the Academy of Sciences, the girl remembered that Li Xin was on duty at that time and hoped for a successful outcome. Together with her, forgetting about fatigue, Dean Liu Jinliu, who knew very well where the meteorite was kept, ran like a young man. Ling Qing glanced to the right and was surprised because the scene was truly unexpected to her. She also saw Count Dracula and two S-rank guards who had decided to come to the academy because something serious had clearly happened. Numerous bats, long accustomed to accompanying Count Dracula, hurried quickly after the people. A few minutes later, Lin Qin burst into the Academy of Sciences building, where she saw a ton of corpses of the institution's defenders. While swinging her sword, she did not see the body of the unfortunate Li Xin among those killed in the battle, which left hope for the best. Raising her head, the girl noticed that Dean Liu, who had called Ling Qin along with him, was not in front. Hearing the old man lamenting about the core and the gift of light that supposedly belonged to him, the girl suspected him of confusion. Approaching the dean, Lin Qin eagerly turned her attention to a certain object that caught her interest. A man lay lifelessly on the floor, looking very much like the selection participant Ma Fugi. Jumping over the balcony, the girl rushed down, while the dean continued like a madman, repeating about the core and the gift of light. Suspecting that Ma Fugi had gotten into trouble after sneaking out of the arena to get into the meteorite hall, Ling Qin was making deductions about the hack. Looking at the wound on the warrior's body, the girl found his character strange. It looked as if the fighter had done it himself, but could have been trying to hide something. Having difficulty sitting the guy down, Lin Qin asked him to do her a favor, hoping to preserve the remnants of life in him after what had happened. Focusing on the young man's face, the girl asked him again, but this time to let her know. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai's bodyguard dealt a powerful blow to the face of Firemaster Ma Fugi, who was still unconscious. Hearing the faint cough of a man, Ling Qin was overjoyed to have regained consciousness, asking about Li Xin's fate, as he should know. While the girl was unsuccessfully trying to find out the location of her friend, she did not notice how the crazy dean with a sword approached her. Waving his weapon, he kept repeating the words about the gift of light and demanded to know where the artifact was. Lin Xin reacted in time, grabbing her katana with both hands and stopping the old man's sword. Having asked Dean Liu to wait, Qin wanted to first complete the interrogation of Ma Fugi, promising to talk to the scholar himself after that. Surprised by the girl's double blocking of his sword strikes, Old Man Liu couldn't understand how she could put the discussion of the secretary's life on the same level as the gift of light. A man in a red robe approaching the meteorite demanded that the fight stop, pointing out that the surveillance cameras were broken. It was for this reason that Count Dracula called Ma Fugi the only eyewitness, and that in the event of his death, they would not be able to find out anything. An influential Protoss guard knew someone who could get the injured warrior back on his feet. The night sky was full of moon, white snow was falling, and the windows of the large house were brightly lit. In the barely opened eye, a man in a suit and with long grayish hair was dimly visible. Soon the man could be seen much better, and he told someone who was clearly present that the victim had regained consciousness. Ma Fugi, lying on the sofa with his head bandaged, looked at the man in the suit, whose face seemed familiar to him. Ma Fugi stood up and, recognizing Muxia, began to question him, but the guard, calling the guy a worthy disciple of Ma Fei, linked his survival to his ability to get out of dangerous fights. In an attempt to get up from the sofa, the warrior apologized for his undesirability of resting any longer due to the need to save the teacher, who had been sealed by something. The sudden movements cost the unfortunate fighter superhuman effort, and everything immediately went dark in his eyes. Musha sighed with relief and compared the student and teacher, listening to the former call himself guilty and hoping to defeat the creature, but it didn't work out. Giving his hand to the boy, a certain man in red asked him not to worry about his teacher. Ma Fei was so strong that he would not die so easily. Amazed by what he heard, the injured warrior looked at the man, unable to find the words to answer him. Count Dracula asked to tell him about everything known to Ma Fugi, promising to take care of everything, if only he would not go anywhere. A full moon shone over the dense night forest, and a flock of birds flew in different directions, as if there was something strange among the trees. Li Xin, standing in the forest, tried to find someone, calling out to this acquaintance and saying that they needed to leave, otherwise they could be caught by the guards if they slowed down. The woman in purple called the person who addressed her irritated, associating this with the unsuccessful implementation of the plan. Seeing Li Xin in front of her, the strange stranger, addressing someone invisible, was surprised by his latest body replacement. Remembering the red-haired guy's previous body, the spiritual-level predator sorceress Yin Yu did not understand his change to a female one, asking if she was bored with her body. The spiritual-level predator Dark King Bass, who had captured Li Xin, did not want to leave the girl's body there, as she alone knew the location of the gift of light. By calling the sorceress Yin Yu to follow him, the Dark King wanted to act more decisively due to the acute lack of time. Suddenly, the evil spirits heard a strange noise coming from the depths of the night forest, but the mysterious guest was not yet visible. A gray, furry paw, clearly belonging to a humanoid creature, grabbed one of the pillars. A ghost-level predator, six-eared monkey. Awei was outraged by his cunning relatives who decided to abandon him when he could get lost. At this time, the guards in the house continued to investigate the circumstances of the incident, and it continued to snow outside. After Ma Fugi's story, Dracula recognized the predator that had taken over his body as a predator with the ability to inhabit another's body, the likes of which he had not encountered for a long time. But because of the city authorities, the Count could not go in search of evil. Remembering the guards Li Xie and Feng Mian, the Count entrusted them with the task of rescuing Li Xin, demanding that she be returned safe and sound. As for the dangerous predator, the Count turned around and sternly ordered that this spirit be eliminated. Quickly rising to her feet, the stern and determined S-rank Protoss guard of the 6th Squad, Li Sa, vowed to carry out her superior's orders. S-rank guard, the 7th incarnation of the 7 deadly sins, Feng Mian responded to the task more kindly, accepting it for execution. The door to the room where the Count, Mu Xia, and Ma Fugi were talking was loudly open, and the recent winner of another battle in the arena, Su Xiaobai, appeared on the threshold. The young man declared his readiness to join the people in the room in a decisive tone, and Ling Qin wanted the same. The young man explained his actions by the fact that Li Xin was his bodyguard, and therefore he was also obliged to save the unfortunate girl. Lin Qin, who was behind the guy, also wanted to help the mission participants because the missing person was her friend. Mu Xia was disappointed because Yuan was this guy's daughter-in-law, and he was worried about his imminent retirement, not wanting to see his family as guards. Dean Liu also didn't understand Xiaobai's desire to go on a mission, since, in his opinion, the guy wouldn't be able to overcome an opponent with a spiritual level. In response, the young man accused the old man of yet another bad idea, when all his thoughts were on the core, and the dean didn't care whether Li Xin was alive or not. For Li Si, the task was not particularly difficult. She saw no point in taking unnecessary risks. The guard himself promised to return the missing girl. Mu Xia asked not to suppress the boy's enthusiasm, reminding him of his rank as a guard after defeating Long Weiyan. Such a sortie would be good training for him. Having secured the support of Dracula, who did not object to Xiaobai's participation, Mu Xia asked the boys to hurry, otherwise he would grow old before he had breakfast. The Count thought his old friend was angry with him, so he thought about sending him a discount coupon for the tea shop later. Due to the rush, Dracula was forced to skip the ceremony of initiating Su Xiaobai into the guards, so he also named the boy the protector of the Protoss. Addressing the city's new guard, the Protoss ruler was about to tell him about the young man's purpose. Lin Qin held her breath at Count Dracula's words, afraid of missing important information about her master's appointment. Ma Fugui, who was lying on the sofa due to his injuries, was mentally reflecting on what was happening, not expecting Xiaobai to defeat Weiyan. Without showing his emotions, Xiaobai was overjoyed to hear that he had been assigned to the 7th Squad and had received an A rank. The gates of the enormous building rose upward, and Count Dracula continued to instruct the boys, demanding that the 4 participants in the mission work as a team. 4 participants in a mission to rescue a missing girl, whom the city's mayor had asked to be rescued, set out on their journey. During the investigation, people also discovered the direction in which the enemy was leaving, and it was heading towards the dark forest. After finding out the directions, Xiaobai explained how he had studied the map of the area outside of Protoss after the first round of the tournament, and that in addition to the unexplored land, there was a forbidden section. Anyone who ended up here never returned alive, so it was no wonder that this place was called the Guards Cemetery in the city. Lisa was amazed at the boy's excellent memory, mentally admiring how he remembered an inconspicuous forest path among thousands of paths on the map. Feng Mian, who still remained good-natured, called his comrade an interesting person, amazed at his desire to study the map in his free time. Calling on his comrades to increase speed, Xiaobai spoke of the enemy's intention to hide from the mission participants, and he could already reach the Guardian Cemetery. Following the Dark King Bass and the sorceress Yin Yu, Awei was reminded of his boredom when his comrades promised him a fight, disappointed in them. Having made a conclusion based on the signal traps, Yin Yu warned her comrades about the imminent appearance of 4 guards. Having already named 5 people, the sorceress did not object when Awei again expressed his desire to fight and asked for permission to detain the enemies. Turning to his companions, the demon who had taken over Li Xin's body asked Yin Yu to take care of the pursuers. With hellish eyes flashing, the predator wanted to entrust the huge Awei with a more important task. Awei listened to the gang leader's order with embarrassment, not daring to say anything against it. Having learned the details of the task, the monkey was upset, believing that it was being used, but the demon did not want to take any risks, intending to extract data about the gift of light from the body. This predator that has taken over Li Xin's body requires a lot of energy to concentrate, so Awei needs to carry it and protect it. As the monkey strode forward, The Dark King boss spoke of the need to quickly reach the Guardian Cemetery, where they could feel safe. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai's attention was drawn to something extremely important and unexpected, which could pose a danger to his life. A huge boulder fell from the sky onto the mission participants, and this could indicate an ambush by the enemy. Drawing her katana from its sheath, Ling Qian was about to deal with the new threat to the boys on her own. Before the stone had even landed on the surface of the earth, the brave girl cut it with 30 blows of her blade. The stone fragments were still floating in the air as Ling Qian swung her katana, demanding that the invisible enemy show himself. The girl saw how right in front of her a bright cloud of energy hit the ground where the enemy could be hiding. The sorceress Yin Yu, who finally appeared before the people, justified herself by saying she only wanted to say hello to them. That's all. The faithful servant of the Dark King boss offered the boys to pay with their own lives for passage further into the forest. Lisa was ready to take revenge on the villain for interfering with their mission, and Ling Qian, who agreed with her, would not have wasted much time getting even with Yin Yu. After asking everyone not to fuss, Xiaobai called what had happened an attempt by the enemy to delay them. It could be more than one trap, wanting to come up with a new plan, which earned him praise from Feng Man. Intending to deal with the sorceress, Xiaobai asked his comrades to break through, and in case of a new trap, they should dodge and move on without looking back. The young man wanted to catch up with Yin Yu before she reached the Guardian's cemetery and save Li Xin. Surprised by the boy's quick analysis of the situation and the creation of a new plan, Lisa called his strategy good and did not look like it was created by a newbie. Suddenly rushing forward, Lin Qian declared her intention to detain the sorceress in a decisive tone, urging her comrades to find a way to proceed further. If this was all a plot by the villains for the sake of a chance to detain the guards, then Ling Qian considered it right to continue the pursuit with stronger individuals. The girl saw how Yin Yu stood alone against four, and yet she was calm, although there was still a bit of danger. Having leaped forward with her katana in hand, Ling Qian did not want to put Su Xiaobai at risk, so she entered the fray herself. Thinking about the sequence of strikes, she slashed relentlessly with her sword in order to defeat the strong opponent. When it was time to use the Weave of Bonds technique, the sorceress only looked at the girl attacking her with some bewilderment, as if her life was not in danger. Then the dragon's teeth came into play, and an explosion thundered, worsening the situation for the sorceress who was alone. Ling Qian shouted, urging her fellow missionaries to join the confrontation to finally eliminate the enemy from the game. The remaining trio resolutely rushed forward, trying to overcome the dangerous obstacle to further passage into the forest. Looking at her rivals with cold blood, the sorceress convinced them of the impossibility of simply moving forward. Suddenly, her long locks of hair began to seem to dig through the ground beneath her feet. Su Xiaobai, who didn't expect this move from Yin Yu, recognized the technique of attacking from a distance. Using the infinity of the void, the villain lifted huge chunks of earth, trying to knock the guys off their feet. Rushing forward with lightning speed, Lisa urged her comrades not to stop, promising to deal with the witch herself. The divine light that appeared rose into the sky in a huge column, thus nullifying all of Yin Yu's efforts. Almost in shock from what she saw, the sorceress could not understand how her opponent was able to perform such a miracle. Two light entities flew past the servant of the Dark King boss at great speed, and she only watched them go. Su Xiaobai, who had successfully landed behind Yin Yu, modestly rejoiced at the mission participants' breakthrough. After this, three fighters immediately rushed into the depths of the forest, leaving behind the evil sorceress. Xiaobai promised Ling Qian that he would never die, intending to bring Li Xin back home. While not upset about the destruction of her rival's bonds, Yin Yu considered the escape of three guards at once to be extremely unforgivable. Addressing the remaining Qin, the sorceress called her guilty if, after everything that had happened, she were to lose the love of the Dark King Bass. Both women stood opposite each other and were ready to fight for the right to survive and move on. Suddenly, Lin Qian thought of another person related to the group of comrades. Remembering Dean Liu, she didn't know about his true identity, but the old man himself had been stalking the boys all this time. Only now, the embarrassed Yin Yu remembered about the fifth participant in the mission, and if the Predator's plan was thwarted due to the witch's fault, Boss would never touch her. Ling Qian breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that any predator was still just a predator. Even with the spiritual level, the Predator's thoughts remained just as squat. Visibly upset, Yin Yu doubted her rival's ability to understand her feelings, since Bass, while in Protoss, thought only of the gift of light. The Dark King was absent for a whole month and was not near the sorceress, who burst into tears because of her unhappy love. Giving vent to her pent-up emotions, Yin Yu told Ling Qian that it was impossible to understand the complexity of loneliness. Red bonds of love rose high into the sky, and flocks of birds flew far beyond the horizon. To Ling Qian, who stood guard with her katana, The enemy's heartfelt lamentations seemed like the cries of a cat at night. The sudden changes around her caused a flurry of amazement in the warlike girl. She did not expect this at all. It wasn't a scream. The sound waves themselves affected the lady's brain, and as a result, she could no longer control her own body. Also Yinyu, who didn't understand anything, didn't know about her hidden ability to do such things. The sorceress learned about the ability to influence the sound waves of her scream on another person, causing them to lose their fighting ability. Rising into the sky, the witch commanded the blades of the bonds to strike the beating heart with sorrow. Caught in the clutches of her feelings, Yinyu wished for Ling Qin to feel the intense pain of love in her heart as she should. The blades of the bonds, directed by the sorceress towards her opponent, seemed, after a moment, to be able to strike the unfortunate woman. For the first time, Lin Qin's spirit sank, and she even considered the possibility of dying like this, here on the edge of the forest. At this time, Su Xiaobai and his comrades continued their journey along the night forest paths in search of the missing Li Xin. From afar, the boys saw the huge silhouette of a huge monster, which was Wei, disappointed because Yin Yu had missed out on these three. Wei, sitting on a giant stump, told the guards how, if things had been different, he would have easily dealt with 5 fighters at once. The good-natured Feng Mian asked his comrades to leave this enemy to him alone because of his great love for monkeys. Smiling, seeing several more similar monsters at once, the guard did not seem to notice how Wei was raising his club over him behind his back. While one monkey continued to sit on the stump, its relative fell to the ground with a loud crash. Wei was good at cloning. Each copy had the same strength as the original, and he was more powerful than any demon-level predator. Just as he was about to fully enjoy his own triumph, the giant suddenly became very confused. Suddenly raising the beast club, Feng Mian urged his comrades to continue the chase, afraid of accidentally hitting them. Feng Man, who had previously been smiling, suddenly had a stern expression, and he remembered anger as one of the 7 deadly sins. A glow of insane brightness rose from the forest high into the distant sky. Its center in the forest clearing was the guard Feng Mian, next to whom were his comrades from the search group and both vase. Overwhelmed by the elements, the young man convinced his comrades that he could deal with the monkeys on his own, promising to catch up with them. For Xiaobai, his comrades seemed to have changed, becoming a different person, but Lisa pointed out the presence of 7 personalities within him, suggesting not to think about it now. Fascinated by the changes he had seen in his opponent, the monkey, having assessed his unusual strength, decided to be more attentive. The cloned Wei, who was on the other side of the clearing, asked his kinsman to be silent because of the unpleasant feelings that were occupying him. Feng Man suddenly jumped up, ending up right at eye level with the huge ape-like predator. Angered by his opponent's unexpected action, Wei asked him not to expect to see fear in his eyes. Suddenly appearing near the giant's right side, the guard delivered a deft blow to the villain's cheek. Even the Dark King Bass never hit a predator in the face, so the beast was outraged by such insolence of the enemy. Feng Mian, waving his arms and casting magic, threatened to beat Wei again and again, completely unafraid of any possible backlash. To confirm his own words, the young guard began to strike the giant, causing him pain. Swinging a huge club, Wei, quite angry, reminded his opponent that he had more than one predator in the clearing. Swinging the stick with such force, Wei seemed to want to wipe the little man off the face of the earth so that even his memory would disappear. The monster looked around with great surprise, not understanding where Feng Mian could have disappeared to so quickly. The second predator pointed out to his fellow predator the presence of a young guard behind his back. Wei looked in amazement at the guy standing on his club, amazed at how he managed to escape and at what incredible speed. Jumping up and down, Feng Mian asked the monkey not to think about such trifles because there were 6 people in Protoss who were even faster than him. The boy managed to quickly raise his leg and with a powerful blow, disoriented the huge predator, knocking it onto its side. Dropping his mace, the predator landed with a thud on the ground before the eyes of his cloned brother, while the guard continued to hover in the air. Feng Mian's eyes were burning with anger, comparing Wei to a pet that had become more docile after being hit. Soon, a bright sun began to rise behind the mountains, marking the birth of a new day in the Protoss world. The real Wei, running through the forest, asked Bass about the discovery of the gift of light, talking about strong pursuers. If they manage to catch up with Wei, then he alone will clearly not be able to cope with such a cohort of skilled fighters. Calling on the Dark King to find out the location of the core as soon as possible and then eliminate Li Xin's body. The girl herself at this time, not belonging to herself, was a puppet of the demon that had captured her. Soon she woke up in a cold field with her clothes in tatters, but realizing that she had nowhere to go, she still didn't want to die. Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared from around the corner, stretching out its terrible paws towards the unfortunate girl. Ling Qin, who arrived just in time, struck down the living dead man with her deadly blade. The astonished captive could not take her eyes off her savior, who had arrived just in time. With her katana slung over her shoulder, Li Qin demanded that the girl follow her if she wanted to live. The lady with the sword seemed familiar to Basu. He had seen her among the spectators at the competition. The girl often appeared in the depths of his memories. The Dark King lowered his head and pondered the problems that troubled him regarding the gift of light. Suddenly, the eyes of the terrifying demon lit up again, and a long-awaited thought was born in his mind. That same bright little light from the room with the meteorite, now Bas knew where to find it. The gift of light, so much desired and long-awaited, could be in the soul of the girl that the real Li Xin remembered in the depths of her consciousness. Morning came and the sun's rays increasingly penetrated the forest, which had seemed scary and frightening at night. Ling Qian seemed to be floating in the air, not very high above the ground, feeling unwell after the difficult night battle. Even despite the enormous loss of strength, the girl continued to hold the sword, not intending to give up. Wounded and barely able to speak, Qin could not figure out whether she wanted to kill her opponent or not. Yinyu seemed very unusual to be her captive, as she was still holding a weapon despite being so wounded. In the sorceress's understanding, it is not a matter of being unable to resist her scream, it is simply difficult to deal with her. Having decided the fate of the unfortunate Ling Qian, the villainess snapped her fingers, wanting to put an end to all the fun. Yinyu aimed several blades at the captive, who was unable to defend herself and wanted to hear her screams of pain. With her last bit of strength, Lin Qin apologized to her friend Li Xin, but this time she was unable to save her. The brave but unbroken girl closed her eyes after these sad and heavy words. The unusually bright glow was almost blinding. Its rays extended far ahead, illuminating everything around and nearby. There was an incredible explosion, as if a cosmic star was being reborn in the depths of extraterrestrial space. Inside the huge ball of light, the silhouette of a girl appeared with a long sword in her hands, ready for new battles. Yinyu, who had not expected to see such a thing, looked in shock at what was happening in front of her, not knowing how her opponent reflected the blades of the bonds, amazed at her strong ability. Ling Qin, who was beginning to come to her senses, also had no idea about the origin of this incredible power. Lowering her head, the girl saw a small light on her chest, which was that very force beating outward. With her energy restored, Ling Qin was once again ready to fight evil, wielding her sharp sword. Yinyu stood in front of the girl, who just a minute ago had been her lifeless victim. As if embarrassed, the frightened sorceress finally realized that the very gift of light that her Bas was looking for was in Ling Qin. After such incredible discoveries, the witch could hardly stand on her feet, and her entire being was seething. Assuming the heavens' participation and favor in what happened, Ling Qin asked her rival not to be afraid. Besides, the girl's blade was very fast. The sorceress did not even think of being afraid. At that moment, she was trembling all over with indescribable delight. In a state of wild euphoria, Yinyu knew that her rival had found the path to the happiness of her life. The sorceress, madly enchanted in her mind, embraced the Dark King Bas, whose love she wanted to gain by delivering the gift of light to him. While the miserable Yinyu continued to dream, the sober and cold-minded Ling Qin was already preparing to strike with her katana. In a stern tone, the Protoss girl demanded that Yinyu stop thinking about such stupid and unrealistic things. Brandishing her weapon, Ling Qin rushed towards the defenseless and astonished sorceress. The girls stood opposite each other. Behind Yinyu were many stumps, where until recently there had been a dense and impenetrable forest. A strong gust of force caused the companion of the Dark King Bas to stagger and fall to the side. Falling to the ground, the girl thought about the end of her life and the gift of light, which was so close and promised her happiness. Everything was so pitiful for this unfortunate lover, and even Ling Qin felt sorry for her rival at this moment. Having fallen, Yinyu, in the last glimmer of consciousness, continued to think about her beloved boss, still passionately desiring him. Several years before these events, in a certain house, Yinyu experienced unpleasant events. Then still an 18-year-old girl, she cried sadly, sitting on the sofa in just a nightgown. The man who was getting dressed rudely demanded that the girl remain silent and keep what happened in the room a secret. Otherwise, the villain made a promise to the unfortunate girl to make her life unbearable. Unable to contain her emotions, having experienced something, the beauty accused the scoundrel of lacking any humanity. The man's response to the verbal attack was a slap in the face of the poor girl, who was unable to resist due to the sweetness. Having demanded that she understand something, the villain called the girl and her mother the morning food of predators if he had not given them shelter in the evening. Talking about the large amount of money he spent on the girl's upkeep, the villain demanded that she remember his kindness. Casting a stern glance at his captive, the man wanted her to continue paying off her debt with her own body. Somewhere on a deserted street, thunder rumbled and powerful streams of bright lightning struck the ground. An exhausted Yinyu stood alone on top of a large building in the pouring rain. Someone in the depths of her consciousness asked her to take just one step, promising the end of all her miserable torment. Yinyu continued to stand in the pouring rain, and the same voice continued to insist on its terrible proposal. Closing her eyes from fear and exhaustion from thinking about what she had experienced, the unfortunate girl seemed to have decided on a terrible step. Before Yin stood this miserable world, in which she had no happiness, no love, no ordinary human warmth. Having admitted the existence of another world, the poor thing hoped that at least there she would be treated well. She was already ready to take a step into nowhere, but suddenly a man standing behind her decided to warn her against such a crazy act. A strange creature only vaguely resembling a human, called Strength, a factor capable of changing anything. In surprise, Yin looked back at the mysterious alien who was offering her to become a part of him. Opening its mouth with sharp fangs, the creature promised the unfortunate girl to give her power unseen by ordinary people. The demon carried out his dirty work, taking advantage of the exhausted girl's apathetic state. It seemed as if the downpour became even more frequent, as if it were trying to hide all human vices, and lightning flashed, illuminating the dark house where evil was. The approaching Yin with a horn on her forehead asked the man not to be afraid, who begged her not to come closer and to go away. The girl, who continued to walk with an empty look, reminded the villain of his desire to get even with him, and now she had an excellent chance to repay the debt. The mortally frightened man tried to cover himself with his hands and begged not to take his words seriously. Yin was reminded of his serious tone of demands, and the man spoke of his wrongdoing and promised to find younger people for her to eat, if only they wouldn't kill him. Regretting his lack of taste for human flesh, the creature that was once Yin, with a horn, green eyes, and elongated ears, looked down at him. The pink blades of the knots with their sharpened ends flew straight at the villain, for whom everything was already over. Silence reigned in the large, dark room. Time itself seemed to stand still in the wake of the tragedy that had occurred. The man who had bullied the unfortunate girl seemed to be nailed to the wall, having finally received his just retribution. Yin looked with a somewhat surprised gaze at the results of her now otherworldly activity. As she left this house, she thought about how she had given up her human nature for someone like him. The girl headed for the exit, but she didn't know if it was worth such a radical change. Having completed an important task, Ling Qin headed towards the former forest area where the stumps now stood, in an attempt to catch up with her squad comrades. The walking girl barely noticed how the long ends of her rival's hair began to wrap around her legs. Su Xiaobai's bodyguard looked around, puzzled, wanting to understand what was preventing her from walking normally. Looking back, Ling Qin was surprised to see Yin sitting on the ground, not having died after being struck by the sword. Complaining of feeling unwell, the sorceress spoke of the feeling as if all her memories had disappeared from her memory. With a guilty expression, Yin asked her former rival to help her. Suddenly receiving such an offer, Lin Qin was lost in thought, not knowing how to deal with this unexpected situation. And Wei, with the Dark King on his shoulder, thought about the power of the gift of light, which Bass, who already possessed enormous energy, so desperately needed. Hearing a new question from his companion, the Dark King exhaled due to his rejection of the Predator's persistent interest in strength. In Bass's understanding, Wei could not understand the characteristics of the gift of light until he himself reached the limit of his own power. Bass had gone through a lot to reach the spiritual level, and now he felt lonely from the awareness of the lack of need to strive for anything. It seemed to him that he was the strongest in the world. But this was a mistake, because the once Dark King had already lost to a young man from the human race. The monkey predator, frightened by what he heard, thought the king was joking about the defeat of the man. Confirming his own words, Bass called that opponent a true fighting genius. A few days after the end of this incredible battle, this representative of the human race founded the Protoss. It was Longming. Recalling the details of that battle, Bass did not rule out the possibility of victory, but the enemy used endless darkness. After Longming's death, Bass found his remains. But the endless darkness was no longer with the hero, and this turned out to be a big problem for the Dark King. Still dreaming of receiving the incredible power of the gift of light, Bass planned to change himself beyond recognition. With the help of the core, the villain could resist the infinite darkness, and then go beyond his capabilities and overcome the spiritual level. Looking at his old comrade, Wei thought of surpassing him, despite his incredible strength. The Dark King Bass, continuing to dream about the consequences of gaining the long-awaited power, wanted to become the strongest in the world. Finally, the travelers came to the Cemetery of the Guardians, lost in the depths of a dense forest where even the forest itself could barely penetrate. Turning to Basu, Wei suggested leaving a special mark for Yin so that she could quickly find them here. Jumping off the shoulder of the huge predator, the Dark King did not consider it necessary to do this for their companion. Bass did not believe in the girl's return because when he asked her to detain the guards, he understood that she would not be able to resist them. Unable to understand how this was possible, the surprised Wei could not believe the king's true purpose in leaving Yin, who considered them family. The ape-like predator listened in amazement to Bass, who hoped to receive the gift of light in exchange for Yin Yu. Since then, his efforts would not have been in vain. Turning to his companion, Bass attributed the word family to the human world, but predators had no need for such a thing. Heading towards the Guardian's cemetery, the Dark King called for a way to follow him, hoping to escape pursuit with him in this place. A bright beam of light shaped like a crescent moon suddenly appeared in the sky in front of the travelers. The sudden appearance of the phenomenon immediately alarmed the Dark King Bass. It did not bode well for him. Away also cast frightened glances around, recognizing in the bright column of light something evil for predators. The monkey had to quickly maneuver and kneel to avoid the deadly effects of the light. Bass and Awei, who managed to save their lives, watched as a column of light, like a saw, cut down the centuries-old powerful trees. Awei breathed a sigh of relief and considered himself lucky. If he hadn't dodged, he would have lost his head and died in the clearing. The predators looked at the abyss that appeared in the ground after the invasion of a terrible natural phenomenon. Impressed by what they saw, Bass and Awei couldn't take their eyes off the abyss that the beam of light had cut through the ground like a sword. It was no surprise to the Dark King that Yin Yu had been unable to deal with a squad of Protoss guards. The Predator and his powerful accomplice, turning away from the abyss, saw with surprise an opponent with a sword. Having reached her enemies, guard Lisa, with a combat blade, demanded that they listen to her carefully. If they crossed the line, the warrior threatened Awei and the Dark King with death without pardon. The guard's harsh words seemed very arrogant to Basu, but a representative of rank S could not defeat the Dark King. Leaping indifferently across the abyss, the demon that had taken over Li Xing's body ordered Awei to follow him. Seeing such a reaction from her opponents to her words, Lisa was ready to take active measures to punish them. A deadly beam of light appeared in the sky again, powerfully striking the ground where the monkey and the man were. The astonished Awei couldn't even follow the movements of the deadly light on the ground with his eyes. Lisa, determined to eliminate the two rivals, threatened the retreating Li Xin with her blade. Having agreed that the guard was not lying, since the girl's body belonged to a Protoss man, Bass repeated the thesis about the impossibility of killing him. Remembering the incident with Ma Fei, considering him to be ignorant, the king then created a shield based on the opponent's blow, but the current opponent is not stronger than him. Lisa has claimed, unbeknownst to her enemy, to be the best in Protoss in terms of dealing maximum physical damage. As proof of her own words, Lisa easily pierced the enemy's protective barrier with her sword. Seeing the invasion of the guard's cold weapon, the Dark King became noticeably nervous, worried about his own existence. Bass's eye burned with hellish fire. Perhaps for the first time, the demon feared for his own life. If the king had not managed to dodge, he would have been in a very bad way, and the guard could have quickly finished off the enemy. Wasting no time, Lisa was a professional in her field and swung her blade like a master, which Bass had difficulty dodging. Having finally broken through the protective barrier, the guard almost reached her opponent with her sword, but he quickly dodged the blow. Only broken glasses belonging to Li Xin's bodyguard were left lying on the green grass. Stepping aside, Bass noted Li Soi's excellent swordsmanship, considering himself lucky to not die in an instant. But Lisa didn't take advantage of the opportunity and changed her trajectory, so the villain thought that the guards also needed data on the location of the Gift of Light. The girl explained her mistake the first time by the lack of practice in wielding a sword, but Bass considered her words misleading. Suddenly, the Protoss opponent used the tip of her blade to lightly scratch the ground, as if trying to turn the fight in her favor. This incident greatly interested Bassa, who felt that the warrior was causing him further problems. Soon the small scratch turned into a chasm similar to the one in the clearing, preventing Bass's escape. Because of the foreign body, the king could not fight at full strength, so Lisa suggested that the opponent return to his own to fight, promising to deliver the next blow on target. By inciting the demon who was stomping around in one place, the guard wanted to assess the true strength of the spiritual level predator. In a mocking tone, the girl egged on the villain, calling his power only capable of moving into other people's bodies. The Dark King's response was a devilish smile, suggesting that the guard be silent. According to Bass, while he was in the body of the girl from the Academy of Sciences, Lisa would not have dared to kill him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the cunning demon tried to prove to the girl that it was impossible to deceive him with such childish tricks. Awei screamed and asked not to underestimate the predators, and since Lisa had ruined his hair with her blows, he promised not to let it go unnoticed. The king fell silent, as if he was considering his next plan of attack on the lonely guard. Awei, who was positioned in the rear, clenched his fist to attack the girl, accusing her of provocation. Looking at her opponent with an indifferent gaze, the guard hastened to refute his opinion regarding her loneliness on the battlefield. Someone stepped on the monkey's head so hard that streams of tears began to flow from its eyes. The predator looked up and saw a young man floating in the air, not yet knowing that it was Su Xiaobai, the new Protoss Guardian. Trying to get through to Li Si, the young man urged his companion to act according to their plan. Having heard her squadmate, the girl remembered their plan, so she assured him of her intention to adhere to its points. The words of his opponents made Bass think about their new ideas regarding the fight against predators. Raising his head up and seeing strange balls in the sky near the flying Xiaobai, the King of Darkness recognized this energy. This power was chosen by that same infinite darkness, now activated by the new Protoss Guardian Su Xiaobai. He could now get everything or nothing, and directed all his energy at the Dark King to instantly destroy the enemy. The young man in the air fired a series of ghostly spheres at his main opponent on the ground. Bass saw the lack of experience in his opponent floating in the air because he had spent so much energy, but only raised dust. The demon watched the enemies with a sharp, devilish gaze, among whom was a person no less interesting than Xiaobai. While he was watching the new guard, the King of Darkness completely forgot about his partner. He considered her the greatest danger to himself. It was at this moment that the always determined and stern Lisa attacked Bass with a sword in her hands. After just one swing of the blade, the demon, unable to withstand its power, flew away. Floating in the air, the Dark King assumed that he had finally managed to unravel the guard's detachment's plan. Protoss Guardian Lisa disagreed with her opponent, believing his thoughts on the matter to be wrong. It was a real miracle for the demon when he suddenly heard a certain male voice behind him. It was Su Xiaobai, who was smiling, confirming to Boss that the squad's plan had been successfully implemented. The guy grabbed the spiritual-level predator and used a jujitsu choke on him. When mysterious small spheres appeared near Li Xin's body, the worried Boss began to feel the strength draining from his body. A suspicion arose in the King of Darkness's mind that the endless darkness belonged to Xiaobai, who was behind him. Confirming his opponent's guess, the young guard predicted that he would leave Li Xin's body when the demon's power was absorbed by the opponent. Holding the demon, the guard, using his incredible strength, ordered the evil creature to leave immediately. Where the man and the predator who had captured the girl's body were, a circle of unusually bright light appeared, and their silhouettes were barely visible. Wei, who witnessed what was happening, learned about the presence of the endless darkness, which Bass feared so much in Xiaobai's body. Watching the confrontation between the man and the evil spirit, the guard Lisa was already doubting her comrade's ability to cope in battle. In a forest clearing, through the huge clouds of smoke, one could barely make out a strange cross-shaped outline. Su Xiaobai finally emerged from the smoke, along with Li Xin, whom he held in his arms, having freed her from the demon. Now, for Li Si, who praised her comrade, it didn't seem so simple. Li Xin was saved without a scratch on her body as part of a brilliant operation. Having laid the unfortunate girl down near the nearest tree stump, Xiaobai covered her with the shield technique he had stolen from Bass, so there was no threat to Li Xin. With obvious concern, the savior asked the girl to rest properly while she was in a sleepy state. The new guard was going to wait until Li Xin came to his senses, after which he wanted to sort everything out. Hearing someone's evil laughter in a cloud of smoke, the boys began to approach him, trying to understand the reason for such laughter. Someone in the depths of the smoke managed not only to find out the location of the gift of light, but now also to take away the power of the endless darkness. Bass, who appeared before the people in his true form, saw no reason not to rejoice if the heavens themselves favored him. Raising his hands to the bright light from above, the King of Darkness called himself Bass the Chosen, in a solemn, gloomy tone. Su Xiaobai asked his opponent not to rejoice so early, pointing out that at least half of his strength had been absorbed. The young man had serious doubts about the evil spirit's ability to take away from him the infinite darkness along with the remnants of its former power. The demon never lost to the same ability twice, and the amount of energy absorbed by the guard was not important to him. Turning to Wei, who was standing nearby, Bass ordered him to tell the people about the king's true appearance. Addressing the guards, the monkey called Bass the Lord of the Underworld, who was able to control the souls of the Shadow Kingdom. Throwing up his hands, the demon called on people to come to the understanding that he had not come into this world to hide from them. The guard's graveyard was Bass's prison of the underworld, where many souls were enslaved, and they were the source of his replenishing strength. With burning hellish eyes and a devilish smile, Bass convinced the guards of the impossibility of defeating him on this earth. Lisa worriedly spoke about underestimating the demon, but Xiaobai, full of self-confidence, wanted to use only one method of fighting. The guys just wanted to deal with the criminal predator and complete the mission he had started. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the Guardian Cemetery, the following events were unfolding with other heroes. A tall man in a sleeveless jacket and with a bag on his shoulder accidentally touched a large and strong tree. As the man walked further, the tree broke off with a crack and fell onto the loose forest ground. Soon the stranger approached a huge boulder from which mysterious streams emanated. A dent in the stone suddenly appeared in front of the man, and the strange streams seemed to become even more winding and powerful. A huge forest boulder had developed an inexplicable crack along its entire length, as if someone had split it from the inside or outside. When the man found himself on the other side of the boulder, it suddenly exploded, shattering into many pieces. Protoss S-rank guard of the 8th Squad, wielder of the Path of the Despot, Ma Fei, had no idea where he was, even though he'd been walking all night, but hadn't come out anywhere. Seeing the wandering souls ahead, Ma Fei remembered how he seemed to have dealt with them, but they were here again, and in huge numbers. The educational process was not in vain, and, as Ma Fei assumed, the lost souls might decide to help him get out of here. A vast number of the souls of former Protoss guards have left their otherworldly graves and flooded the dense forest. Thousands of spirits came to the call of the Dark King Bas and hovered in the air above the clearing where the forces of good and evil were located. Su Xiaobai was perplexed by what he saw, not understanding how the demon could have so many souls, allowing them to be killed when they were still human. Having figured out the villain's plan, the alarmed guard Lisa spoke of the need to prevent him from carrying out the terrible deed. Calling thousands of souls to himself, Bas asked them to become one with him in the name of continuing life as a common organism. As soon as this eerie call sounded, a huge number of lost souls began to be devoured by the predator Bas. The alarmed guards, seeing the transfer of souls to the demon, considered the incident a very bad moment and wanted to eliminate the spirit as quickly as possible. As Lisa walked towards the monkey, she heard from him that it was impossible for anyone to disturb Bas as long as A Wei was right there. After such bold words, the guard resolutely headed towards the demon, wanting to remove him from the forest clearing. The girl's aggressive and warlike appearance frightened the predator. He did not expect any attacks from her. With a single yet extremely powerful blow, Lisa inflicted irreparable injury on A Wei, rendering him unable to fight. With his last remaining strength, the predator, who had suffered a crushing defeat, was amazed by the girl's incredible speed. Finding themselves behind the giant monkey, Su Xiaobai and Lisa pulled him out of the confrontation when A Wei was unable to do anything. When the monkey's body fell to the ground with a huge crash, the guard even closed her eyes in surprise and noise. All her comrades' attention was directed at the demon boss, who had become stronger thanks to thousands of souls. The frightened boys looked ahead to where the King of Darkness was, but it was too late to fight the absorption of souls. Having taken every single soul, Bas increased in size many times over and could pose 3 times the threat to the guards. Hovering in the air above the Guardian's cemetery, the demon rejoiced at the filling of his body with souls that had found no peace. Now Bas felt within himself an incredibly boundless power to use it to take away the gift of light and the infinite darkness. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered, and it seemed that nothing would remain of the insatiable demon. Xiaobai, unable to contain his own emotions, could not believe that an evil creature from the underworld would blow itself up. In a cold-blooded tone, Lisa demanded that her comrade not relax due to the non-lethal nature of the explosion. The smoke that appeared at the site of the explosion was still billowing in a large stream, but was gradually beginning to decrease in volume. Soon, a spiritual-level predator, Bas, appeared in front of the people in a forest clearing in his new form, the Soul Absorber. Having gained immense power, the demon pointed his right hand at the Protoss guards standing to the side. Sensing the extraterrestrial evil, the frightened Su Xiaobai immediately asked Li Su to hide behind him, being careful. A large, round protective barrier appeared where the guards were, helping them escape the forces of evil. In a forest clearing, a huge crater was burning, in the center of which a magic ball was glowing, which saved the boys' lives. Shocked by the amount of energy released by a single swing of Bas's hand, Xiaobai didn't know what his full strength was, and without the protective shield, they would both die. But the state of the magical shield was at its limit, which the young guard was very afraid of, since it carried a risk to their lives. While the boy was taking the risk of dodging in case of repeated attacks from the enemy, Lisa was mentally amazed at how Xiaobai had started to protect her, having only recently become an A-rank guard. Judging by the young man's appearance, the guard could not call him reliable, but at crucial moments she could rely on him. At this time, Bas, who was floating in the air, was testing the level of his new powers when he failed to hit his opponents. Looking at his paw, the demon realized that this was not the limit of his powers, and that he was using no more than 70%. The disappointed Dark King didn't know if that was the whole point, but he still couldn't eliminate both guards. Ahead of him, Bas saw a man with a bag on his shoulder, who appeared out of nowhere and whose powerful energy was tearing the trees apart. The Protoss guard Mei Fei, who appeared in the clearing, was glad to come out into the light, as he was tired of wandering in the darkness. A puzzled Bass, looking at the uninvited stranger, recognized him as the same ignoramus on the steps of the Protoss arena. Ma Fei did not know who stood before him, not realizing that it was the same demon that had once taken over the body of his disciple, Ma Fugi. When Bass was surprised by the warrior's forgetfulness, he did not understand what he was talking about, being sure that he had no previous encounters with the villain. Without repeating the details of their meeting, Bass wanted to know the fate of his spirit slaves who had fallen into Ma Fei's hands. After inquiring about the presence of spirits in the forest, the Protoss guard reported how he had taught them a lesson, not forgetting to pray for their repose. After this confession from his enemy, Bass became seriously angry because he had been collecting these souls for years for later use. In front of Ma Fei, where the Dark King had just stood, only a faint glow remained. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Bass appeared and knocked the Protoss guard down with a powerful blow. Not expecting such a sudden invasion, Ma Fei fell to the ground with a thud, and his opponent deftly stepped aside. Even though Bass only has 70% of his previous strength left, that will still be enough to fight the guards. Ma Fei suddenly rose to his feet, although he had received a powerful blow from the evil demon, which was difficult to recover from. The Dark Lord's face was blank. He clearly hadn't expected his enemy to regain his strength so quickly. Having called the villain's blow unimportant, the Protoss guard himself would not have minded showing off his true strength, but he was in a hurry about his own business. Allowing a fight with Bass to come, the warrior hurried to Protoss, intending to reveal the identity of the one who harmed his student. Lisa asked her comrade not to go to his hometown, since the man he was looking for was right there, and the fighter was surprised by her appearance nearby. Pointing his fingers at Bass, Xiaobai recounted how he used Ma Fugi's body to fatally wound the boy, but Mu Xia saved the young man. Having heard the revelations of his colleagues, the guard fell silent, as if mentally pondering a way to eliminate the villain. Now, Ma Fei recognized the predator as the one he had met outside the arena that day, and Bass spread his paws, as if happy for the warrior who hadn't immediately realized who was in front of him. With a smile, the Dark King responded that he had nothing to expect from someone whose head was empty. Suddenly, a bag, which had previously been carried on the shoulder of Protoss guard Ma Fei, flew towards the predator. Having deftly parried the sack, Bass smelled the unpleasant odor emanating from this burden that was alien to him. Thus, the demon did not notice Ma Fei, who quickly arrived and strongly hit the offender of his almost dead student. Bass flew to the side from the enemy's second blow, unable to fight back and risking losing the rest of his strength. The demon moved further and further away from the guard, in whom he initially did not see a strong opponent. The predator, defeated by Ma Fei, could not understand where the man got such incredible strength from. The warrior, who was extremely angry at the enemy for bullying Ma Fugi, was oozing magical energy. He had only the path of a despot and a fighting spirit, and from his incredible energy, even the ground beneath the fighter's feet parted. Ma Fei raised his fist and remembered his student, whom only he had the opportunity to beat. Taking to the skies, the Protoss Guardian walked the path of the despot, using the dragon style. In an instant, the warrior transformed into the dragon himself and prepared to destroy the demonic Bass once and for all. Puzzled by his opponent's transformation into a dragon, the predator no longer wanted to underestimate the power of this attack. Taking a fighting stance, Bass put his hand forward in the hope of maintaining his position and not falling under the enemy's next blow. Su Xiaobai admired the S-rank Protoss Guardian's incredible strength, respectfully calling him a true battle monster. With his deft movements, the guard managed to inflict significant damage on the Dark King's physique, making his continued resistance questionable. Enraged at Ma Fei, whom he called stupid, the demon complained about the guard breaking through his living armor and that it was very difficult to restore. Bass was indignant at his opponent because living armor made from human souls could block the damage of 3 fatal blows. With a smile, the firefighter's mentor, Ma Fugi, reciprocated the enemy's malicious claims of hatred. It was incredibly cold at the top of the sacred mountain. Snowballs were falling, but at the same time, a bright, unearthly light was shining. In the warm room, the alarm clock suddenly started ringing, and a female voice demanded that the father get up and not sleep. Dissatisfied with such an awakening, the man smashed the annoying alarm clock to pieces with a powerful blow. A sleep-deprived Mu Xia, wearing his night clothes, looked tiredly at the ceiling, wondering who invented unnecessary alarm clocks. Rubbing his head, the disgruntled man wanted to sleep again, but business forced him to get to his feet. Soon, Mu Xia was more cheerful as he brushed his teeth and tidied himself up after his nightly dreams. After completing his hygiene procedures, the Protoss guard drank his favorite tea through a straw. The warrior sighed with relief, having saturated his body with the proven drink, but even this was not enough. Turning to his daughter Mu Yuanyuan, the father told her of his hunger, reminding her of his request to prepare breakfast for him. Since no one responded to his father's cries, Muxia went into one of the rooms of the big house, surprised by the absence of the girl there. In front of him stood a table with 3 stools and a pre-prepared breakfast, but there was not a soul around. Near the cutlery, dishes, and the food itself, there was a piece of paper with an offer for the father to have breakfast himself, and Ma Fuguya took his daughter with her. Muxia, who was devouring food, thought about Yuan Yuan's obstinacy, and in his heart he admired how she managed to pull it all off. A huge phoenix flew through the air against the backdrop of an inhospitable sky, and several passengers were seated on its back. The bandaged Ma Fugi looked at Mo Yan, Zhao Ping, Mu Yuanyuan, and Wang Xiu standing in front with some apprehension. The unfortunate Penny thought about her master and Ling Qin, who had gone to rescue Li Xin, risking their lives so she couldn't stand aside. Yuanyuan didn't even expect herself to take such bold steps, not knowing what to do if Su Xiaobai died. The determined Wang Xiu felt it was unfair for Xiaobai to go with Qin to rescue her friend when she was not invited. Mo Yan remembered Dean Lu, allowing him to pursue Su Xiaobai, who should have been more careful since she knew the old man well. Ma Fugi looked at the girls with a tired gaze, mentally envying Xiaobai, who was popular with the girls. When the girls and their companion flew over the forest, they saw stumps from cut-down trees, suspecting Li Su of what had happened. Taking a more cheerful stance, Zhao did not think the guard was capable of such an action. From the height of the flight, the passengers of the Phoenix saw Lin Qin standing among the stumps, and she also noticed her daughter-in-law's bird. Jumping to the ground, Pin asked Qin not to pay attention and tell her where the owner was and why they were not together, but she heard about her friend's arrest. Suddenly, Yin Yu, who had previously lost the confrontation with Xiaobai's bodyguard, appeared not far from the girls. Qin, displeased with her appearance, was angry at the sorceress's pursuit since she had already shown leniency, but her rival did not let up. Yin Yu had no interest in fighting, but she became like this because of Qin, so she bears full responsibility for it. Pin glanced out of the corner of her eye at this strange woman who seemed like a predator, but who emanated a completely different aura. Having confirmed the sorceress's nature as a predator, Qin told how she did not die after the defeat, but now followed the warrior around. Qin assumed that it was all because of the stone that caused Yin Yu to lose her own memory. After descending from the phoenix, Yuan confirmed Qin's words, calling it the purification effect that her father told her about. And this is the ability of the gift of light. When Qin clarified that it was the core of light, Yuan agreed with her, and Li Xin, out of desperation, decided to hide the artifact within herself. The purification removed the negative effects, but also erased the memory, and Yin Yu got rid of the bloodthirstiness characteristic of predators. In Mu Yuan's understanding, the sorceress was no longer a purebred predator, and if she had previously been human, she had lost her main disadvantage. Yin Yu looked away sadly as the Protoss guard's daughter spoke of the injustice of calling her a true predator. With a sweet smile, Mu Yuan turned to the sorceress and offered to go on with them. Having put on the suit, Muxia walked through the surrounding area, where white snow was constantly falling and eternal cold reigned. Reflecting on existence, Muxia thought about retiring, and besides, there was no peace in sight for him in life. At this time, the Protoss guardian Ma Fei continued to take revenge on Bass for bullying his student using the Dragon Thrust technique. The Dark Demon found it even harder to hold out against another attack like Divine Punishment, but he was still on top. For Xiaobai, who was closely observing the progress of the battle, not everything added up, because at the beginning of the fight, Bass could barely resist his opponent. But now the villain skillfully repelled the attacks of 2 opponents, and this could become a problem for Xiaobai later. The newly promoted guard looked towards where the dead ape-like predator, A Wei, lay. The lifeless body of the monkey seemed to demand that the young man come up with some solution to the problem at hand. At this time, the Dark King Bass was also lost in thought, constantly fending off the skilled warrior Ma Fei. The demon's timely and skillful use of the cursed explosion allowed him to push his opponent back noticeably. Falling to his feet, Ma Fei still managed to keep his balance, but was forced to notice the villain's ever-increasing strength. Due to Bass's use of his doubled power, Lisa, who had encountered something like this for the first time, also collapsed to the ground. The demon hovering in the air was amazed by the people's lack of understanding and continued to be perplexed by the increase in his power. This was the difference between the Bassa clan and humans. He was a predatory traitor, and his very nature gave him the ability to rise above humans. The villain's verbal triumph was interrupted by a malicious cry from one of the people, calling Bass's words a lie. Xiaobai pointed out that the Dark King had absorbed a huge number of souls and that it would take time to absorb their energy. If only a part of it could be assimilated so far, then the longer the battle continued, the more the demon itself could change. With a satisfied smile, Bass praised the guard for his intelligence, wanting to know how he guessed about the predator's ability. The young man who responded in the same tone mentioned the presence of some kind of demonic ability in himself. After this, Tu Xiaobai immediately flew into the sky, instantly appearing above the head of the puzzled boss. The Dark King waved his hand, summoning a deadly beam of light to quickly dispose of his attackers. Bass immediately recognized the cloning technique that Wei had used, and which was now being used by the guard Su Xiaobai. With a commanding motion, the demon directed a killing beam at Xiaobai with the aim of knocking the boy out of the battlefield. Instantly, a charge of light penetrated the body of the young man, who did not have time to dodge the dangerous attack. Protoss guard Ma Fei, who was watching the confrontation, was shocked by what he saw, not expecting his comrade's quick death. Lisa was no less agitated, and with pity she cried out the name of the unfortunate warrior who had just received the coveted title of guard. The demon, who wanted to personally absorb Wei's soul, was dissatisfied with the guard's use of the monkey technique, and since he wanted to die, he could help him. Xiaobai suddenly laughed and made fun of the villain, who for some reason considered him a real person. In an instant, the warrior vanished, leaving behind only a bunch of small clouds. The angry Bass was very unhappy with the deception on the part of his opponent, who was distinguished by his intelligence and resourcefulness. The original Su Xiaobai, who appeared out of nowhere, was about to carry out the capture of the demonic enemy. Now both warriors seemed to be in another world, where hundreds of identical eyes were watching them. Having lost the ability to move, Bass did not understand where they had ended up and why there were these strange eyes everywhere, as if looking into the soul, causing fear. Ma Fei, who continued to observe both opponents, took everything as a mirage, but Lisa refuted her comrade's assumption. When talking about Asura's eyes, the guard knew about his ability to immobilize an enemy with fear, but she did not know about Xiaobai having this ability, and Ma Fei asked the guy to hold on. Xiaobai had never used great power before, but Bass forced him to resort to it, and if the guy didn't kill the demon, then others would suffer. Su Xiaobai shouted with all his might, calling for something to appear in front of him right now. Something unusual and enormous in size seemed to start bursting out of the young man's body. The guy was floating in the air, and behind his back several huge muscular Asura arms grew at once, waving their fists. Opposite the Protoss guard stood one Bass, as if at a loss from the unprecedented power before him. To the demon, Xiaobai's killing intent seemed even stronger than that of the predators themselves, but he didn't understand how that was possible. The young man calmly ordered the villain to quickly leave here. Bass saw a huge hand in front of him, but he didn't have time to do anything to counter it before it covered the demon. With the next movement of his hand, Asura Xiaobai decisively got rid of the annoying opponent, because of whom his comrade suffered. Having fallen to the ground and being on the outline of the palm, the demon heard someone's joyful words about the lack of control and the ability to move. The previously captured souls flew off his body, thanks to Xiaobai destroying another layer of spiritual armor, which caused Basa to become indignant. The Dark King, eager for revenge, furiously and with all his hatred threatened the young guard with destruction. At that moment, Asura's powerful fist struck the ground with all its might, and numerous stones began to fly in all directions. Excited by the intensity of the fight, Xiaobai did not consider it over, but he had to take care of himself. Bass covered himself with his hands in hopes of saving himself from the incredible explosive force while still remaining strong. A powerful explosion thundered, and the souls of the murdered people, absorbed by the demon, began to fly out. For Ma Fei, enchanted by what he saw, the picture was stunning, and Lisa understood the fear of the departing souls before Asura, who feared him more than the King of Darkness. While his comrades were discussing what was happening, Su Xiaobai tirelessly watched Bass's apology. The hellish enemy's condition worsened more and more as a result of the collision with Asura's fist. Xiaobai also destroyed the last of the living armor's protective layers, causing the demon to become irreconcilably angry. Suddenly, the young guard shouted at the top of his lungs across the clearing, calling on his companions to immediately attack Bass. This was clear to Ma Fei without words, as he quickly rushed at the enemy, not abandoning his attempts to avenge his student. Taking off abruptly, the man used a tiger volley to attack his still strong opponent. Brandishing a huge blade, Lisa demanded that the Dark King Boss prepare to pay for the evil he had committed before the people. The Protoss Guardian charged into the arbitration assault, her sharp sword held before her. In the crater where Bees was a minute ago, now only smoke remains, developing around it. With a sense of accomplishment, Lisa closed her eyes, feeling tired after the battle and the sentence passed on the villain. Ma Fei tilted his head and thought about the battle that had just happened and the Dark King who had crossed the wrong way. Bass, noticeably damaged by the battle and lacking the strength to continue the fight, did not want to give up, hoping to take the gifts of light and darkness that were nearby. And the very next moment the demon acknowledged his own defeat and all his efforts to take possession of the long-awaited relics failed. The creature's leg gave way and he collapsed to the ground. But with his last efforts, the barely breathing King of Darkness had no intention of retreating. From a bird's eye view, Su Xiaobai watched the defeated enemy find his final resting place in the cold crater. The Protoss Guardian hovered in the sky, armed with powerful arms and silent, as if speechless after a hard-won victory. Xiaobai, who had spent a lot of effort and energy, still couldn't believe that this was really the end of their mission to destroy the enemy. Looking at Xiaobai, Lisa felt such incredible strength in this guy that he himself probably found it difficult to withstand it. Suddenly, the huge hands with which he had managed to defeat the demon began to evaporate, and the young man himself seemed to fall into unconsciousness. Su Xiaobai flew down rapidly and seemed not to feel it at all, risking being crushed by the impact with the ground. Not wanting to lose her comrade who had defeated the powerful Dark King, the fox rushed to save him from death. Another moment would have passed and the unfortunate young man would have fallen to the ground, but the hands of the brave girl caught him. Holding the victorious Bass, the guard became embarrassed and looked intently at her partner in the rescue squad. Su Xiaobai was so close to her for the first time, he seemed to be sleeping with his eyes closed, and could not thank her for saving him. Only now, the very embarrassed girl was able to take a closer look and see the guy's incredible beauty. Ma Fei, who suddenly approached and saw Lisa blush, tried to explain it away as the girl's injury. Throwing the unconscious Xiaobai aside, frightened by the guard's possible guess, she demanded not to talk nonsense. This was her usual complexion. Ma Fei realized that his partner was completely incapable of deception, but he did not dare to enter into an argument with her. Xiaobai, who had come to, scratched his head, admitting that he had recently lost consciousness, but he knew about the need for a large expenditure of energy due to the control of Asura's power. At the same time, the young man was overcome by a strange feeling, and he wondered what the matter could be. Suddenly, that very same guess came to the head of the Protoss Guard, and he could not share it with his comrades. Due to the non-activation of infinite darkness, the Dark King Bass was still alive, so the boy asked his friends to quickly finish off the enemy. Bass looked with wide-open eyes where a hellish light was shining, and was already about to attack the guys. Rejoicing at their lateness, the demon fired dangerous magical matter at Su Xiaobai that brought death. The first launched arrow had almost reached the guy, who did not expect the enemy to awaken so quickly. The blow was delivered by the enemy with extreme accuracy, and the unfortunate young man shuddered, losing his balance. Ma Fei, who managed to maintain a cool calm, was still worried, believing that the matter was not progressing well. Lisa, who shared the same opinion, understood that the guards should have been more attentive earlier. The villain breathed out a hellish breath to gain the opportunity to take over Su Xiaobai's body, just as he had done with other people. The guy suddenly burst into strange laughter and rejoiced at the presence of so many things in this body, where both the infinite darkness and Azure were. The demon Bass, who had taken the guard's body captive, gleamed with hellish eyes and admired the receipt of all these benefits for his own benefit. Lisa swung her sword and sternly advised the villain to leave her comrade's body, especially since he knew the maximum strength of her strike. The demon doubted the girl's sincerity in inflicting mortal wounds on him, and the body he had captured was the best he had ever had. Understanding the justice of Bass's words, the guard only became helplessly angry. Calling himself a more experienced person in such matters, Ma Fei asked the girl to control herself, promising to sort it out on her own. She looked at her comrade Lisa with confusion, not knowing what he was going to do to eliminate the villain. Quickly starting forward, the Protoss Guard wanted to smash the predator that had taken over Xiaobai's body with his strength. The strong warrior's first attempt failed, as his fist was grabbed by the demon's powerful hand. Unfazed by the demon's blocking of his left hand, Ma Fei attempted to strike with his right fist. Bass parried the attack with Asura's powerful arms, so he considered the guard's intrusion useless. The King of Darkness, his eyes blazing with anger, told his opponent that it was impossible to win with physical force alone. Having calculated all the possible options for fighting, Ma Fei used a headbutt against the despot. The clever move paid off, and Bass, becoming disoriented, lost the ability to continue fighting the enemy. Ma Fei, looking at the fallen demon, admitted that it would be difficult to win with his fists, but he could definitely gain the upper hand with his head. The experienced fighter considered his head to be much stronger than his arms, and this was confirmed by the results of his battle with the enemy. At this time, the defeated demon in Su Xiaobai's body lay unconscious on the green grass. Lisa, who didn't expect Ma Fei to headbutt his opponent, looked at her comrade in surprise. Reminding the guy of his words regarding his experience in such matters, the girl wanted to know how to extract the predator from the body, but Fei had not thought about this yet. Shaking his fist, the guard suggested hitting the demon a couple more times in the hopes of it coming out on its own, but Lisa fiercely objected. A man who suddenly approached advised Ma Fei not to do this, but he did not understand why he could not hit the enemy. S-rank Protoss. Guardian Feng Mian pointed out Bass's hopeless situation, so he would hardly give up hope because of the blows, so Fei's approach is wrong. When asked by a colleague about a way out of the current situation, Feng Mian pointed out that there was only one way. To finally destroy Bass, The group of comrades had to rely on the strength of Su Xiaobai himself. The demon standing opposite the guy was surprised at how he, the Dark King, was defeated by a small group of guards. If the young man were eliminated here and now, Bass planned to get his body forever. Xiaobai only smirked at his opponent's dreams, calling him a mere empty talker. The guy, not waiting for the demon's next attack, began to strike at him first. Xiaobai fought fiercely and tried to recapture his own body and knocked the Dark King down. Bass, who did not expect such a sudden attack and was in severe pain, was unable to give his opponent a proper rebuff. But giving up was not in the villain's plans, and he used magic to quickly return to action. Considering the guy too inexperienced to fight the Lord of Darkness, Bass wanted to hit his opponent in a jump. Throwing Xiaobai aside, the demon mockingly told him that he needed to be a couple of thousand years older to fight him. Having missed a truly powerful attack from the predator, the young man at that moment experienced incredible pain. In the clearing near the young man's body, Lisa told him about Xiaobai, demonstrating his trump cards and proving his extraordinary abilities, and that without him they would not have completed the task. But now he had to deal with a spiritual-level predator on his own, and the guard was afraid of not being able to help him. Feng Mian pointed out the need for the two rivals to find out which of them was spiritually stronger, and suggested that his comrades just wait until the other came to his senses. Sitting down in the clearing after a tough battle, Ma Fei, admitting the demon's victory, wanted to know about these consequences. According to the S-rank Protoss guard, in such a case, the soul of the unfortunate Su Xiaobai would be completely enslaved. In this case, the guys will have to fulfill their duty as guards and eliminate the corpse of their comrade. Xiaobai was trying to stay on his feet during the brutal confrontation with the Demon King Bass. By calling the boy inexperienced, the predator was reminding them of their presence in the spiritual world, where the strength of one's own spirit was important. Having asked that the power of Asura and the infinite darkness not be considered the most important here, the demonic villain asked the enemy about his skills. The guard smiled mysteriously and unexpectedly thanked the enemy for such a reminder. Su Xiaobai suddenly remembered himself in his previous life when he was in a sick state on the bed and thought about the value of spiritual power here. Bass, who was watching Xiaobai with surprise, noticed a change in his opponent's genetics. Xiaobai, who seemed to have become a completely different person, asked his opponent to accept his condolences. But Bass had run into the wrong person here. The astonished predator looked up at the boy and for the first time encountered such an incredibly enormous spiritual force. At first, thinking it was a trick on Xiaobai's part, the demon eventually gave up on this idea. Abilities cannot be used in the spiritual world. Confused by this sudden turn of events, Bass could not understand the source of the Protoss guard's immense power. The guy began to explain to the demon, who didn't understand anything, that this was due to his ignorance of the previous difficult moments in Xiaobai's life. The Dark King listened attentively to his opponent's harsh statements about how hard it was for him to obtain this body. Wanting to grab the demonic enemy with his giant hand, Xiaobai couldn't let it take away his body. Bass, screaming with indignation, demanded that his opponent stop trying to intimidate him. The villain had done this millions of times before. And in the spiritual world, the demonic predator has never lost to another opponent. Xiaobai's huge hand moved closer and closer to Basu, and he tried to defend himself, trying to delay its advance. The villain didn't want to let someone like Xiaobai ruin his good name, so he desperately resisted. Having sharply demanded that the demon not be so confident, the guard sought to finish off his enemy today. Bass, who was extremely frightened, experienced a strong feeling of oppression at this terrible moment for him. The Demon King, who continued to fight, was still unable to overcome his opponent's strong hand. The Protoss guard's enormous palm was stronger in the spirit world than in the normal world, so Bass had no chance of winning. At this time, in a forest clearing, Su Xiaobai's body rose into the air, accompanied by magical currents. Surprised by his squad mate's position in the air, Ma Fei couldn't understand the reason for this, but the all-knowing Feng Man had an explanation. Based on the situation, Xiaobai's actions meant that the confrontation of souls was in full swing, but everything would be known when who woke up first. Dean Liu, who suddenly appeared in the clearing, accused Bass of killing his subordinates, and Xiaobai always got in the way of the scientist, so he didn't care who woke up first. The crazy old man was about to finish off the two individuals he hated, and right in front of him was the unconscious Su Xiaobai. S-rank Protoss guard Feng Man was astonished by Liu Jianyu's behavior, and Ma Fei was no less shocked. At this very moment, sensing a change in her condition, Zhao Ping felt her pulse quicken, and immediately, the girl allowed trouble to arise for her beloved owner, who was far away. With incredible effort, Lisa finally managed to grab the sharp blade of the sword that Dean Liu aimed at Xiaobai. After leaving Protoss, the girl was haunted by a strange feeling of being followed, but she didn't expect to see this particular old man here. Continuing to hold the sword, the guard tried to find out from the scientist the motives for pursuing the boys and the desire to kill Xiaobai. Liu Jianyu was shocked by Li Si's risk to save his comrade. It wasn't just Mu Xia who was resisting him now. The old man was angry at Xiaobai, who was being protected. The dean, enraged, could not understand how those who called themselves S-rank guards believed in the ability of some boy to defeat Bass. The old man thought that instead of giving Basu the opportunity to obtain the infinite darkness, the guys would be better off destroying him now. Lisa had a hard time holding back when the crazy old man from the Academy of Sciences demanded that she kill the guy so that their task would supposedly be completed. But the next moment, the strong girl smashed Liu Jianyu's sharp sword blade into tiny pieces. Having demanded in a stern tone not to confuse them, the brave guard continued to assure them that it was impossible for Xiaobai to lose. Lisa warned the old man of his desire to attack the boy when he came to his senses after fighting the demon in the spirit world. Su Xiaobai's clothes, still floating in the air and enveloped in magic, began to rapidly deteriorate. Much to the Protoss page's surprise, the young man suddenly thanked her for her words. The girl immediately recognized the voice of her fellow search party member, but turned away from the others in an attempt to hide her excitement. Now Lisa was confident in Su Xiaobai's final victory over the demonic Bass. The young guard raised his left hand as if to catch a red piece of cloth from his jacket. Suddenly turning towards the girl, Xiaobai inquired about the condition of her injured arm. Having answered about the slight pain, Lisa involuntarily became embarrassed. She was talking about what she was thinking at that moment. Soon Xiaobai came down to the ground and helped his companion bandage her wounded palm. The guy considered this acceptable for the first time, and the embarrassed Lisa reminded him of her status as a paladin when she could manage it herself. Standing aside, Ma Fei and Feng Mian were forced to listen to the conversation between the two guards. When Xiaobai offered the lady to remove the blindfold if she did not like it, but she refused. Feng Mian, who noticed his colleague's embarrassment for the first time, remembered how his ability couldn't affect the girl, but Xiaobai succeeded. Ma Fei, quietly overjoyed at his comrade's rescue, did not believe in his ultimate victory and was already preparing to bury the unfortunate warrior. Dean Liu didn't see any chance for Xiaobai, considering it luck, but the guy looked as calm as a boa constrictor and could consider it a natural result. As he approached the old man, Xiaobai couldn't understand why he didn't leave him alone, since he himself had spoken of the need to kill Bass, but it wasn't the demon that worried Liu. But since the old man appeared in the forest clearing, the young man suggested that he finally settle old scores. Hearing such a bold proposal, the dean became frightened, not wanting to engage in battle with a stronger opponent. Liu was angry at Xiaobai, considering him to be going against the will of the dean himself, but he felt a completely different aura in the couple, allowing him to absorb Bass's energy. The boy, throwing up his hands, accused the old man of hesitating, since that was exactly what he wanted. But Liu did not accept such provocations, confident that it was impossible for an S-rank guard to fight people like that without reason, since it was a duel. The dean spoke about having witnesses so that Dracula would not be held accountable. Zhaoping accused Liu of using people in experiments to turn them into predators, and now of wanting to kill her master, warning him in an attempt to avoid punishment. Finding herself in a forest clearing surrounded by the other girls and Ma Fugi, Penny promised to act as witnesses for them all, as well as the S-rank guards. Su Xiaobai looked at the support group that had arrived with some doubt, not entirely trusting their ability to become witnesses. Dean Liu Jianyu looked at all these people with irritation, looking down on them with a rather disparaging air. Suddenly seeing his mentor, Ma Fugi was glad that he was alive, but the guard, reassuring the student, coldly doubted the ability of anyone to kill him. Throwing his bag to the guy, Ma Fei asked him to help carry it, and the unfortunate student was amazed by the disgusting smell coming from the knapsack. The situation with Dean Feng Mian seemed increasingly interesting. It seemed to him that Xiaobai had been at odds with the old man for a long time and was expecting a new move from the latter. Finally, Liu Jianyu, due to the new circumstances, decided to accept Xiaobai's challenge and everything would be decided after this battle. Loudly calling out to his disciple Mo Yan, the old man knew of her presence in the forest clearing. The girl looked at the dean of the Protoss Academy of Sciences with wide eyes in surprise. Speaking about the need to have a new sword due to the breakage of the old one, the old man suggested that the lady not stir up the past, give him her sword, and forget about the past. Xiaobai wanted to borrow a sword from Li Si, but she called the dean a swordsman no worse than herself, so she doubted the need to lend the sword to a friend. Wanting to beat the old man on his own field, the boy repeatedly turned over his opponent's techniques in his head, and Bass's soul energy was still being absorbed. Addressing a scientist from the Academy of Sciences, Su Xiaobai asked him not to worry, calling himself the winner of the upcoming battle. The dean had long known that this day would come, but he had not expected its quick arrival, calling the young man unequal to himself and therefore difficult for him to defeat. Moreover, the young man knew nothing about Dean Liu Jianyu's secret ability. Having said all these words, the old man resolutely grabbed the handle with both hands and was ready to fight. grandfather had earned his position through his own skills, so challenging Xiaobai was a bad idea. Shouting in an inhuman voice, Liu asked his opponent to see his strongest form. In the forest clearing, a sparkling ball appeared from an incredibly powerful energy in the place where the dean stood. A pleased Xiaobai thought this was worthy of an S-rank guard, and anyone would feel uneasy when such a person used all his strength. Thanks to the SR rank skill, Remembrance Liu assumed the appearance of his youth when he was the 27-year-old Bai Hong. Of all the Protoss guards, only Mu Xia had seen the future dean like this, when he was young and strong. A surprised Ma Fei praised the old man for having a good head of hair in his youth, and Ma Fugi pointed out to the teacher how one can go bald in old age, but the man didn't care. Lisa, who had long been a guard, saw this ability of the dean for the first time, and he took a great risk by using it, so Xiaobai had to be careful. Su Xiaobai was as amazed as everyone else and could not imagine the existence of an ability that could restore youth, not knowing whether the old man's sight had returned. Grabbing the sword, the young man looked sternly at his opponent, doubting his ability to show anything worthwhile anymore. The dean almost laughed at his rival's boastful words, since 27 years was the peak of his great powers. Liu Jianyu started off abruptly and rushed towards Su Xiaobai, and just as he was talking about fencing, he suddenly disappeared. When Zhaoping saw Dean Liu missing, she couldn't believe her eyes, as she had never seen anything like this before. Mu Yuanyuan was also amazed, having never seen such a huge speed before, when it was impossible to even keep track of the dean. Liu used his maximum movement speed, and the confused Su Xiaobai couldn't concentrate on him to fight. Suddenly jumping up from behind, Liu held a sword in his hands and prepared to destroy his unsuspecting opponent with it. In a stunning display of reflexes, the Protoss guard managed to deflect the swift foe's attack with his blade. Liu was shocked by the reflection of his powerful blow, admitting that his opponent had the same speed as himself. After absorbing the energy of thousands of Basa souls, Su Xiaobai's abilities increased several times, so he could now see his opponent's every move. Pleased by the guy's ability to calculate his strength from the very beginning, Lisa no longer saw any reason to worry and could rely on her squad mate. Continuing to hold his opponent's blade with his sword, Xiaobai pointed out his reckless actions, considering this a very dangerous factor. Not fully understanding the complexity of the situation, Dean Liu perceived the enemy's actions as some kind of dirty games. Seeing the strange arrows flying towards him, Liu Jianyu considered it a dangerous trick for his health. He admitted the risk of his own defeat if his vision were not restored. Swinging his sword, Liu, who had been rejuvenated by magic, considered his young opponent to be too cruel for his age and vicious. Just about to attack the enemy again, Liu used his personal skills to send a pile of stone fragments at him. Su Xiaobai, who launched them with a powerful wave, was telling his opponent at that time that he disagreed with his position. In the mind of a Protoss guard, any display of kindness is categorically inappropriate in fights. The stones flying towards the guy were instantly split into tiny particles and scattered throughout the forest. Zhaoping was in a state of blessed shock at what she saw, admiring the master's ability to repel the attack with sound waves. Ling Qin, who had been keeping an eye on the battlefield, now perceived Su Xiaobai as a much stronger warrior. The young guard standing opposite the enemy at the scene of the confrontation asked him to face the truth. Even the young Liu Jianyu was not perceived by Su Xiaobai as a real combat opponent.